behalf, it's my humble privilege to welcome you all here and those joining through the online mode on the first day of the 61st convocation of the Indian Agricultural Research Institute. Today's event, although you all know, it comprises the presentation of the significant postgraduate research by the Masters and the PhD students of IIRI for the merit medals and the Best Student of the Year from NABARD, Professor V.L. Chopra Gold Medal recognitions. The sessions will witness the competitive presentations for selection of the 5 students each from Masters and the PhD categories for the merit medal. 1 each from Masters and PhD presentations will be selected for the NABARD and the Best Student of the Year recognition. There are 22 Masters and 20 PhD category presentations to keep you all engaged through the day into the world of the science-led agriculture. I'm very much sure on that. Without taking much time, on behalf of the Director IRI, because of some unavoidable engagement, he had to be out of IRI today. And therefore, it is my duty now to introduce the audience, to introduce the chair of today, Professor S.L. Mehta, to the audience. Professor S.L. Mehta, although his resume is so big and just like that, the resume of the jury is so vast that it will take much of the time. So I'll keep it really very brief in the most abstracted form. So kindly excuse me for that. Professor S.L. Mehta, a renowned IRI alumnus and biochemist by training, he joined IRI as faculty in 1969 and served the institute as head division of head division of biochemistry and dean IRI. Professor Mehta, acclaimed for his innovative reforms in the higher agricultural education, served as DDG Education, ICR, National Project Director, HRD Project, National Director, World Bank funded NATP program, VC of MPUAT Udaipur, Resident Advisor for establishing the Indo-Myanmar Advanced Center for Agricultural Research and Education in Myanmar, and as Adjunct Professor at IRI and at NAM Hyderabad. A recipient of several national and global recognitions, Professor Mehta's contributions in the domain of agricultural education, particularly at IRI and NARIS per se, are phenomenal. So we are honored to have you here today, sir. Thank you so much. We have among the jury a very noted list of many of them are the IRI alumni. So I'll take this opportunity to quickly brief you, introduce them to you all here. The jury member, Dr. A.K. Singh, is another noted IRI alumnus and NRM expert by training and the professional contributions into the field of natural resource management, and endowed with several national and international awards, and having his rich contributions in the National Academy of Agricultural Sciences. He is among us here. Thank you very much, sir. Dr. B.S. Parmar, the former Joint Director Research IRI and formerly the Head Division of Agricultural Chemicals IRI, is another renowned personality who is by training an agricultural chemist and in the field of, very well known in the field of the agricultural chemicals and particularly the pesticide formulation science and technology. His portfolio is so overloaded with the patents and technologies, particularly in the field of formulations. So very heartily welcome you, sir, here on this occasion. Dr. P.S. Beethal, the ICR, National Institute for Agricultural Economics and Policy Research, is another renowned IRI alumnus and an agricultural economist by training and by his profession. Thank you very much, sir, for accepting our invite. Thank you very much, sir. Dr. K.V. Bhatt, the former ICR Emeritus Scientist and BPGR New Delhi, is globally renowned scientist known for his achievements in the field of genetics, cytogenetics, plant breeding, and plant genetic resources. Thank you, Dr. Bhatt, for joining us today. Dr. Sudhakar Pandey, the ADG of Flowers, Vegetables, Spices, and Medicinal Plants ICR, is also among us today as a jury member, whose work is well known for the development of several technologies, varieties, and hybrids in the field of horticulture. I welcome you, Dr. Pandey. with these brief remarks, because we are very much aware that today's day is a long one, it will be spanning across since now till, somewhere post dinner sort of session. So I won't take it much time after that. And I really again welcome you again here. I really request you all, particularly, the students and the faculty, to be here through the sessions and, show the real spirit of applauding those who will be competing today, because no one is less than anyone, but it's our duty to raise their morals and also to show our respect for the eminent jury which has come all the way to honor us today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for introducing us with today's chairperson and jury members. Now, I like to invite Dr. Robin Gogoi, sir, today's convener, to tell us about the presentation.
Suprabhat, welcome. So it is an honor and privilege for me to welcome the dignitaries on and off the dais, scientists, teachers, our students and friends. Today we have gathered here to conduct a contest of brilliant student of our institute for the IRI Merit Medal and NABARD Professor V.L. Chopra Gold Medal and Best Student of the Year Award. And for this award, I would like to inform about the today's students' research presentation pattern. So today, this contest will be held in two categories, as you know, MSc and PhD level. And in MSc today, total 22 participants are there. Out of 22 students who are nominated from their respective divisions and disciplines, 17 will be making presentation to be here in this auditorium, and 5 students, their pre-recorded version will be played, and after completion of their presentation, there will be one question session. And what is the time allocation for MSc this presentation? Total 10 minutes time will be given. Out of 10 minutes, there is a break, 8 plus 2 minutes. And the candidate has to start when one light indicator will be there. Green light means start, and it will continue till 8 minutes. On 8 minutes, orange or yellow light will glow. That will signify that the presenter should be alert, so that he or she should sum up her presentation within next 2 minutes. Means within 10 minutes they have to complete their whole presentation. And exceeding this allotted 10 minutes time, so may recorded for negative marking. And for PhD level, so in this PhD category, total 20 students will be making presentation. Out of 20 students, 17 will be here physically, and 3 will be making presentation through their pre-recorded version. And here also, the time allocation is 2 minutes more than the MSc category, that is 12 minutes. Out of 12 minutes, so there will be one breakage at 10 minutes. Now, when green light will glow, so the presentation should start. It will be continued till 10 minutes. On 10 minutes, the yellow light will be blinking. And in the next 2 minutes, the presentation has to be completed. So this way, total 12 minutes is allocated. And today's presentation, actually, as already mentioned by our Dean Madam, so this is the very, very tough competition and most attractive part of this convocation of IARI. So here, all are brilliant. None is less than one and others. All are equal, but there is a restriction because 5 medals are for MSc and 5 medals for PhD. And above all, one each in MSc and PhD category base student will be there, who will be conferred with NABARD Professor VL Chopra Gold Medal and Best Student of the Year Award. Total, 100 marks there. Out of 100 marks, 70 marks will be coming from the academic component like grade points, research publications, then fellowship, etc. And today's presentation will be for 30 marks. So with this brief, or shall I repeat regarding the time allocation for MSc, 10 minutes, 8 minutes plus 2 minutes. At 8 minutes, yellow light will be blinking, so you have to be alert to sum up your presentation in the next 2 minutes. Similarly, in case of PhD, 12 minutes time there. So on 10 minutes, that yellow light will be there. It will signify to you that to sum up or to complete your presentation in the next 2 minutes. So I wish all the best and good luck to all the contestants. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Now it is an honor for us to invite Dr. S.L. Mehta, sir, for the introductory remarks. Welcome, sir.
Dr. Anupama Singh, Joint Director, Education at Dean IARI, Dr. Gogoi, convener for this group, my very distinguished jury members, Dr. A.K. Singh, Dr. Bhatt, Dr. Parmar, Dr. Bithal, Dr. Sudhakar Pandey, distinguished faculty members, my dear students. It's a great privilege for me to join you this morning because I have always believed that the convocation day week is the best period in the history of IRI. Those of people who want to know what is best done in IRI in last 1 year, I think they have to just come and sit for whole day, 1 day today. These presentations are really outstanding because those who will be making presentation today, they have come after competition. They have already had a competition at divisional level. So my congratulations to all those who will make presentations today, because there will be only medals in MSc and 6 in PhD. But all of you really deserve our appreciation and congratulations because you have really done excellently well. Also, it's a pleasure because when I reflect back, 94, I was in the same chair doing the same job. And I find that over the time, 94 to today, things have changed. The abstract book that they prepared is a beautiful one. First time when we prepared the abstract bulletin, there was not money enough at that time. So we had to collect abstract and give it in the cyclostyle form. Today I see there's a picture of the student, picture of the faculty member. It's a, I think, honor for the faculty member also. So I'm personally looking forward to the excellent presentations that will follow. My innate wish is that every year I should come on the convocation day, and especially on the first day when student presentations are there, because then I can carry the message what has been done. When I became Vice Chancellor of Udaipur, I started the same thing. I started this process in Udaipur, asking students to make presentations because this gives a spirit of competition, and also it's a joy, and also it's a pride when you make your presentation and people appreciate. With these words, since we are already late, I once again welcome all of you. I join Dr. Anupama Singh in welcoming from my side also, because I have always considered as a part of this institute. With these words, I want to thank each one of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Now to start the session, I would like to hand over the mic to the convener, Dr. Robin Gogoi, sir.
So now welcome and introduction part is over. So we are going to start the presentation, this competition. So we'll first take presentation from the MSc students. And initially already I mentioned that who are here physically, they will be making presentation, and those selected students who applied and took approval from our Dean Madam for their pre-recorded presentation will be taken at last. So after completion of both physical as well as pre-recorded presentation of MSc category, then we'll proceed for the taking the presentation from the PhD. In PhD also, first we'll take the physical presentations, and later on at last 3 on this pre-recorded presentations from PhD students are there. So we'll be taking at last. So this is the sequence. So we'll follow the sequence right now. We can start our competition. First, from the Division of Agricultural Chemicals, Sommajit Ghoshal, MSc student from Agricultural Chemicals, Sommajit Ghoshal. Serial number 1. Hello. 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 Voice. Hello. Hello. My voice is okay. Okay. Oh. Okay. Can I use it? Okay.
A very good morning to the respected chairperson of the session and respected jury members and respected dignitaries and to all. Now, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the colorful world. Color plays an integral part of our life. They play an immense role in how we can perceive and interact with the world. Generally, we all are attracted with the colorful food products. And according to the children, these are the first choice. These colorful foods are made by using various chemical coloring agents. These are toxic to our health. The harmful effects are already reported in our daily newspaper to make awareness. A large number of food colorants are already banned in USA and Europe. According to John H. Tobey, any food that requires enhancing by the use of chemical substance should in no way be considered a food. Now the question is what to do? Answer is natural food colorant. Because according to Helmont John, they are almost too valuable. Now we can see the market size of the natural food colorant is increasing day by day. One of the common color in our food item is yellow. Now the question is, which is natural pigment is available for the yellow color? Yes, that is lutein. And most interestingly, it has lot of nutritional value. In natural condition, lutein present in the form of diester or monoester, which has more, these are categorized as a xanthopin, which has more antioxidant property than the pure lutein. These are the source of the lutein, but maximum of the source are already available in our food item, except marigold. The production of the marigold in India is 0.6 to 0.7 million tons per year, according to the National Board of Horticulture. These are mainly used for the rituals purpose and decoration purpose. After that, these are placed in garbage. So we can collect the lutein from the marigold after the use. Previously, done to incorporate lutein as a natural food colorant, but they are failed due to water solubility, poor oral viability, and chemical instability. So the motto of my research was to collect the lutein from the marigold and make a water soluble food colorant. So the thesis title is biopolymeric formulation of lutein for its application as natural food colorant. Now, the objective to develop and characterize encapsulated biopolymeric formulation of lutein and to evaluate the stability and antioxidant activity of the prepared formulation. Now, at first, the extraction of the lutein ester or xanthophyll by using organic solvent, at first the consume at least 3 times less amount of the solvent than the ultrasonic bath and conventional technique to extract almost same amount of the xanthophyll. And here only 30 minutes time was found to be sufficient. So the ultrasonic probe extraction was optimized by the response surface methodology by considering 3 independent variables: solvent to solid ratio, time, and ultrasonication amplitude. And here the model predicted is also same to the response to the yield in the actual experiment. Now in your recent future, we will depend on the artificial intelligence directly or indirectly. So the AI-based algorithm model was used to optimize the extraction method by considering 1000 generation data. Here the model predicted yield was almost same to the yield in the actual experiment. The quantity of the xanthophyll extracted by the different techniques was compared by carrying out 4 antioxidant assay with vitamin C equivalent antioxidant capacity. Here the FLAP assay clearly proved that the GA and RSM optimized technique have higher purity of the xanthophyll than the others. Now we all know that the conventional solvent has lot of hazardous effect. Now the question is there any green solvent is available for the extraction of the lutein ester or xanthophyll? Yes, that is deuteratic solvent. Deuteratic solvents are the low transition temperature mixture of consisting at least 1 hydrogen bond donor and 1 hydrogen bond acceptor. And major advantages are high penetration power, high easy and cheap preparation, non-toxic and non-flammable. Now here 5 sets of the hydrophobic deuteratic solvents were prepared for the extraction of the xanthophyll as the green solvent by ultrasonic acid. These hydrophobic deuteratic solvents were characterized by using FTIR and proton NMR. After that, this extraction method was optimized by the response surface methodology by considering 3 independent variables: volume of the solvent, time, and ratio of the mixture. Here the model predicted yield was almost same to the yield in the actual experiment. The compound to separate from the solvent, the polarity switch method was used by the heat treatment side. And here 72.3% of the compound was precipitated. Now, according to the scanning electron micrograph of the petals after and before the extraction, the ultrasonic probe completely destroys the cell structure, and hydrophobic deuteratic solvent has higher penetration power than the organic solvent. Now, the question is, which are the compounds present in the extract? UPLC tutor study identified 10 xanthophyll ester, and most interestingly, the presence of the lutein linoleate in the medical forests was first time reported in the present study. For the preparation of the biopolymer stabilized oily in water microemulsion was prepared for the preparation of the powder formulation, and by the combination of the biopolymer aqueous solution, surfactant, adjuvant, and green solvent with the compound. I am not able to tell the process in details due to IPR issue, and here 27 sets of the microemulsions were prepared. After that, the thermodynamic stability study was done by the 3 cycles: heating, cooling cycle, centrifugation, and Frisco cycle. Thereafter, the green color indicating microemulsions were selected for the these green color indicating microemulsions were passed and the red ones were failed. Finally, these 3 microemulsions were selected for the preparation of the powder formulation. Now, the particle size of the microemulsions was determined by using transmission electron microscopy and particle size analyzer. Here, finally, the powder formulations were prepared from these 3 microemulsions, and most interesting is that the compound in the natural condition is clearly water insoluble, but all the powder formulations are clearly water soluble. These powder formulations were characterized by using scanning electron micrograph and FTIR spectra. The color expression study of the formulation can be done by using aqueous solution of the powder at various concentrations. The hue angle of all the samples were nearly 90 degrees. That indicates the yellow color. The antioxidant activity of the prepared powder formulation was studied with comparing vitamin C equivalent antioxidant capacity and the in vitro the lab condition. According to the study, with increasing the solubility, the viability also increases. According to the storage stability study, all the powder formulations are highly stable at the lower temperature. Now, the salient finding. If ultrasonic probe extraction was performed better than the ultrasonic bath and conventional technique, combination of the caprylic acid and capric acid at different molar ratio produce 5 sets of the hydrophobic deuterated solvent for the extraction of the xanthophyll. And influence Tutor study identified 10 sets of the xanthophyll ester and radially water soluble powder formulations were prepared by using food grade biopolymer. These powder formulations were found to encapsulate xanthophyll and to exhibit antioxidant activity and in vitro bioavailability. Now, the novelty of my research work for the first of the xanthophyll was prepared, and the presence of the lutein linoleate in the medical forest were reported first time, and xanthophyll was extracted by using hydrophobic deuterated solvent. Now, in future, the stability of the food on different pH can be done, and the in vivo study of the formulation can be done. Now, one patent has been approved by the ITMC for future patent filing. I communicated one research paper to the Journal of the Industrial Crops and Products, which has NAS code 12.449. I got second prize in a poster presentation in an international conference. I got several awards in cultural activity. I acknowledge to all the persons who helped me in the whole journey of my MSc. At last, I conclude my presentation with the voice of Anne Whitmore. The food you eat can be either the safest and most powerful form of medicine or the slowest form of poison. Thank you to all.
Did you work out the cost for this lutein? Did you estimate the cost of production of lutein?
No, sir. It will further study. It will be. Thank you, sir, for your question.
From jury also.
Economics is very important, and that part probably you have not touched.
Sir, actually, I can tell that according to the chemical colors which are available in our market, these all are carcinogenic, already reported. The Tatrazine yellow and sunset yellow and quinone. So for this color has the medical cost, but this has a lot of nutritional value. So and whichever the ingredients are used, these are very cheap material in which are available in our market. These are safe according to the grass.
If you have to commercially use this,
Yes, sir.
what further action do you suggest? What further studies you think need to be carried out?
Sir, first of all, the in vivo study must be done in the future. Can the already that should be tested in the human body. That's have any hazardous effect appears or not will appears. It will be studied in future, and the stability of the feed, the stability of the product on the different pH of the food can be done in future. And we have to estimate the economic status. Thank you, sir, for your question.
Yeah, thank you so much. So we are going to have presentations. Next one. So here, according to the serial number, agricultural economics and agricultural engineering, that will be on pre-recorded version. So we are going to the serial number 4. So this is agricultural extension, Bhaskar Ghosh. Agricultural extension, Bhaskar Ghosh.
A very good morning to Honorable Chairperson, jury members and dignitaries present here. Today, my topic of discussion will revolve around direct cash transfers, a very frequent and relevant topic. We all know about the importance played by agriculture sector in shaping our economy, where more than 50% of the workforce is involved. More than 50% of the agricultural household income is supplied from this sector. However, the farmers face a lot of challenges. Starting from marketing volatility to climatic variability, the that plunges them in despair. Especially the small and marginal farmers that faces the challenges are unable to fulfill their needs. In order to mitigate that, they need social welfare programs from the government. Former Prime Minister once remarked that out of 1 rupee delivered by the government towards the welfare of the poor, only 15 paisa reaches them. Here is why direct benefit transfer comes to play. Cash transfers as a means of social protection prevents from poverty, protects from risks, promotes their capacity building, and transforms them into better individuals. Several research works conducted elsewhere proved that the positive impact of cash transfers have been validated in various countries. Our Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji introduced the PM Kisan scheme in 2019, and since its inception, almost 50% of the budget is from. It enables the Aadhaar related platform to transfer the benefits directly into the beneficiary accounts. The 12th installment was released in the PM Kisan Sammelan Mela, which was conducted in this very institute. So the Rangarajan committee said that the poverty level is rupees 7. The Rangarajan committee said that the poverty level is rupees 47 for the urban areas and rupees 32 in the rural areas. So is the income support provided under the scheme enough for the transfers? For this, we have undertaken a study, the role of direct benefit transfer in enhancing the livelihood of small and marginal farmers, a special reference to the PM Kisan scheme of Government of India. We have selected the UP and Bihar as the purpose of sampling since they consist the maximum number of farmers. The sampling plan instituted a multi-just random sampling where we have taken 2 districts from each states and 2 gram panchayats from each districts. Finally, 50 respondents from each of the districts was collected using stratified disproportionate simple random sampling procedure. Along with it, we took 30 officials. A total of 270 respondents were recorded. Our first objective was to document and analyze the perception of the beneficiaries of the PM Kisan scheme. We have constructed a scale using Thurston equal appearing interval method. And we find that the revision of income support received the maximum significance. The validity and reliability was pre-tested, and we found out that the Aadhaar related transfers were acting very smoothly. On categorizing the beneficiaries, we got that the most of the beneficiaries were not very affirmative about the scheme. On regression analysis, we found that independent variables like risk orientation, social participation, innovativeness, and extension orientation were maximum, producing about 69% of variance in the perception score. The seamless transfer through Aadhaar enabled mechanism works smoothly. However, the grievance needed to be resolved. And we found out that the back-end support from institutional and infrastructural support needs the farmers' attention. To evaluate the effectiveness and performance of the scheme, we have conducted a dimension test where we selected 4 dimensions: utility of the fund, input utilization, behavior, coping capability, and level of satisfaction. We have constructed an index, that is the effectiveness index, where we have taken the weights based on subjective judgments of the experts. We took the indicators and it suggested that the indicators on each dimension were mainly utilized for agriculture, sowing capabilities, the risk from adoption, and it can be accessed easily. On categorizing the beneficiaries, we found out that the maximum of the beneficiaries were in the moderately effective category of the PM Kisan scheme. For performance analysis, we have constructed an index based on livelihood assets, that is human, financial, physical, natural, and social capital. We have identified 18 indicators under this, which was subjected to principal component analysis. On finding out, we found out that the 6th dimension was extracted and it explained about 60% of the variance. On categorizing on basis of livelihood index, we found out the maximum of the beneficiaries were exhibiting a medium status of livelihood. Also, we found out that the human capital, natural capital, and social capital contributed to the maximum in the livelihood index. On evaluating the performance of the PM Kisan, we found that the intended beneficiaries and non-beneficiaries were identified. And further analysis was proved that average treatment effect of PM Kisan on the beneficiaries received statistically significant results. However, the post hoc analysis was conducted to test the matching quality, robustness, and sensitivity, and we found out that about increase in 3.34 to 4.13% in the livelihood index of the beneficiaries of PM Kisan. Mostly the farmers invested the fund in agriculture, and however, they could not mitigate the distress of the farmers. And the increase, though statistically significant, wasn't enough. It was very meager. That is about 3 to 4%. Moving on to our last objective, to investigate into the strength and limitations of the PM Kisan scheme and suggest a strategy for its better effectiveness. For this, we have undergone a focus group discussion using SWOT analysis, and we have ranked it based on analytical hierarchical process. We found out that the group priority for strength and opportunities were maximum, and the consistency among the judges reflected through the ratio of consistency ratio. The major strength was that Aadhaar enabled DBT functioned smoothly without third-party interference. The weakness was that the improper details in the Aadhaar card reflected that they needs attention. The crop-based income support can be provided is a major opportunity, and the threat was that the landless farmers were kept out of the scheme benefits. We analyzed the constraints of beneficiaries and non-beneficiaries as well as the officials, and we found out that in either of the cases, the discrepancies leading to land transfer and landed records were the most prominent. Others, including the faulty transfers where grievance resolving mechanism is not working, or the provision for landed laborers are not there, also found among the non-beneficiaries. The salient findings was that the amount of transferred was without the meddling of middlemen, and the improper details in the Aadhaar card and land records needs to be taken in concern through complete digitization. Information needs of the farmers needs to be addressed, which is the maximum amount of attention is required. The strategies include the digital divide to be taken in concern so that farmers are ready for self-registration in the portal. The language-specific multilingual appeal can be made so that farmers are self-instructed to guides them into decision-making. The revision based on inflation index of the region should be done to revise the amount. However, the option for block officials to edit applications and faulty transfers should be made provision. The regular surveys should be made to solve the grievances, acknowledging from the faulty transfers or from non-beneficiaries getting unable to access their accounts. From our research, we have constructed a perception scale and two indexes, that is the effectiveness index and the livelihood index, that could serve as a future researcher who is identifying the direct benefit transfer in similar context. The practical implications include that the farmers' perception, their preferences and priorities needs to be taken in concern for the future policymakers. Although the PM Kisan scheme provided empirical evidence, provided that the PM Kisan scheme worked well, but it is not the end in itself. It is the means towards the better social welfare, where it should be intermingled with other development schemes. Research can be extended to assess the facilitating and inhibiting factors of cash transfers, as well as the vulnerability mitigation in light of impact of cash transfers can be studied. The salient findings of the research has been accepted in the journals of Community Mobilization and Sustainable Development with NAS score of 5.67. Another article has been communicated and reviewed in the Current Science Journal with NAS score of 7.13. We have published one popular article in the Agricultural Today magazine and as an abstract findings of an international conference. I have presented the oral paper presentation in an international conference for which I have been addressed as the best presenter. Other activities including taking part in workshops, conferences, as well as acting as an active volunteer in National Social Service was done by me. I have also qualified UGC NET along with JRF in my maiden attempt. I would like to thank each and everyone who has given me the opportunity to present my research work and been there along the journey of my MSc degree. I would like to end my speech with the quotation of an eminent scientist, Dr. M.S. Swaminathan. Agriculture involves crop husbandry, animal husbandry, forestry, and fisheries. Your income will go up only if you look at it as a whole system and not from one crop alone. Thank you very much.
Yes, question.
A couple of questions. Your sample selections, you selected 120 beneficiaries and 120 non-beneficiaries.
Yes,
While about 12 crores of the farmers, they are included in the Kisan.
yes,
So don't you think there is a sampling bias? at the very beginning in your research. Another is, you said that there is a very little impact of PM Kisan on livelihood and all that. That means either we should bundle out this scheme or should we enhance the amount, which is 6,000 per household now, to more, or should it be better targeted?
Firstly, the sample selection, we have elected both beneficiaries and non-beneficiaries to obtain a performance evaluation of the scheme so that we can adjust through propensity score modeling that whether the scheme has enhanced the performance of the livelihood. Now for the non-beneficiaries, mainly they were non-beneficiaries because either their faulty details in Aadhaar card and land records were there, so they didn't receive the benefits. We identified them from the Gram Panchayat list that was available. So we have selected in the last stage, the Gram Panchayat, from which we selected the sample. And coming to the PM Kisan, although statistically significant result is obtained, but the impact is very meager, that is about 3 to 4%. So the revision based on inflation index of a region or might be the according to the cost of cultivation of crop or according to land area can be given for a better livelihood impact.
Thank you. So we're going to the next presentation from Division of Agricultural Physics, serial number 5, from Division of Agricultural Physics, Sudipta Basu. Sudipta Basu.
A very good morning to Honorable Chairperson of the session, all jury members, designated scientists, and my friends. Sustainable agriculture to attain food security could make India the next global superpower in agri-produce. However, issue of resource use efficiency. All current methods are heavily fertilizer dependent and capital intensive, and in the process, focus on not only benefiting but also improve overall soil health. Any nutrient deficiency symptoms and other improper root interactions manifest in the above ground part later, which is why we need to go for quantitative by understanding the root soil interaction with other crop management factors in improve resource use efficiency. We are adopting conservation agriculture, which not only builds the soil structure, but also improves overall root architecture and thus implement better root uptake efficiency by improving the root growth dynamics of the soil. To validate our field study, we did root nutrient interaction to make future resource optimization, which will help in policy making for precise management of resources. To validate our field study, we conducted an exhaustive meta-analysis of conventionally tilled systems to get soil and root parameters of wheat under maize wheat rotation. And we observed significant increase in mean weight diameter water stable aggregates and a decrease in bulk density 0 to 15 centimeter soil depth for no-till over conventional till systems, and also an increase in root density, root mass density for the same depth over no-till compared to conventional till systems. And with this background knowledge, I come to the title of my thesis, which is Effect of Tillage, Residue, Nitrogen and Irrigation on Soil Physical Properties and Root Growth in Wheat. And at which we had taken 3 objectives to study the effect of tillage, residue, irrigation, and nitrogen on major soil physical properties, analyze this response of this condition on wheat root growth dynamics, and to evaluate tillage, residue, irrigation, nitrogen effects on the water productivity, nitrogen use efficiency in wheat. My plot was of tillage, residue, irrigation, and nitrogen. Objective 1, we noticed that due to better biopore formation, lower bulk density was observed in the 0 to 15 centimeter soil depth, and high pore continuity led to improved soil saturated activity, and this improved the aggregation of soil, which reflected in the water stable aggregates and mean wet diameter of the soil. We observed positive correlation of root length density and flowering stage, saturated hydraulic conductivity, and it negatively correlated with the bulk density at 0 to 15 centimeter soil depth. Now, to analyze this root condition on the above shoot, we did root sampling for 0 to 15 centimeter, 15 to 30 centimeter soil depth, washing them thoroughly, analyzing using the WindRiser software, drying to get and weigh to get root length density, root mass density, and root diameter. And due to the earlier lower bulk density, we observed significantly higher root length density under no-till and with higher application of nitrogen during jointing, flowering, and milking stages of the crop at the surface 0 to 15. Root mass density, root diameter, and root extension rate even at the lower depth was higher under no-till conditions, thus implicating that root architectural improvement had been there under no-till residue. Crop growth rate was maximum with higher application of nitrogen. Net assimilation rate was higher under no-till as compared to conventional. Improved with high level of nitrogen application and under full irrigation. Leaf area index had also increased under higher nitrogen. Also, similar trend was observed for total chlorophyll content and relatively fodder content. Relatively fodder content was no-till and full irrigation, thus implicating that the positive impact of root growth had actually influenced the overall shoot growth of the plant. Nitrogen and water uptake. For that, we had evaluated water productivity and nitrogen use efficiency and 3 indices. And we noticed, we calculated soil water flux using the equations as depicted in the slide. And we noticed higher profile moisture storage under no-till and residue retained plots over conventional till and without residue plots. Process under this condition. We calculated evapotranspiration using soil water balance and negating runoff and deep percolation losses. Observed lesser evapotranspiration under no-till and residue retained plots. The soil water flux were most positive for no-till compared to conventionally tilled plots due to higher crop water uptake under this condition, and due to lesser deep percolation losses, less negative soil water flux values were there for residue-ridden plots. Similarly, higher application of nitrogen had led to higher biomass production and led to higher water flux values. Also, higher deep percolation under full irrigation gave more flux than deficit irrigation. Taking grain and wheat samples of wheat, we digested, distilled, and titrated them in order to get available nitrogen concentration and observed significantly higher grain yield for high level of nitrogen and high level of irrigation. However, it was maximum under 100% of recommended. Also, the grain water use efficiency had significantly improved with high level of nitrogen and under high level of irrigation. However, PFPN as increased with high level of nitrogen. Nitrogen uptake by grain also improved under high level of nitrogen and under full irrigation. And we noticed significantly positive correlation of root length density at 0 to 15 centimeter soil depth with the nitrogen uptake of the plant, which indicated the positive dialectical correlationship of root length density with the nitrogen uptake of the crop. With that, we can conclude this study by saying that since grain yield and water use efficiency under 100% of recommended dose of nitrogen was highest, farmers may adopt no-till practice with crop recommended dose of nitrogen with full irrigation practice. I can futurely use my word factor interaction effects in order to improve soil physical health, root growth, yield, and nitrogen use efficiency in wheat. Also, the temporal variation in soil physical parameters and the root growth could be used in simulation modeling for better nutrient efficiency in wheat. These are my publications, one of which has been accepted. I have also presented my work in several conferences and conventions, and I have achieved awards and certificates in several cultural and sports activities. and was also bestowed with a good rank in SRF exam for agricultural physics subject this year. Lastly, I would like to acknowledge my advisory committee members, all head professor, division of agricultural physics, and all the people who have supported me throughout my work. And I would like to conclude my statement by noting an observation made which said that roots are acting like the brain of the plant and could as well. Thank you.
Yeah, you have mentioned about full irrigation. What was the variation of the water irrigation treatments?
So full irrigation was and 3 irrigations or deficit irrigation was applied.
So 3 irrigations versus 5.
Yes, sir.
Could you sort out the difference between the effect of this on the nitrogen uptake because of the water levels?
Sir, we could not actually the significant effect of irrigation on nitrogen uptake. However, we had noticed significant interaction effect of tillage residue nitrogen on the overall nitrogen use efficiency of the crop.
Okay, so you said that the at the flowering was the root tendency. What was the reason for that? You said there was some significant correlation, at flowering, the root tendency. What is the reason for that?
Sir, after the vegetative phase, when it goes for flowering, it was transferred, the assimilates were transferred towards the flowering stage. So better nitrogen uptake due to enhanced root length density had actually done that.
So thank you, Sudipta. We can go for the next presentation. That is from the Division of Agricultural Statistics. From Division of Agricultural Statistics, Bappa Saha, serial number 6, Agricultural Statistics. Presenter is Bappa Saha.
Respected chairman of the session, jury members, distinguished scientists, seniors, juniors, and my dear friends. I am Bappa Saha, representing the discipline of agricultural statistics. First of all, I welcome you all in my presentation. As rightly said by the former DG of ICAR, Dr. A. Sahib Khan, statistics is like salt in the food. Nobody realizes its significance when it is there, but everybody feels its importance when it is not there. The history of Indian agriculture dates back to several centuries. Since then, with the advancement of modern technologies, Indian agriculture has shifted from subsistence nature to commercial form. Soon after independence, India was in a ships to live situation with severe scarcity of food grain production. But today, we are not only self-sufficient in food grain production, but also a net exporter, thanks to green revolution. But still, the farmers' welfare has not been achieved. The farmers are facing with the issues like low farmers' income, which causes the problems like farmers' distress, moving out of agriculture, debt, farmers' poverty, farmers' suicide, and whatnot. These are few statistics on these issues. There have been so many news that came recently in some important newspapers. To tackle this problem, Government of India has created its vision doubling the farmers' income by 2022, and also has launched so many schemes for improving the farmers' situation. But still, farmers are upset. What could be the problem? There is a need to improve the government policies. For that, we need more efficient and accurate estimators. Yes, here is the role of sample surveys. Also, in India, to estimate the crop yield, there is a technique called general crop estimation survey. There also we need conventional estimators for estimating the crop yield, but that also lacks with the concern of suitability of these conventional estimators. Crop loss is again a major issue in Indian agriculture that has been tried to be tackled with a scheme like Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, where we need to estimate the crop yield by crop cutting experiment. But there is also a concern about the accuracy and precision of these conventional estimators. So accurate and timely yield estimate is a focus of research to many scientists in today's era. The problem associated with these conventional estimators is that consider only the study variable. No other auxiliary or special information are included that questions about the reliability of these conventional estimators. Now, what could be the way out? So we felt that there is a need to incorporate informations from several sources. For that, to estimate the crop yield, we need to incorporate informations on auxiliary as well as spatial informations are also needed to be included to improve these conventional estimators. With this background, we have formulated our research title as Geographically Weighted Regression Based Model Calibration Approach under Complex Sampling Design, with the first objective to develop GWR based model calibration approach under complex sampling design for estimation of finite population parameters, and the second one to evaluate the performance of the proposed estimators by a suitable simulation study. Now, what is geographically weighted regression? Unlike ordinary least square approach, GWR is a well-developed technique which is used to fit the spatial data, which is done by giving the high weightage to the units which are located nearby to the point of estimation than those units located far apart. Now, the variables which are highly correlated with the study variables are known as auxiliary variables and are utilized for the purpose of estimation in calibration approaches. But instead of using the auxiliary variables, if we use the predicted value of the study variable by fitting a model, then that approach is known as model calibration approach. In our study, we have obtained the predicted value of the study variable by fitting a GWR model and then have considered this predicted value where already the auxiliary and spatial informations are hidden. We have combined it with the actual data on the study variable to develop our two estimators under unit stage sampling. We have also studied the asymptotic properties of these estimators and found that our estimators are asymptotically model unbiased and design unbiased under certain regularity conditions, which shows that our estimators are expected to be accurate enough. And also to have an idea about the preciseness of the estimators, we have also obtained the asymptotic variances and the estimators of these variances. We have also developed our estimators in the two-stage sampling, which is the most widely used sampling technique in survey sampling, where the sampling units are selected in the two stages. Here also, we have developed two estimators and also studied their asymptotic properties. We have also conducted one simulation study for having an idea about the performance of our proposed estimators under diversified situation. For that, the study variables under the first approach, the study variables have been generated by following a variogram model and the auxiliary variables by following bivariate normal distribution. And here, the three populations have been generated by varying the correlation coefficient. Under the second approach, we have considered that our regression coefficients are linear function of the latitudes and longitudes. And here also we have developed two populations. In the third approach, we have generated the populations by considering the regression coefficients are the nonlinear function of the latitudes and longitudes. And here also in the similar way, we have developed two populations. Now, in this study, we have also these are the different sample sizes considered in our simulation study. We have taken different kind of sample sizes for having an idea about the consistency. We have also written down a lengthy R code for conducting this simulation study. Now coming to the simulation result, we have obtained the percentage RRMSE of our proposed estimators, which is a measure of variability. In the first population, we have found that our proposed estimators are performing better than the existing estimators like Hurwitz Thompson, ratio, regression, which are most widely used conventional estimators. And also a similar kind of trend have been found in the rest two populations. But the estimators have been found outperforming in the population with the high correlation coefficient than other two populations. In the population generated through the second approach also, we have found a similar kind of trend for both population 4 and population 5. We have also conducted the simulation study for the population generated through this third approach and found that here also our proposed the existing estimators. But here we found that our proposed estimators are outperforming better as compared to generated through previous two approaches. We have also conducted this under two-stage sampling. Here also we have found a similar kind of trend, and here also we found that our proposed estimators are outperforming existing estimators. Now coming to the conclusion of our study, In this study, we have developed GWR-based model calibration approach for estimation of finite population parameter under both unit stage and two-stage sampling, which are most widely used sampling technique. We have also found that our proposed estimators are outperforming existing estimators, and also we have got an idea that the incorporation of location information can improve the estimators. Now, the question arises, where and how these estimators can be practically implicated, since most of the data in agriculture and forest is spatial in nature. Hence, our proposed methodology can be utilized for estimation of population parameters like the crop yield. Our proposed methodology can also be extended to other spatial models instead of GWR, and non-linear model can also be used instead of linear models. One of my paper out of my research work has been accepted in the Journal of Community Mobilization and Sustainable Development, and one of paper I have communicated to Journal of Survey Statistics and Methodology. I have also participated in some extracurricular activities like annual cultural meet, annual sports meets, quizzes, workshops. This year I have secured All India first rank in ICAR GRI examination in the discipline of agricultural statistics. I have also cracked and secured All India second rank in Indian Statistical Service Examination 2022, which is conducted by Union Public Service Commission. Finally, I would like to take the opportunity to acknowledge all those persons who have helped me in my total MSc journey. Finally, I would like to conclude with a quote of Professor John Tukey that the best thing about being a statistician is that you get to play in everyone's backyard. Thank you everyone for having patience.
You have used predicted values of some of the variables. When the actual values are there, why you use the predicted variables?
Okay, sir, in predicted value, actually, they are already auxiliary and spatial informations are hidden. When you feed a model, when you feed a GWR model and predict that value from by fitting that model, so their spatial or auxiliary information are hidden. Actual data are not present in that predicted value. So we have combined that predicted value with the actual data. Hence, we got all the three informations like study variable, auxiliary, and spatial. Three informations we got in a single estimators.
So how did you test the spatial dependence?
Sir, we in our simulation study, we have found out the Moran correlation coefficient. So there we found that the autocorrelation was very high, which shows that it is spatially correlated, autocorrelated.
Global Moran's or local Moran?
Yes, sir.
Global Moran's?
Sir.
The spatial matrix you use, no? Spatial weight
Sir,
matrix.
One measure is called Moran's correlation coefficient. That one.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
How did you quantify the field variability? Because you have been talking about spatial variability. How do you bring that in this geographical weightage regression?
Sir, please repeat the question.
You have stated that there is spatial variability, right, which causes the variation in products.
Yes, sir. Yes.
How have you linked that, which happens in the field variability, into the geographical weighted regression that you have developed?
Okay, sir. Since in most of the cases in agriculture and forestry related data, we found that the data is spatial in nature. That is, the units which are located nearby shows a similar kind of characteristics as compared to those are located further apart. So this is a sign of spatial non-stationarity that is called in statistical terminology. So to tackle this, we use the GWR model. So the speciality of this GWR model as compared to that ordinary least square approach that we use is that here we give high weightage to the units which are located nearby to the point of estimation than those are further apart. So it tackles that problem of spatial non-stationarity.
Thank you, Bappa.
Thank you, sir.
So all the best. So next presentation we are going to have from the Division of Agronomy. Division of Agronomy, serial number 7, Tarun Sharma. Tarun Sharma from Division of Agronomy is presenting now.
let's start, sir. A very fresh and humble good morning to all. Respected chairman, members of jury, dignitaries on and off the dais, and dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my presentation. Edward Howard stated that the health of soil, plant, animal, and man is one and indivisible. Conventional agriculture in the Indian plains has encountered several problems that include soil organic carbon depletion, soil structure degradation, nutrient losses, and soil erosion. Rice wheat cropping system, being the dominant one in the region, covers around 10.5 million hectare area, but it remains in the highlights due to residue burning problem that releases tons of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere and creates human health hazards. Also, the groundwater table depletion questions the long-term availability of resource base. At the same time, India has a big challenge to achieve 17 Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. Since the growth of Indian agriculture after independence has made it self-sufficient in food grain production, now government is prioritizing to enhance the resource use efficiency over production. But the question is how to achieve sustainability. Conservation agriculture can be one of the solutions. It works on three principles, that is minimum mechanical soil disturbance, soil surface residue retention, and crop diversification. It is widely adopted over an area of 205 million hectare worldwide, and it has been reported as sustainable intensification option in South Asia by various researchers. With the development of extra short duration pigeon pea varieties, it has become possible to diversify existing rice wheat system with the pigeon pea wheat system, and deep rooted pulse followed by shallow rooted cereal make a good combination for nutrient cycling in agro ecosystem as well as meet human food requirements well. And ICRISAT has reported that this pigeon pea wheat system contribute to 7 sustainable development goals. But there are certain based pigeon pea wheat system. First one is the weed interference and weed dynamic studies, information on nitrogen management over a long-term conservation agriculture, and interactive effect of crop residue on soil properties and carbon footprints have been hardly studied. Therefore, I, Tarun Sharma from the Division of Agronomy, worked under the guidance of Dr. T.K. Das on the thesis problem entitled Tillage, Residue and Nitrogen Effects on Weeds, Wheat Productivity and Soil Properties under Conservation Agriculture Based Pigeon Pea Wheat System, with the objective to evaluate tillage, residue and nitrogen effects on weed interference in wheat, to assess conservation agriculture for crop productivity, profitability and resource use efficiency, and the effect of these factors, tillage, residue and nitrogen on soil properties. In the treatments, conventional tillage and 6 conservation agriculture treatments laid down in 3 land configuration, that is permanent narrow bed with residue, permanent broad bed with residue, and permanent flat bed with, that is 75% of nitrogen and 100% of nitrogen in the current season. Whereas the study was undertaken in the 12th year of a long-term conservation agriculture project going on at IRI. Coming to results of our first objective, 9 notable weed species were observed in the fields, and the results indicated that long-term residue retention and weed seed bag exhaustion has resulted in significantly lower total weed density and biomass in the conservation agriculture based treatments, and permanent flatbed treatment, irrespective of nitrogen doses, was found superior. That led to 80 and 90% reduction in weed diabete and density respectively. When the current season weed species composition was compared with the initial weed flora, it has been found that major weed species like Laris minor and Chenopodium album density has gone reduced over a period of time, and some new species like Cyperus esculentus, Malva parviflora and Parthenium have emerged up to a certain extent in the fields, and this shift in weed flora have been confirmed with the deviation in Sorensen similarity index, and Shannon-Wiener diversity index indicated that there is huge weed diversity in species composition under conservation agriculture. However, their density was lower. Coming to the results of our second objective, root morphology was studied using Winrhizos scanning. Indicated that conservation agriculture based treatments, particularly the raised bed planted treatments, have influenced the root surface area density, length density, and volume density. And permanent narrow bed treatment at 100% of nitrogen dose was found superior to other treatments. And furthermore, these treatments have recorded lower lodging score and ensures good crop health. Better weed suppression improved led to improvement in crop yield by 11 to 14% in conservation agriculture based treatments, and zero-till flatbed treatment at 100% nitrogen dose was found superior. Better crop yield and lower cost of cultivation due to zero-till practices resulted in improvement in net returns in these treatments by 19 to 23%. And significant contrast analysis of these treatments revealed that there has been non-significant nitrogen over 75% nitrogen. Irrigation was scheduled at critical growth stages, and soil moisture deficit was calculated, and that was further calibrated with the digital star flow meter discharge, and irrigation was scheduled. Our results have shown that due to moisture conservation under conservation agriculture, that these treatments have reduced the water use by 7 to 15%, and
irrespective of nitrogen doses was found superior. Better yield accompanied with lower to significant improvement in total water productivity in permanent broadband treatment irrespective of nitrogen dose, and contrast analysis revealed that there has been no significant improvement with the addition of 25% nitrogen for water productivity. There has been higher input energy and output energy under CA-based treatments, but energy use efficiency was highest in case of conventional tillage. The reason for this was the residual tension expenses. Those were additional in case of conservation agriculture. But residue being one of the renewable energy source, it has many ecological services which cannot be neglected. Whereas under conventional till practices, the sources like fertilizer and diesel were the major contributors. CA-based treatments at 75% nitrogen dose have significantly higher partial factor productivity of nitrogen, and NPK over 100% nitrogen dose, and CD treatment, it shows better nutrient use efficiency without compromising yield under long-term conservation agriculture. And these treatments have low scale and spatial carbon footprint that led to 27% efficiency in best treatment, that is permanent broadband treatment at 75% nitrogen. Coming to the results of the third objective, soil aggregate analysis was done using Yoda's operator, and after batch sieving 4 aggregate obtained, there were further used for mean weight diameter calculation. Our results have shown that due to better clay humus complexation under conservation agriculture, that led to development of large and small macro aggregates in these treatments, whereas micro aggregates were till practice that led to lower mean weight diameter under conventional tillage, whereas CA treatments, particularly permanent broadband treatment, led to 46, 36, and 22% enhancement in mean weight diameter in these treatments at 0 to 5 and subsequent soil depth, which ensure that conservation agriculture soils are less prone to soil erosion. Soil organic pools of varying levelity were determined by giving for concentration of various molarity, and various organic carbon fractions were obtained, and the results are here presented in terms of active pool, passive carbon pool, and total organic carbon concentration. Our results have shown that adopting conservation agriculture over a long run led to significant improvement in both active and passive carbon pool concentration, and active carbon pool concentration was higher due to leguminous nature of residue, whereas higher passive carbon pool under conservation agriculture ensures the recalcitrant nature of soil organic carbon with long residence time, which is nothing but carbon sequestration. Higher total organic carbon concentration in this treatment was found 47 to 80%, 35 to 75%, and 34 to 43% higher in 0 to 5 and subsequent soil depths, and highest value of total organic carbon stock observed was 11.5, 13.1, and 15.4 in 0 to 5 and subsequent soil depth. From this, we can conclude that conventional till soil are poorly aggregated and their carbon is more prone to emission, whereas conservation agriculture soils are well protected and their carbon is recalcitrant in nature with long resistance time. Therefore, we can mitigate climate change effects. NPK balance in these treatments was negative, whereas CA treatments have higher positive NPK balance that led to 23%, 32%, and 25% higher NPK in permanent broadband with residue tension. That was the best treatment among all over conventional tillage. And furthermore, mineral nitrogen in terms of ammonical and nitrate nitrogen was 30 to 51%, 16 to 41% higher in conservation agriculture based treatments over conventional tillage, which ensures nutrient buildup and better soil fertility in these treatments. In terms of soil microbial biomass, carbon and dehydrogenase enzyme activity was also significantly influenced in these treatments, and in these parameters also permanent broadband treatment at 100% nitrogen was found superior, and these treatments have better soil microbial activity and it ensured good soil health. From this study, we can conclude that CA-based treatments led to lower the weed interference, improve the crop yield, and nitrogen yield at 75 and 100% nitrogen was comparable, that indicate 25% saving in nitrogen. Permanent broadband treatment at either of nitrogen doses had higher resources efficiency, soil physical, chemical, and biological properties. Considering resources efficiency, we can recommend this treatment at 100% nitrogen during initial year of CA and 75% nitrogen dose later. In future, this work can be carried forward through studying residue characterization and decomposition pattern, so temperature sensitivity of this accumulated carbon, greenhouse gases, and life cycle assessment of these whole practices. Our 2 articles got accepted with the NAS rating 5.84 and 6.37, and one revision has been submitted with the NAS rating 9.25. I presented my work in various national and international conferences, including 3rd Woodside conference, and I got 2 West for UGC JRF fellowship. I would like to, I also participated in this post-meet, got 6 medals, including winner in IRA chess championship. I would like to acknowledge my chairman advisory committee, Dean Director IRA, and whole IRA fraternity. I would like to end up my presentation with the quote: there are a lot of changes necessary to adopt conservation agriculture, but the biggest change is in the mind. Thank you for your confidence.
you have compared conventional tillage with the different levels of also residue incorporation, right? Residue component. So what was the contribution of that residue to the fertility status of the soil?
Sir, since this was a long-term conservation agriculture project going on at IRA since last 12 years, it was a pigeon pea wheat system, and pigeon pea residue was retained as anchored residue and leaf fall in the wheat for wheat, and wheat residue was retained in pigeon pea. And that was the contributor for improvement in soil physical, chemical, and biological properties, and for particularly soil fertility in terms of NPK content. The best treatment, that is permanent broadband treatment, have 24%, 32%, and 25% higher NPK over the 12-year periods.
So that percent of that gives competitive yield, right? 200%.
Yes, sir. The texture of soil was sandy clay loam, sir. So the response was good for nutrient fertility. Yes,
so this was a 7-year experiment, right?
12th year, sir.
12 years. 12 years. So what was the change in the organic carbon content?
Sir,
in the conventional tillage, not
yes,
the
sir.
other, yeah.
Sir, since pigeon pea was one of the component in the system, being a legume, we have observed there has been improvement in soil organic carbon in CT as well, conventional till as well, sir. Sir, it was around
in the 12 years, in the conventional tillage.
around 10 to 15% improvement was there, roughly, if I can recall.
What is the difference between BC ratio and net BC ratio?
The benefit cost ratio can be analyzed in 2 ways, by considering gross returns divided by cost of cultivation, or net returns with the cost of cultivation. So we have taken net BC ratio, that is net returns were divided by cost of cultivation.
I am hearing this, listening this word net BC ratio. We say for the incremental benefit cost ratio that is often used, but we ignore it. I don't know how did you calculate. What are the cost components?
The cost components were various inputs, like starting from the land preparation, then fertilizer, then irrigation as well, and plant protection and harvesting, whole of the components. The conservation agriculture has additional residue components. The residue we are retaining in the field.
Thank you, Tarun.
Thank you very much.
Best wishes. So next presentation will be from the Division of Biochemistry, serial number 8, from the Division of Biochemistry, Rajarshi Senyal. Rajarshi Senyal from Biochemistry.
Hello.
Good morning, everyone present here, respected dignitaries, all the jury members, my teachers, and my dear friends. I, Rajarshi Senyal from Division of Biochemistry, I welcome you all to my presentation. As Sherry Douglas slightly said, that the road to good health is paved with good intestines. We know that plants contain several vitamins, minerals, carbohydrates, and proteins, which are very essential for the human health. But at the same time, they also contain various anti-nutrients like saponins, tannins, adipose, and phytic acids, which pass undigested to the large intestine and get fermented by the gut microbiota, producing short-chain fatty acids, hydrogen, and methane, and these causes flatulence. The UN Protein Advisory Committee and the CGIAR has addressed this issue and provided urgent attention to the major problem, that is flatulence. Raffinose family oligosaccharides are ubiquitous in the plants, especially in the legumes. They are the alpha-1,6 galactosyl extensions of sucrose, and they are the major members of Raffinose, Stachys, and Verbascose. They are very essential in the plants as they help in abiotic stress tolerance, biotic stress tolerance, seed desiccation tolerance, and seed longevity and vigor. But at the same time, they cause flatulence, reduce the absorption of other nutrients, and also reduce the net dietary energy in cattle and poultry. The myo-inositol and UDP galactose form the major precursor for adipose biosynthesis, and they form galactinol with the help of galactinol synthesis. And raffinose synthesis catalyzes the reaction of galactinol and sucrose to form raffinose, and further Stachys synthesis synthesizes Stachys. Adipose hydrolyzing enzymes like alpha-galactosidase and beta-fructopyronosidase are also essential as they hydrolyze the adipose into simple sugars like glucose and galactose. Peanuts, as we all know, that is the fourth most important source of edible oil, third most important source of vegetable proteins, and also they have huge export potential. But at the same time, the presence of anti-nutrients like oxalate, phytate, tannins, and RFOs, they limit the consumption in humans as well as in the animals. But how to reduce the RFOs? Now, RFO reduction strategies like germination, soaking, boiling, enzyme treatment have been used widely, but they are unsustainable in the long run. There are issues with the grass status, and also there are time constraints and processing costs. So modern molecular biology techniques are the sustainable solutions, and these are the emerging fields. The research gaps in this have been early identified by the report on diversity in the peanut seed adipose content, but there are a lack of candidate genes, and only one gene, that is galactinol synthase 3, has been proved to confer in the wild type peanut, that is Arachis duranensis, there are no in silico reports on the adipose genes in the cultivated peanuts. But the major strategy should be to reduce the adipose content in the seed, so that their homologs in the leaf, they are constantly expressed, so that the normal plant metabolism can be continued. The current study has been undertaken to understand the genetic determinants in the contrast adipose varieties and identify the probable genes responsible for the adipose biosynthesis in peanut seeds. The thesis title has been outlined as the identification and characterization of candidate genes involved in the biosynthesis of raffinose family oligosaccharides in the peanut seed. The objectives were the selection of the contrast genotypes for the seed adipose content and transcriptomics-based identification and validation of gene expression involved in the biosynthesis of seed adipose in the peanut genotypes. For this, we have, from the previous report, we have isolated certain famous varieties from the Spanish bunch and the Virginia bunch group, and then estimated their adipose content using ion chromatography and the Megazyme kit, and then selected the contrasting varieties. After that, these varieties were grown in the greenhouse. Two stages, that one is the maturing seed at 55 days after anthesis, and another is the mature seed at the 70 days after anthesis. Now they were converted into two sets. One was sent for RNA sequencing, and another was used for the gene expression analysis. Proposed bioinformatics pipeline have been used for the RNA set data analysis, and the identification of the DEGs involved in adipose metabolism were identified from the global transcriptomic pool, and the gene expression analysis were done, characterization of the candidate genes were done, and also the qPCR studies have been done in the seed as well as in the leaf. The adipose content was diverse, and there was difference in the composition as revealed by the ion chromatographic data, and Stachys was the main component. But here we have seen that TG37A was the high adipose variety under the Spanish, TG7 was the low adipose variety, and under Virginia group, Ginna 2 was the high adipose variety. So Stachys, as I have said, it formed 90% of the total adipose. The enzymatic analysis also revealed that adipose increases towards maturity. The RNA-seq data obtained from the Novosec 6000 platform had a Q30 value of 98%, which revealed quality. The contrasting expression can be seen in the heat map, as you can see in the maturing seed state and the mature seed state. There was stark difference in the contrast in the S1 as well as the S2 stage. Also, the gene ontology analysis also revealed some genes in the carbohydrate metabolism, flavonoid biosynthesis, hormone signaling, as well as lipid biosynthesis. The adipose gene from the global transcriptomic data were then mined, and the qPCR analysis were done, and we have seen various galactinol synthase, raffinose synthase, and Stachys synthase isoforms. The gene expression analysis revealed that the galactinol synthase 4 variety, particularly TG37A, while there was early accumulation in the TG37A and late accumulation in GG7 and Ginna 2. While for the AHRS14, as you can see, the TG37A at both the stages, they were highly upregulated, even after significant upregulation at the S2 stage of the low adipose variety. And there was significant downregulation in the leaves, suggesting that it is the key regulatory gene for adipose accumulation in the high adipose variety TG37A and Ginna 2. Similarly, in AHRS4 also, we have seen the differences. As you can see, it is almost similar to the AHRS14 expression, but the story is not same here, as they are also expressed in the leaves, while AHRS14 was highly specific to the seeds. Under the AHRS6 and AY7U99, they also found good candidates, as AHRS6 was highly specific to the Spanish genotypes, while the Virginia group was specific to the AY7U99 gene, as you can also see on the semi-quantitative estimation. The differential expression of the AHRS8 and AHRS3 was also seen similar to the other galactinol synthase genes, and the Stachys synthase 7 was the only Stachys synthase gene found to be expressing in the seed. So this revealed a significant temporal expression pattern of this raffinose synthase gene, and this determines the levels of the adipose accumulation in the peanut seeds. As represented from this diagram, that under the high adipose cultivar, the genes were upregulated at the S1 stage, which provided a wider window for accumulation, while for the low adipose variety, the genes were upregulated at the S2 stage, providing a shorter window for accumulation. At the S2 stage, the adipose genes reduces in the high adipose cultivar, while the significant increase in the oil accumulating and membrane biogenesis genes were found, which provides the carbon skeleton for oil accumulation. While whenever the adipose shortage was detected in the low adipose variety, transient upregulation of biosynthetic genes were seen at the S2 stage. The in silico characterization was also revealed, and the gene structure identification, motif composition analysis, and chromosome localization studies important results like this: the selective expression of homologous genes. As you can see here, AHR they formed a very important candidate, as one was from the A genome and it was expressed significantly, while the other one, its homolog from the B genome, it was not significant. While the same was seen for the AHSS2 and AHSS7, where AHSS7 from the B genome was highly expressed, while AHSS2 did not. The expression of AHRS4 and 14 was also seen, as AHRS4 was expressed in the leaf as well as in the seeds, while AHRS14 have, in spite of having all the similar composition, structural analysis and all, but they were highly specific to the seeds. So this type of expression pattern was also seen throughout the chromosome. This revealed a selective expression pattern. Of the homologs in the seeds, and this hinted towards the complex evolutionary biology. So our study identified the significant expression of the raffinosynthase gene, which formed the main component, and there were temporal expression pattern, and the stechios was the major component of the seed adipose. Selective expression of the homologous genes were found, and we were able to identify certain seed-specific sequences, and which can be further optimized for developing the low adipose varieties. This study has been published in Scientific Reports with NAS rating of 10.38. One review article on this work has been published is under review in the Frontiers in Plant Science with the NAS rating of 11.67. And the one book, I have co-authored one book chapter which is going to be published in Springer, and I have published 6 popular articles. At the same time, I have achieved the best oral presentation, best poster presentation in various national and international seminars, also best cover page design award, best article awards, etc. I have also attended some international conferences, and I was awarded the next scholarship from the Japanese government for pursuing research in Japan. And I am a member of the American Society of Plant Biologists, ASPB, and the Plantivelo, the SAB member, American Society of Agricultural and Biological Engineers, and International Association for Agricultural student member. I have also qualified DBT JRF, GATE, TIFR JG and ICAR exam. I would like to acknowledge my chairperson, co-chairperson and professor, head of the division biochemistry, and my associate and the advisory committee members for their constant help and support. And I also would like to thank the director, dean, and everyone present at IIAB and ICAR for their motivation. I want to conclude by Linus Pauling's quote that optimum nutrition is the medicine of tomorrow. Thank
you. Mr. Sanyal.
Yes, sir.
Did you find any correlation between this Spanish variety and Virginia variety in the levels of raffinosynthase, and also what regulates raffinosynthase in Grignard varieties?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir, for the question. Yes, sir, we have seen that there was significant correlation, and in the Virginia group, they were generally accumulating more adipose. And in our study, raffinosynthase was found to be the major regulatory gene. Majorly for the Spanish group, AHRS6, raffinosynthase isoform 6, while for the Virginia group, it was AY7U99 gene.
Hello, Dr. Sanyal. Mr. Sanyal, how do you propose to take this forward so that it can be utilized in crop improvement programs?
Yes, sir, thank you. Yes, sir, it is very interesting, and we want to take it further. We have already identified the seed-specific gene. Now we have to, using CRISPR or RNAi, we have to silence these genes and check their functional validation. And if we can achieve this, the normal plant metabolism will be continued because it is donated by the leaf itself, and we are not impairing any genes. The economic product, which is the seed, if we can reduce the amount, so it can be very helpful for the humans as well as for the animal feed industry.
Markers you could identify regarding the differential expression of 2 homologs?
No, sir, we were not going for any marker. As from the transcriptomic study, we have already identified the gene So we have checked the differential expression of these genes and found significant genes which are only present in the Virginia and only present in the Spanish. These are genes we have identified.
Yeah, thank you, Rajarshi.
Thank you. Thank you.
So next we are proceeding for having presentation from the Division of Computer Application. From the Division of Computer Application, Vanaja. Vanaja from Computer Application is presenting now. Serial number 9. Serial number 9, Computer Application. Vanaja is here.
Present here. Myself, Vanaja from the Division of Computer Application. I would like to welcome you all for my presentation. I start my presentation with the quote, "Life is just like a computer. If you don't give any input, you won't get any output." Nutrition is a critical part of human health and development, and which is related to the growth of the nation. In India, there are many policies, schemes which are formed by the government in order to have or achieve the food and nutritional security in India. In India, according to the National Family Survey, 32.1% of the children are under 18.7% of the women and 16.2% of the men are having the BMI less than normal. Sixty 67.1% of the children and 25% of the men are anemic, and the global hunger index is 29.1, which states that malnutrition is a serious condition in India. Malnutrition is excess or less intake of the nutrition. And malnutrition can be measured using many measures, and one of the techniques are the anthropometric measures and energy balance techniques. We have mobile applications which are of many, which gives the timely information and helps us in taking the timely decisions. And one of the technologies includes decision support systems, which can be used anywhere, anytime, and in any number, and take the timely decisions. Our tools or the app to assess the nutrition status that are present are dietary guidelines for Indians, count on what we eat, Nutrify India Now, Nutritional Atlas, and Nutri Guide, which are helps us in getting the information about the nutritional status, which are based on the data and also the anthropometric measures. And the motivation for my research is we have already seen that there are many systems which are present, but there is no integrated system which is used to assess the nutritional status by using both the energy balance techniques and the anthropometric measures. Hence, the title of the thesis, Development of the Decision Support System for Malnutrition Assessment through the Energy Balance Techniques. Objectives are decision support system for malnutrition assessment using the energy balance techniques. Integrate the application with the Nutri Guide to validate the developed DSS with the sample data. Physical fitness, the anthropometric measures, dietary diversity, energy balance techniques. Physical fitness parameters includes the physical fitness index, which is based on the physical activity and the heart recovery rates, and it is classified according to the given table. And then we have the VO2 max, that is the maximum volume of oxygen intake, and it is classified according to the table. The anthropometric parameters include BMI, which is based on the height and the weight of the person, and mid upper arm circumference, then the calf circumference. Next is the skin fold parameters, which are positions of the body, that is suprailiac, subscapular, biceps, and triceps, and these are the skin fold parameters calculated. The dietary diversity given by Lore, which includes the 10 food groups.
And then we have the energy expenditure parameter, which includes the basal metabolic rate, resting energy expenditure, and total energy expenditure. These are the formulas used for calculating all these. And the integration part includes the already existing app NutriGuide, which is used to help the nutritional status through the anthropometric measures. It also includes the physical fitness and dietary diversity. I have added the energy balance techniques to this in order to get the app Nutri Energy. The application architecture includes the client-side server and the database layer, where the client will send the request to the database to the server, and the database will send the request response to the client side to the server. Next is the workflow of the DSS. The user can create the profile, then he can add, select or register the farmer, then he can calculate the physical fitness parameters. If he is not satisfied with the physical fitness, directly go for the result, or he can go for calculating the other parameters like anthropometric measures. Then he can go for the calculation of dietary diversity, energy expenditure parameters also. Then from the result, one can access the nutritional status of a person. The results include the icon will lead to a splash screen, which will in further lead to the home screen. And from the nutritional information button, one can get the information about the nutrition in the form of PDF. For the evaluation of the nutritional status, the user has to register. After the successful registration, then he can go for logging in, that is the sign in with the valid information. After signing in, the user will be able to add the new respondents. That is the farmer's registration. After the farmer's registration, the name will be displayed in the register farmers list, and one can click on the name of the farmer to evaluate the further nutritional status. The first one is the PFI calculation. For PFI calculation, heart recovery rates will be taken as an input, and the output will be the value of the PFI and the category. For VO2 max, the weight of the person will be taken as an input, and the value of the VO2 max and the category will be the output. For BMI calculations, the weight will be taken automatically from the database, will be taken as an input, and the BMI value and the category will be the output. MUIC calculation, MUIC will be taken as an input, and the category will be the output. For calf circumference, the calf circumference measurement will be taken as an input, and the category will be the output. For skin fold parameters, the weight of the person will be taken from the database, and the other 4 parameters have to be given as an input, and it will give the skin fold parameters as an output. In the dietary diversity, here the user had to select the food groups according to the consumption, then it will give the result accordingly. Next includes the BMR calculations. For BMR calculations, the values will be taken automatically from the database, and on submitting it will give the value of the BMR. For resting energy expenditure, it is same as before, that is the data will be taken directly from the database and it will give the values. For total energy expenditures, the PAL value have to be selected, and the resting energy, if it is calculated earlier, it will be taken from the database, then it will give the result of the TE. Next includes the result sheet, which includes the information of the respondent, individual respondent, and also the information that is calculated, and the categories also. And all the respondents' information can be downloaded in the form of Excel sheet, which can be used for the further analysis. The app is used to assess the physical fitness. It is used to assess the nutritional status, and it stores both the users and the farmers' data. It provides the information of RDA, RDI, and balanced nutrition. The conclusions are accurate advisory be given. It will reduce the time for the calculations and helpful in the further analysis. The future scope includes the app can be integrated with the therapeutic nutrition and lifestyle diseases and management. We can add the diet recommendations also, and diet recipes can also be integrated with the app. These are the certificates I got by participating in the sports and practicing that is published. And my research abstract is published in IEEC Compendium of Abstracts. I'd like to thank everyone who has supported me in the journey of my research. Thank you.
Naja,
Yes.
This malnutrition is a very complex problem.
Yes.
And in designing this decision support system, I hope you have taken all parameters involved.
Yes.
Because unless we have all parameters included, much of this data. So how did you validate what you have prepared a decision support system that it really reflects the true picture of malnutrition?
Yes, sir. Actually, there are many applications which are already developed, sir. But there was no energy component which was included in all the things. But and also like every app has not included every component in it. So the idea came like I have to integrate everything, and so that it will be like the data will be useful for the further analysis on to assess the malnutrition states.
It is a good attempt. Do you think that this anthropometric measures and dietary diversity, they are correlated? Because when you are using these together, dietary diversification, diversity, it will influence the anthropometric measures also.
Sir, the anthropometric measures is like height and weight, which will be like related on what we eat. So I think it is related.
So what you feel that your decision support system will be a good predictor of the malnutrition in that kind of situation?
These are the predictive equations which are standard. So I think it will predict, sir.
You have one parameter, physical fitness.
Yes, sir.
How do you get those values, when you are including farmers or other stakeholders?
Sir, there are two things I have included. That is the PFI and VO2 max. If the step tool ergonometer is there, then one can go for the PFI calculation. If they don't have any tools, then they can go for VO2 max, which is based on height, weight, and age.
Height, weight, and age.
Yes, sir.
Will that be enough to quantify physical fitness?
Sir, they
Because
have
you
already given.
No, I'm saying because you have used weight and age and height also in some other parameters. So you are having some parameters which are based on same input parameters. That was my question.
Sure, but the equations or the constants which are used are different, and these are standards which can be these are the standard formulas which are used for calculating even the automated machines also. So I have used it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Vanaja. Next, from the Division of Entomology, Karthik Reddy. Karthik Reddy from Division of Entomology, serial number 10. Serial number 10 from the Division of Entomology. Now Karthik Reddy will be presenting.
Hello. Hello. Thank you for the wonderful crowd. Good morning to all the esteemed dignitaries, the jury members, and all this wonderful crowd. My name is Karthik and I'm from the Division of Entomology, and it's an honor to get this opportunity to present my research findings in front of such greats. Let me ask you a question. Do you think humans run the world? No. It's an insect's world. We just live on it. It comes as no surprise that insects are the most diverse group of insects, animals in the world, with over 1 million described species. And Lepidoptera, which contains moths and butterflies, is the second most diverse order, with more than 16% of the species. And micro and macro Lepidoptera are informal groups based on size and represent 60 and 40% of the species respectively. Tortoisidae is a highly diverse and ubiquitous group with over 11,000 species. And it has 3 subfamilies. And the most diverse subfamily is the Olithodrontinae with over 4,000 species in the world. It contains several economic important insects like Cydia pomonella on apple, which is a pest of international quarantine importance, Dodo oprobola on mango, and Lichiliefrola, like Steterotis discana, and the emerging pest Cryptophlebia ombrodelta on tamarind. The whole world fauna of Olithodrontinae stands at more than 4,000. Though India being a mega diverse country, we only have described around 300 species. Why is this existing? So there have been no concerted efforts to explore the biodiversity of Olithodrontine fauna in the last 100 years, as the last description by Merrick happened in 1928. And there have been taxonomic and geographical biases leading to over-exploration in some areas and under-exploration in the others. And the absence of illustrated diagnostic keys to delimit species has also slowed down the process of description. DNA barcoding, when augmented with classical taxonomy based on morphology, will solve various problems in species delimitation that arise in identification of cryptic species, sexual dimorphism, and immature stages. But even then, less than 5% of the species in India have been barcoded when it comes to Lepidoptera. And only 8 out of 300 species in subfamily Olithodrontinae have been barcoded. And till today, there has been no attempt to make a DNA barcode reference library for pest species. So to address and bridge the gap, we have come up with research titled Biosystematic Studies of Subfamily Olithodrontinae of Southern Karnataka with 2 objectives: morphological studies and preparation of illustrated diagnostic keys to tribes, genera, and species, giving emphasis to classical characters of subfamily Olithodrontinae, and molecular diagnosis of selected species of subfamily Olithodrontinae. The literature pertinent to the biosystematics of subfamily Olithodrontinae was collected from the books and publications in the Institute Library and National History Museum Biodiversity Heritage Library, and various web portals and databases like Tort.ai and Tortoicid.net were used as references for descriptions, host species, and geographical data. For collection of species, we obtained permission from the Principal Chief Conservator of Forest of Karnataka Forest Department to gain access to do our surveys in the core regions of various tiger reserves of Karnataka. We had selected 11 localities of southern Karnataka, and exhaustive collections were made, accounting for more than 30 survey nights spread over 5 months. The process of preservation, all the collected moths were pinned, labeled, and deposited in the museum, and morphospecies were sorted, and 1 to 3 legs from each species were removed and stored in -20 degrees, stored at -20 degrees Celsius in absolute alcohol for further molecular analysis. And genitalia slides were prepared, and photography of adult habitus, genitalia, and adult head characters were taken. And all the specimens were deposited at the National Pusa Collection of IRA. We built a light trap indigenously using all the affordable materials that we had, and we selected the locality in different agriculture, horticulture, and the forestry ecosystems. And light traps were set up, which were run from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. And the collected moths were killed in individual 1.5 ml vials. Various taxonomic characters were studied to delimit the species, and one such character in the head, labial palpi, which was studied extensively for delimitation of certain genera. And adult habitus regarding the male wing patterns and the thorax scaling was characterized. And the main basis for species delimitation in Oligotheriinae is based on the male and female genitalia. We have provided a list of all the species that we have reported from the study, and 50 species across 35 genera in 5 tribes. Tribe Getislarchini, Oligotheriinae, Anemoneinae, Eucosminae, and Grapholitinae was studied. Variation in labial palpi was studied to delimit the species. And variation in male genitalia is conspicuously evident, and this forms the main basic level of identification when it comes to the subfamily Oligotheriinae. Female genitalia also provided us with enough characters to delimit the species. And interestingly, some species had a characteristic scaling in the abdomen and the imagination of the 8th abdominal segment. We have prepared plates for all the 50 species that we have reported, and we have taxonomically treated them with current combination and synonymy, diagnostic characters of the species, descriptions, redescriptions of male and female head, thorax, abdomen, and genitalia, and material examined geographical distribution and host plant data. Illustrative diagnostic keys. What is the significance? Imagine we have 2 species, and if no matter if he is a taxonomist or a non-taxonomist, he always finds it difficult to understand the new terminologies related to a different genera. So we have provided illustrated diagnostic keys, which along with the keys, we have provided high quality photographs for easy and authentic identification. For molecular diagnosis, we have extracted the GME DNA from the leg tissue, and PCR amplification was done to amplify the universal barcode region, partial MTCO1 MTCO1 gene, and visualization was done, and sequencing was done of the gene, and we had submitted it to NCBI and checked it through NCBI BLAST10 and Bolt system identification engine for molecular diagnosis. In the results, we have provided barcodes for 25 species, all but 2 are novel barcodes for the species. We have reported several economically important pests through our studies, like Rhoota nivana, which is a pest of apple nurseries, Stachyrhotis leucapsis, a pest of lychee, and several other pests, including Cryptophilbia omnidelta. Contrasting to the pest species, we have also recorded 3 weed biocontrol agents, Bactria venusana and Bactria minima, which feed on Cyperus rotundus, and Clostridium lantana, which is which feeds on Lantana camara. The major salient research findings include the new species which we have described. We have described 7 new species, out of which the first 3, Acanthophilida bengalurensis, Tomatotibia ramamurti, and Grapholita constricta are reported from Karnataka, and we have recorded 3 new species, 6 new records to India, 26 new records to the fauna of Karnataka, and we have published 2 articles in Zootaxa and Journal of Asia Pacific Biodiversity, and 1 is under review in Zoological Studies, and 1 is submitted to the Indian Journal of Entomology. We have abstracted our works in various international and national and international conferences. We have submitted 41 sequences, and we have presented our work in various national and international conferences as oral presentation and posters, attended workshops and webinars. I would like to convey my heartfelt gratitude to all the advisory committees chaired by Dr. Shashank Pathwar. I'm deeply indebted to the Director and Dean IRI, ICAR, National Pusa Collection, and Karnataka Forest Department for their continuous support. I'd like to end the presentation with the quote by Carolus Linnaeus. If you do not know the name of things, the knowledge of them is lost too. Thank you.
Dr. Shashank, two questions,
Yes,
combined one. Why did you leave out the diversity-rich Western Ghats coastal area? And plus, within the area that you have surveyed, how many spots were surveyed?
How many spots were
surveyed?
We have surveyed 11 spots, so 11 localities, and in which 5 were from Bangalore, and the remaining 6 were from the Western Ghats area. The coastal area was not selected because the coastal areas have already been surveyed by Mary, and the core areas of Chikmagalur, Shimoga, and Hassan were not surveyed.
Did you barcode multiple samples of a single species?
No, sir, we have done something called the reference library. So we do the morphological classical taxonomy for the species. From that species
Why
itself.
I'm asking is because the present day barcoding and biosystematics is more in terms of it studies the within species variations
Yes,
more
sir, yes.
often. So without that declaring that 6 or 7 new species may be a bit erroneous.
Oh, that we have done the DNA barcoding for the species.
No, one sample you might have done.
Two species
The
we have
extent
done.
of variation within a species should be studied.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then is there any geographic specificity for the species that 26 or 21 that you have studied?
The overall 49.
Yeah,
50 species.
within the that region that you have studied.
Within the region, mostly it's, they were all
Widespread.
scattered around the forestry and horticulture ecosystem.
No specificity.
No specificity as of such, but there are some pest species we obtained from the horticulture ecosystem. Like we went to the tamarind field, we went to the mango field. From there, we got the pest species.
And what's the to declare it as a new species with reference to sequence variation?
Yes,
what was the percentage that you use?
The already existing percentage for Lepidoptera is 3%, but the results we got was more than 5%. So, yes. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Kartik Reddy. Next is from Environmental Science. From Environmental Science, Apurva MS. From Environmental Science. Is there?
So while the student is appearing for her presentation, I request the students to stay back for the entire session. It is not that for this session only and publicly to just to listen to the presentations of their own discipline, and after that I'm watching them moving consistently. And similarly, the faculty may kindly excuse me, but similar trend I'm just observing in that. See, on behalf of Director IRI and on my own behalf, I sincerely request you all to please stay back, enjoy the sessions, and also this will also be a respect to the jury. Thank you very much.
A very good morning to one and all present here. Myself, Apurva MS, and I am representing the Division of Environment Science, IRI, New Delhi. I would like to welcome all the respected dignitaries, seniors, juniors, and friends to IRI Merit Medal Presentation 2023. Father of climate change, James Hansen said that global warming is not a prediction, it is happening. There is a very least known greenhouse gas, that is nitrous oxide, which doesn't get the attention that it deserves, even though it is 300 times more powerful warmer than the carbon dioxide. Rise in now damage also linked to the nitrous oxide. Rise in now damage also linked to the nitrous oxide, and IPCC says that greenhouse gas emission will reach peak by 2025, and we have to limit the global warming to 1.5 degrees. Hence, emission mitigation is the only solution left with us. Carbon dioxide is the most famous climate change villain. Rise in temperature is unequivocal. Ammonia is not counted in any of the climate change policies. And highest emission of nitrous oxide is from agricultural fields. Human and agricultural it's leading to the climate breach. With the background of this, my research work is mainly focused on emission of nitrous oxide, ammonia under the condition of elevated carbon dioxide and temperature. Hence, the title of my research work is Interactive Effect of Elevated Carbon Dioxide, Temperature and Nitrogen Fertilizer on Gaseous Influxes and Nitrogen Use Efficiency in Wheat. First objective of my research work is to quantify the effect of different nitrogen fertilizers on emission of ammonia and nitrous oxide from the wheat field under elevated carbon dioxide and temperature interaction. Second objective is to quantify the effect of elevated carbon dioxide and temperature interaction on wheat yield and nitrogen use efficiency under different nitrogen fertilizers. Levels of carbon dioxide maintained, that is ambient CO2, elevated CO2 with the two levels of temperature, that is ambient temperature and elevated temperature, which resulted in 4 different kinds of interaction between the carbon dioxide and temperature, along with 4 different kinds of fertilizer has been chosen to interact with, that is neem coated urea, sulfur coated urea, nanoliquid urea, controlled, in which no fertilizer has been applied, which resulted in total 16 treatments. Average elevated CO2 concentration, elevated CO2 was 585 ppm and ambient CO2 was 416 ppm. Range of elevated temperature was 1.4 to 1.8 degrees Celsius over ambient, whereas under elevated carbon dioxide and elevated temperature interaction, it is 1.5 to 2.1 degrees Celsius over ambient. To the reactive influx measurement, the first gas is nitrous oxide, which is measured by closed chamber technique according to Bhatia et al. 2012. Collection of a gas sample from a closed chamber nitrous oxide sample by using gas chromatography with the electron capture detector. Second gas is ammonia volatilization losses. According to Kovan et al. 2020, sampling of ammonia by using boric acid and the estimation of the trapped ammonia by titrating it with 0.01 normal concentrated H2SO4. Metal conductance measured by infrared gas analyzer, leaf area index by canopy analyzer, NDVI by green seeker, microbial biomass carbon and nitrogen by fumigation method, total biomass and grain yield by taking weight, test weight by seed counter, grain and straw nitrogen by Geldol distillation unit, sugar and by McCready and Burgess, protein content by Bradford dye binding method. Highest photosynthetic rate was reported under the elevated carbon dioxide condition and highest metal conductance was reported under ambient condition, whereas sulfur coated urea recorded both highest photosynthetic rate and stomatal conductance. Leaf area index was maximum under sulfur coated urea treatment around stage at 87 days after sowing. Highest ammonia flux recorded after each fertilizer dose application. There will be no emission was recorded under the nano urea second and third dose onwards. The first peak of nano urea was mainly due to the soil application of neem coated urea. Highest cumulative ammonia flux recorded under the elevated temperature condition and lowest was recorded under the elevated carbon dioxide condition, whereas nano recorded very less emission compared to the remaining fertilizers. There will be clearly observable peaks recorded with respect to nitrous oxide flux after each fertilizer dose application. There were 4 clearly observable peaks under the elevated temperature condition, which shows the impact of elevated temperature on the nitrous oxide emission. Highest cumulative nitrous oxide flux recorded under elevated carbon dioxide and elevated temperature interaction. Lowest was recorded under the ambient condition, whereas nano recorded the lowest emission of nitrous oxide compared to the remaining fertilizers. Both soil ammoniacal and nitrate nitrogen was more under the ambient condition, that too at the flaring stage. Both microbial biomass carbon, biomass nitrogen, grain yield was more under the elevated carbon dioxide condition, and highest grain yield was mainly due to the CO2 fertilization effect. Sugar content was more under the elevated carbon dioxide condition, whereas in the presence of elevated temperature, sugar content drastically decreased, and highest decrease in the protein content recorded under the control treatment due to the non-application of any kind of nitrogen fertilizer, and in the presence of elevated CO2, the protein content decreased due to the protein dilution effect. Highest nitrogen use efficiency that may be due to the because of less emission of both ammonia and nitrous oxide along with foliar application. Coming to the salient findings of my research work, Nano-urea treatment recorded the very less nitrous oxide emission under all the temperature and carbon dioxide interaction. And nano treatment also recorded the highest agronomic use efficiency and recovery efficiency. And highest emission of ammonia and nitrous oxide was recorded under elevated temperature and elevated carbon dioxide interaction. And elevated carbon dioxide increased the grain yield, whereas the temperature decreased the grain yield. Sulfur coated urea recorded the highest biomass yield, grain yield, sugar, starch content. The whole mechanism that has worked in my entire research work is soil application of neem coated urea resulted in slow release of nitrogen, which increased the nitrogen use efficiency along with highest biomass yield and grain yield under the presence of elevated carbon dioxide. At the same time, elevated carbon dioxide also leads to the warming, resulted in elevated temperature, together enhances the nitrous oxide emission and ammonia volatilization losses from the soil applied neem coated urea and sulfur coated urea. Whereas nano liquid urea applied through foliar application, which resulted in less emission and highest nitrogen use efficiency. So the outcome of my research work is nano liquid is the best sustainable fertilizer in this climate change scenario. Way forward, more research work has to be conducted in the field of climate change and agricultural field emission of the greenhouse gases, impact of elevated carbon dioxide and temperature on the major food grain crops, and nutrient dynamics of different fertilizer has to be studied. One of my research paper was accepted by the Journal of Agricultural Physics with an AS rating of 5.1. Another one is submitted to the Journal of Environmental Management with an AS rating of 12.7. I also got a first prize for my research paper presentation at the National Conference on Agroecology Based Agri-Food Transformation System, and also completed my training on nitrogen measurement from the University of Edinburgh, Scotland. And I also participated on various activities conducted on the occasion of World Environment Day. Finally, my acknowledgement to my chairman and advisory committee members, head and professor, Division of Environment Science, PG School and IRI, family and friends. Thank you.
Apurva, you showed in one of your slides
Yes, sir.
decrease in protein with the elevated CO2.
Yes, sir.
Why does it happen?
Sir, because under elevated carbon dioxide condition, carbohydrate accumulation will be more, and there will be decrease in the protein content at the expense of carbon dioxide, and other mineral dilution will occur under the elevated carbon dioxide condition.
Did you check that the carbohydrates increase with elevated CO2?
Yes, sir, because sugar and starch content was highest under elevated carbon dioxide, but under elevated carbon dioxide, carbohydrates accumulate at the expense of protein content, because nitrogen uptake will be reduced, and less nitrogen, grain nitrogen also reported under elevated carbon dioxide.
If I remember, you had a fertilizer treatment of narrow urea plus soil application of neem coated urea.
Yes, sir, because basically nano liquid urea is recommended at maximum tillering and after before flowering, 1 week before
So
flowering.
what was the breakup in between?
Sir, because nano liquid urea is a very small nanoparticle.
No, the amount of nitrogen applied through neem coated and nano.
Sir, in the first dose, it is neem coated urea.
How much proportion compared to the total?
Sir, it is equal amount only, but
Okay, 50%. You mean 50%, 50%. So I think when you say that nano urea is the best, you have to also be very clear that there is a soil application, right? A basal application.
sir, but nano urea is a foliar application.
No, in your, because you are only giving in your result about talking about nano urea.
Yes.
But it's a combination of both. Okay, neem coated urea plus nano urea, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
See, a small point I wish to see clarification.
Yes, sir.
When we say neem coated urea, for example, what is that neem that has been coated? What part of neem?
Sir, it is usually seed. They will extract the neem content from seed.
What is it?
Huh?
No, what has been coated?
That neem azad directing content, sir.
Azad directing. We are working on this. Azad directing is not the answer. See, the question is they are using neem oil for coating.
Yes, sir.
Now, my question is, what is the standard for this neem oil that is being coated?
Sir, because of slow release properties.
It's okay. Commercial product, I know it was all of a sudden introduced, and
Yes.
neem coated urea was, produced because Prime Minister in his first speech said that we have to coat urea with neem.
Yes, sir.
But question is, here when you do research, we should be clear, because you can be having solvent extracted oil, you can also have your cold pressed oil. Cold pressed oil has a different composition, and solvent extracted has a different composition.
Yes, sir.
And then which solvent? If you have hexane extracted oil, it has a different composition. If you have alcohol extracted, it is entirely different. So I think when you carry out such studies particularly in the postgraduate school, along with the commercial sample, it may be better if you prepare some standard samples, at your level. It is no point having so many products, have only neem coated, but then try that all the variations possible, so that results are more conclusive.
Yes, sir. But basically, my research focused on the greenhouse gases.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Apurva. Good luck. So next presentation we are going to take from the Division of Fruit Science, Gulshan Kumar. Gulshan Kumar from Fruit Science. Serial number 13, 13 from Fruit Science, Gulshan Kumar.
Respected chairman, jury members, all the scientists and my dear friends, a very good afternoon to one and all present here. Amir Khusro, a legendary poet, once said, "The mango is pride of garden, the choicest fruit of Hindustan. Other fruits we are content to eat when ripe, but mango is good in all the stages of growth." Mango offers a vast amount of health benefit. It adds taste and texture to the human diet. It boosts immune system. It's good for heart health. Recently, a compound lupiol has been detected in it, which is helpful in fighting cancer. It improves the memory, and being rich in the provitamin A, it supports the eye health. Production statistics shows that in India, Uttar Pradesh is the leading mango producing state, and India contributes about 38% to the world mango production. And India ranked first in the mango production in the world. Area-wise, mango hold a top position among all the fruits, and it share about 35% of the fruit area in India. It can clearly be seen that our production is increasing with a good pace, but at the same time, export earning from this premium fruit is not that much impressive. There could be many reasons, but good thing is Indian mango has an ample of scope to compete in the international markets. So we have to develop export-oriented variety which can solve these issues. In this regard, a systematic hybridization was started in year 1961 in Indian Agriculture Research Institute, New Delhi, and with the sincere effort of Dr. R.N. Singh and Dr. P.K. Majumdar, world first commercial mango hybrid got released in the year 1979. Amrapali got released in the year 2002. Pusa Arunima, 4 hybrid in 2011. Pusa Srestha, Pusa Lalima, and Pusa Pitambar. And recently, in the year of 2002, hybrids Pusa Deepshikha and Pusa Manori has been released. Till now, 86% of crosses has been, which yielded 1,282 hybrids, and many of which are under the evaluation. So it is important to protect these hybrids. In this regard, laid out by the WTO, where it directed its member nation to provide patents. India adopted sui generis system, a system of its own, and thus PPV and FRA Act 2001 came into the existence. This act provides a well-defined rights to the breeders, to the farmers, to the researcher. For any variety to get protected, it need to fulfill certain criteria. Criteria like distinctiveness, criteria like uniformity, novelty, and stability. With this, we have tried to find this research gap in our present investigation, that we are lacking a data, the phenotypic and molecular one, which could be useful in safeguarding these valuable mango germplasm. Secondly, there are many duplicate entries. There are many vernacular names which are posing a serious problem in this germplasm management.
and being an asexually propagated crops, violation of breeders' right by the unauthorized users of plant material has been reported. With this, myself, Gulshan Kumar from Division of Fruits and Horticulture Technology, taking you all directly to my master's thesis research work, which is characterization of promising mango hybrids using dust descriptor and new hypervariable SSR markers. With my advisory committee, we have hypothesized the two objectives. That is, first one is characterization of promising mango hybrids based on the dust testing guidelines, and second is characterization of promising mango hybrids using new hypervariable SSR and development of DNA fingerprints. For our study, we have selected a 24 hybrids based on the consumer aspect and export demand. For objective one, we have studied the leaf parameters, we have studied the inflorescence parameters, we have studied the fruit parameters based on the guideline provided by 2020. Morphological variation shows that maximum leaf length, maximum leaf width was recorded in the H-4-8, while maximum fruit length, fruit width, and fruit weight was recorded in the Mallika, and NH7-1 shows a maximum fruit, which is a good indicator for the packaging purposes. Out of 24 studied hybrid, it has been evident that 7 hybrids shows a strong young leaf anthocyanin coloration. For mature fruit color, we have depicted 5 phenotypic classes, and it became evident from our study that NH16-2 was the only hybrid which was shown to have only green color. A strong correlation was depicted for the presence and the depth of cavity at the stalk. It was noticed that wherever this cavity was present, it was of shallow nature. For similarly for fruit shape, we have typical classes, and based on fruit maturity, it was observed that Pusa lalima among all the hybrids. Peel important in terms of consumer preference and in the market view. It has been seen that 5 hybrids, that Lalima, Pusa Pratibha, Pusa Deepsh, Pusa Arunima, based on all this data, finally we have created a dust barcode. This dust barcode was helpful in the identification of certain hybrids like H-3-2, NH17-1, and Pusa Pratibha from the rest of other hybrids. For our objective second, we have selected 100 novel SSR markers which are designed from the whole genome sequence of the Amrapali. The unique thing about this marker is that all of them were having a greater than 50 SSR length, which make them highly discriminating and polymorphic. We have done SSR profiling. Based on this SSR profiling, we have created a DNA barcode. From this DNA barcode, we have identified certain hybrid specific allele, and in our study, we have tried to validate these hybrid specific allele. For DNA extraction, we have followed a modified seed tab method, which was given by the Doyle and Doyle in 1987. The result indicate that out of 100 hypervariable SSR marker screens, 94% of the markers were polymorphic. PIC range from 0. Zygosity was less than the expected heterozygosity. Allelic diversity shows that in our study, more than 20 markers were having a greater than 0.50 PIC value, which indicate their informativeness. And from this allelic diversity, this DNA barcode was helpful in the identification of certain hybrid specific allele. We have also created a type 2 DNA barcode based on the amplicon of the same base pair size, and it was evident that the most of the allele were in the range of 300 to 370 base pair. Hybrid specific unique allele were identified in the Mallika with the hypervariable SSR marker 2048, in the Pusa Pitambar with the hypervariable SSR marker 2040. Similarly, in the NH17-1 with the hypervariable SSR marker 1382, and Pusa Deepshikha with the hypervariable SSR marker 1218. A total of 11 hybrid specific unique allele were identified in our present investigation, all in the promising mango hybrids. Then we have also tried to validate these. For validation purposes. We have selected 4 tree replicates of the same genotype, but from different location in the field gene bank of IRI. We have extracted their DNA, we have done SSR, we have done gel electrophoresis, and finally we have screened them through these hybrid specific markers. And I am happy to share that out of 11 identified hybrid specific unique allele, we have successfully validated 7 alleles in the hybrid Mallika, NH17-1, Pusa Pitambar, and Pusa Deepshikha. These are the gel images of the validated NH17-1 and Pusa Deepshikha. Silent finding of my studies that we have characterized 24 promising mango hybrids based on the dust testing guidelines, and we have created a dust barcode which would highly useful in the protecting these hybrids. Secondly, we have validated 7 hybrid specific unique allele using 4 tree replicates, and then we have created a DNA barcode which have an immense value in the solving the intellectual property right issues. Way forward, we can sequence these hybrid specific unique amplicon. We can design a primer from them. We can further validate to get a robust marker. We can use more number of SSR to have such a combination of markers which can precisely identify these hybrids. My study would be helpful for the identification of these hybrids. It will definitely going to solve intellectual property right issues, and it will also remove duplicacy which is present in the germplasm. With my master thesis research work, I have published 1 paper in the pharma innovation with the NAS rating 5.23. Another got accepted in Indian Journal of Genetics and Plant Breeding with NAS rating 6.51, and another one in Indian Journal of Plant and Genetic Resources 5.54. Apart from this, I have won 2 best poster award in the Indian Hot UBKB West Bengal. I have also participated in the training and workshop conducted under the NAHE programs. I will finally acknowledge my chairman, my advisory committee, and everyone who was associated with me during my post-graduation study. Finally, I would like to conclude my presentation with the quote that new economy places a lot of value on the intellectual property and the content. Thank you so much.
Hello. You have mentioned that based on the dust testing, you have identified 3 best hybrids. So based on the dust testing, how you say that these are the 3 best hybrids? You have listed 3 hybrids that this is a good hybrid.
We have created a dust barcode, and based on that barcode, that particular hybrid was identified from the rest of other hybrids uniquely. Means a trait was present in that, and this trait was not present in all the hybrids except this one only.
Mr. Gulshan Kumar, just 2 questions. The first one is with reference to your material that you have included. When you are using hybrids, is it not more prudent to use their parental lines also? When you do validation, that's the essential requirement.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then another thing is, why did you expect variation within the clonally propagated F1 hybrids?
Thank you for asking questions, sir. Sir, actually in our study, the main motto of our study was to protect this hybrid. Actually, I'm very much inspired by Dr. R.N. Singh. He usually tell to his students that man is known by his work, and whenever I will left this world, the varieties or hybrids which were released by me, the world will know me by those hybrids. So we have, with my advisory committee, we have planned this work to only protect so that we can develop some kind of fingerprints and we can add a little value to that to this research. So which is carried out by the eminent scientists of IRI from several years. Sir.
Yeah, it's not fully answered, but still.
Yes, sir.
The another question is, you observed lower observed heterozygosity compared to expected heterozygosity.
Yes, sir.
What it indicates?
Sir, it indicates that there could be inbreeding, or this may lead to the deviation from the Hardy-Weinberg principle, that this could be due to the mutation in breeding or genetic drift, etc.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Gulshan.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Good luck. So next we are going to have from the Division of Genetics and Plant Breeding, by Swarnadeep Ghosh. Swarnadeep Ghosh, from genetics and plant breeding. Serial number 14.
Honorable Chairman of the session, respected dignitaries, jury members, and my beloved IRI fraternity. I am Sharmadeep Ghosh from Division of Genetics, IRI. A warm welcome to my presentation. We all are aware that the global population is increasing rate. Along with this increase, modern lifestyle and altered food habit had led to several non-communicable diseases that include cancer, cardiovascular diseases, chronic respiratory diseases, diabetes, etc. Many of these diseases are caused due to oxidative stress produced in the body because of free radicals. Now, antioxidants are those compounds that can neutralize the free radicals, thereby preventing oxidative stress in the body. Thus, a proper balance of free radicals and antioxidant is essential for maintaining normal physiological homeostasis. Rice is a major cereal crop. From ancient time to modern days, rice has become an integral part of our daily diet, our culture, and our traditions. Apart from being a regular source of calorie, rice is an enriched source of several bioactive compounds. Gamma oryzanol is one of them. Biochemically, it is a family of ferulic acid and caffeic acid esters of phytosterol and triterpene alcohol. Although 25 different identified 4 compounds constitute 95% of total gamma oryzanol. Studies have identified antioxidative, anti-carcinogenic, hypolipidemic, and anti-diabetic properties of gamma oryzanol. At present in Indian market, it is available in capsule formulation. However, rice is the major, so enriching gamma oryzanol content in rice grain would contribute to improved health status in rice eating population. There are some research gaps. Like genetic variation for gamma oryzanol content in Indian germplasm accessions has not been well explored. Very little information is known for the effect of environment, its interaction, compositional changes during the developmental stages, and genetic regulation for the biosynthesis of gamma oryzanol. Considering the research gap and the relevance of this particular compound, we have outlined the title of the thesis as Genetic Characterization and Molecular Mapping. It's not moving. Genetic characterization and molecular mapping for gamma oryzanol and its component in rice. The study has been outlined with 4 objectives to assess the genetic variation for gamma component in Indian rice germplasm, to decipher the spatial and temporal distribution, to characterize the influence of environment, its interaction, and finally to identify the genomic regions associated with gamma oryzanol and its component. In order to assess the Indian germplasm accessions for gamma oryzanol content, we have selected 174 diverse rice accessions. Gamma oryzanol was extracted from brown rice sample using methanolic extraction protocol. Individual compounds were separated and quantified using reverse phase HPLC. The HPLC chromatogram shows separation of 5 individual components of gamma oryzanol: cycloatenyl ferulate, 24-methyl cycloatenyl ferulate, campestryl ferulate, beta-cetostryl ferulate, and cetostanyl ferulate. In this study, we have observed 7.9 to 76.54 milligram per 100 gram of total gamma oryzanol with an average of 19.82. Majority of this total gamma oryzanol was contributed by 24-methylene cycloatenyl ferulate, followed by campestryl ferulate and cycloatenyl ferulate. In this study, we have identified some of the land races like Gulbabar, Qadar, Mahaban, Mirzuk, and Balakon with exceptionally higher amount of gamma oryzanol that can be used as potential donor for future breeding program. Secondly, to characterize the spatial and temporal distribution of gamma oryzanol, we have selected 4 popular basmati and 2 non-basmati rice varieties. Samples were collected from flag lip, lip sheath, spikelet, and peduncle in 3 different stages. It's not working at all. These are budding stages, milking stages, and dose stages. Individual compounds after extraction was identified using LCMS and quantified using reverse phase chromatography. Tentatively, 9 major compounds were identified. These are basically ferulic acid, caffeic acid, and comoric acid esters of phytosterol and triterpene alcohol. Since antioxidative, properties of gamma original largely depends on the composition itself. It is essential to understand the compositional dynamics of gamma original during the development stages. Spatiotemporal characterization reveals that cycloarterial caffeine is the single major contributor in the vegetative tissue across the developmental stages. However, in the spikelet tissue, there is a drastic changes in the composition towards maturity with an increase in sterile ferulates. Our study identifies the stage-specific of individual components of gamma original. We found that caffeine esters dominated in the vegetative tissue, however, ferulate esters dominated in the seed tissue. In the study, we have also observed the compositional variation of gamma original between the basmati and non-basmati type cultivars. Now, to check the effect of milling on the retention of gamma original, we used milled rice and extracted gamma original from it. To check the effect of cooking on retention of gamma original, we follow two different cooking methods. One in sufficient amount of water, another one in excess amount of water, to follow regular Indian household cooking method. The milling process leads to 40% retention of total gamma original. The cooking of brown rice in sufficient amount of water leads to 54% retention of gamma original. Cooking of brown rice in excess amount of water leads to 43% retention of gamma original. However, cooking of milled rice leads to 21.6% retention of gamma original. Now, to check the stability of gamma original and its component, we have selected 18 different varieties. These are grown in 3 different locations in India, New Delhi, Adotarai, and Rakra. Stability analysis was carried out using AMMI, GG by plot, and WASB index. Significant effect of environment, genotype, and G cross C interaction. A larger portion of total phenotypic variance was found to genotype itself, indicating high heritability of the trait. The G cross C interaction is the second major contributor towards total phenotypic variance, followed by a very minor portion contributed by the environment itself. AMMI1 by plot, GG by plot, and WASB index identified CSI23 as superior and stable genotype for gamma original content. Similar analysis has been carried out for other components as well. Finally, to identify the genomic regions, our diverse association mapping panel and conducted a genome-wide association study using Blink and FARM-CPU statistical model. In our study, Blink was found to be the best fit model and detected more number of QTNs with higher statistical power than FARM-CPU statistical model. These are the summary of the significant marker trait associations identified for gamma original and its 5 individual components. The JIVA study identified 19 significant marker trait associations, out of which 10 were novel and 9 validated the previously reported one. These marker trait associations could explain phenotypic variance ranging from 0.001 to 48.875%. Some of the robust marker trait associations like Q0Z5, QBSF3, 5, 6, QSF1, QSF9, 11.1, and 11.2 were identified from this study. Through in silico analysis using RICE annotation project database, we have identified some of the putative candidate genes encoding HMG, cycloadenine synthase, sterol methyl transferase, and other related genes that plays important role in sterol biosynthesis. Some of the putative candidate genes, we have carried out haplotype analysis and identified superior haplotypes for gamma original content. Our study for the first time reports the compositional dynamics of gamma original in the developmental stages. We found that caffeine esters dominated in the vegetative tissue and ferulate esters in the seed tissue. We explored the wide genetic variation for gamma original content in the rice germplasm. We identified potential donors, robust marker trait associations, and haplotypes that can be used in future breeding program. Finally, we indicated that it is a highly heritable trait with significant effect of environment and G cross C interaction. Within the grain itself, we have observed differential accumulation of gamma original in the highest in band followed by husk and endosperm. Milling process and cooking process led to significant loss of gamma original. From our study, superior identified can be used as donor for improving gamma original content. Identified marker trait associations and haplotypes can be validated and used in future breeding program. Estimates of losses due to post-harvest processing may help in devising effective storage and cooking strategy. The percentage retention data upon post-harvest processing and cooking would help in determining target for rice biofortification for improving gamma original content. Our study, 2 research paper came out, one in Frontiers in Nutrition with NASCO 12 Another one accepted in Indian Journal of Genetics and Plant Breeding scored 6.51. I have presented my work in several national and international conferences, form of poster and oral talk. I have received 2 Best Poster Award. That include GATE 21, GATE 22, DBT JRF, UGC JRF, and UGC lectureship. I am happy to share with you that GATE 2022 in life science and became GATE national topper. Received Best Presentation Award in Science Communication Workshop at IIT Bombay, followed by presentation competition in Omics Bootcamp, India. I have also participated in proteomics internship program at IIT Bombay, attended biology bioengineering summer camp, several training program, DBT summer school, workshops, and several national and international conferences. Chairperson, advisory committee member, professor and head division of genetics, PG School, IRI, and family and friends, and ICF for postgraduate fellowship. I would like to act with the famous quote from Hippocrates: "Our food should be our medicine, and our medicine should be our food." Let's ensure the nutritional balance of our daily diet. Thank you.
Mr. Ghosh, when you do polishing, much of this original goes into the germ that we lose. If you look at the concentration in germ.
Yes. Yes, sir. To check the differential accumulation of gamma oryzanol, we have also fractioned the rice grain in different portions, and we have found that highest accumulation was there in the bran and followed by endosperm. So now the question is like, so that is not actually being consumed by us while we use the cooked rice. So in that way, the use of rice bran oil, that can also be an effective way for utilizing the health benefit of gamma oryzanol. And 2% of rice bran oil is actually contributed by gamma oryzanol. So it is not actually going to waste. Yes, sir.
Dr. Mr. Ghosh, just 2 questions. First one is related to your selection of germplasm 174. What is the basis of selection?
So actually, the population that I used here, the panel consisted of 192 germplasm accessions, but for the phenotypic variants, I couldn't get some of the accessions. So
were they released varieties, land races, or genetics?
So this constitute of popular varieties, basmati cultivars, non-basmati cultivars, several land races, and advanced breeding materials.
Okay. Then another one is the temporal variation. It's a continuation of what Professor Mehta asked you. So you had studied in various stages of leaf and plant development,
yes,
the oryzanol.
Yes, sir. Mainly reproductive stages.
How does it relate to varietal differences regarding its content in the bran and other parts of the grain?
So in this particular study, so we have, because gamma oryzanol is not a single compound, it is a mixture of compound, and the antioxidant on the individual components like 24-methylene cycloartinyl ferulate, that is the major contributor, it accounts for 41 to 45% of total gamma oryzanol. This has the highest antioxidant properties. So increasing in
the question was, is there any relation or the difference between varieties with reference to its content in the various stages of plant development?
So little bit variation is there even between the basmati and non-basmati type cultivars. Also, we found some differences in terms of like expression in particular stages, like say for rooting stages or milking stages. So there some variation is there.
And next aspect is the cooking.
Yes.
When the bran is completely removed, and you are also aware of the brown rice
yes,
that
yes.
Generally people use in South.
Yes.
Did you study the oryzanol content in that?
Sir, yes, sir. The study has been carried out with brown rice also. So cooking of brown rice in 2 different methods.
There is no data presented regarding that.
Sorry,
right?
sir.
You didn't present data on that.
Yes, sir. I presented that. So somehow
brown
the slide,
rice.
Yeah. Somehow the slide got stuck, and then so I have presented it. 30 milligram per 100 gram gamma oryzanol is there in the bran. Sorry, in the brown rice samples. So I have presented
after if you take out the cooked after cooking, the decant the water,
Yes.
then you said that it
Retention is
loses.
relatively less as compared to like if we cooking sufficient amount of water. So,
Right.
yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Swarnadeep.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Good luck. So, my dear audience, respected jury members, and the chairman and dean madam. So now we are going to have a 15 minutes break for tea. So exactly after 15 minutes, we have to be back to this auditorium so that we can start from presentation from the division of microbiology. This is tea break now for 15 minutes. from the division of microbiology. Microbiology, S. Ades. S. Ades is there. Yeah, he's ready on the stage.
Respected chairperson of the session, jury members, scientists, seniors and friends. Good morning all. I'd like to start my presentation by quoting a famous Japanese microbiologist. It goes like, microorganisms will give you anything you want if you know how to ask them. Drought, as we know, is a major constraint in the area of crop production. Due to the climate change, the frequency and severity of drought has been increased over the period of years. According to IPCC, Asian countries will be experiencing a 5 to 20% increase in drought occurrences. And so emphasis worldwide is to develop suitable strategies to overcome the effects of drought for sustainable agricultural production. Speaking of droughts, millets are mostly grown in arid and semi-arid tropics of Asia and Africa. Compared to other cereal grains, millets are better adapted to less favorable conditions like low rainfall, low fertility, and severe heat. The United Nations General Assembly announced 2023 as the International Year of Millets, and we had this beautiful tableau of millets representing ICAR on our Republic Day parade. It demonstrates the efforts taken by the Indian government to promote millets. The demand for these nutri-cereals have been increasing over the years due to their nutritional characteristics like low glycemic index, higher fiber and mineral content to combat hidden hunger. India is the largest producer of millets in the world. Pearl millet is the major food and fodder crop for the marginal farmers in the arid and semi-arid regions. Although pearl millet is a resilient crop, drought still is one of the major reasons for the reduction in the yield. Microorganisms are a wonderful avenue to enhance the preparedness of agriculture to climate change challenges. Several microbe-based bioinoculants have been utilized to combat drought stress and to promote plant growth. Due to the increasing emphasis on organic farming, the biofertilizer market is also predicted to grow in the following decade. Keeping all this in mind, my thesis title is Azospirillum bacillus association for growth promotion of pearl millet under drought stress. So let me explain my research in very simple terms. We have Azospirillum, it's a well-established PGPR, majorly known for its biological nitrogen fixation and production of phytohormones like auxins and other PGP traits. On the other hand, we have the gram-positive endospore-forming bacillus species. It is also a well-established PGPR with multifunctional traits. Although they are generally poor in biological nitrogen fixation, they have excellent biocontrol properties. So my aim was to study their in vitro and in vivo association with the hypothesis that association of PGPRs expressing different sets of PGP traits may have supplementary or complementary effects on the PGP traits with their potential use to promote plant growth under moisture deficit conditions. So we had 3 Azospirillum formicens strains and 12 bacillus strains used in the study. We started by comparing the PGP traits of each strain followed by a compatibility test. Then we assessed the PGP traits under co-cultivation. A seed bioassay was conducted to study the effect of co-inoculation on the early seedling growth, followed by a pot experiment under moisture deficit conditions. So the objectives were to decipher the interactions between the selected Azospirillum and bacillus species strains in vitro, and also to evaluate their effect on co-inoculation on the growth and physiological parameters of pearl millet under moisture deficit conditions. All the Azospirillum and bacillus species strains were able to show varying degree of PGP traits that are listed. The compatibility was first assessed by cross-streaking, and the compatible strains were co-cultured to study their coexistence. When the co-culture was plated, we were able to see brick red Azospirillum type colonies, pale bacillus type colonies, and a third type of colonies, mixed growth between Azospirillum and bacillus, which indicates their coexistence. The micrographs also confirm their coexistence. The PGP traits under co-cultivation revealed interesting interactions between the co-cultivated strains. Azospirillum showed the highest IAA production, and the bacillus strain showed the lowest IAA production. But when they were co-cultured, the IAA production were in the middle range, indicating contribution from both the partners. None of the bacillus strains were able to show any nitrogenase activity, but when they were co-cultured with the Azospirillum, the nitrogenase activity increased significantly, indicating metabolic synergy. The siderophore production increased under co-cultivation, and so did the phosphate solubilization with few variations.
A seed bioassay was conducted, and it revealed higher root hair density in azospirillum treatments and higher root branching in bacillus treatments. Interestingly, synergistic effect was observed on the co-inoculation treatments. Similar effect of co-inoculation was observed on the seed vigor index on 0, 10 and 20% peg. A pot experiment was conducted to evaluate the selected strains. T1 and T2 were the uninoculated treatments, followed by individual inoculations and co-inoculation treatments. The treatments were maintained at 75% field capacity and were given 75% nitrogen RDF. Positive effect of inoculation observed on the plant growth and physiological parameters. The improvement was more prominent in co-inoculated treatments. Lipid peroxidation decreased under inoculation, and there was further decrease in the lipid peroxidation under co-inoculated treatments. Similar trends were observed, reducing sugar content. Membrane stability index increased on inoculation, and co-inoculation showed even better effect. The antioxidant enzyme activities was highest in the uninoculated stress control treatment, and the lower antioxidant activities in inoculated treatments indicate lesser oxidative damage. However, variations were observed in different treatments, indicating differential response on inoculation. The root rates were observed under root scanner, revealed clear difference in the root hair density, root length, surface area, tips and forks. The co-inoculated treatment showed better root rates, which might be helpful in water and nutrient uptake under stressed conditions. Out of the 3 promising bacillus strains used in the study, 2 were previously identified. We identified one of the strain as IMSB1 Bacillus subtilis by 16S rRNA gene sequencing, and we submitted the sequence to the NCBI. To conclude, my study revealed variations in the expression of PGP traits by the bacterial strains, synergistic effect of co-inoculation on the selected PGP traits, seed germination, root traits, and seed vigor index was enhanced under co-inoculation, and it suggests better adaptation and higher yield potential. Plant growth and physiological parameters were also significantly improved under bacterial inoculation, and root traits showed significant effect of single as well as dual inoculation, and it indicates the potential of synergistic microbes in influencing the root architecture. Coming to the future prospects, the metabolic interplay between the azospirillum and bacillus strains should be further understood. The plant bioassays indicated promise of azospirillum and bacillus as a synergistic bioformulation for combating drought stress, although it needs further validation under field conditions. So our first paper got accepted in 3 Biotech with an ASK rating of 8.89, and our book chapter was accepted in Springer. Also, we submitted 1 sequence to the NCBI GenBank. I have presented my research findings in the annual international conference of AMI 2022. I have cleared DBT JRF and I have qualified CSIR-NET. I also secured the ICR SRF fellowship for PhD. I have attended several events and I also got a medal in runner-up medal in the IRS sports meet. So I'd like to thank the director, dean, associate dean, my chairperson and advisory committee, head professor and faculty division of microbiology, PG School IRI, ICR for providing the fellowship, my parents, friends, seniors and juniors. Thank you all.
These Azospirillum and these bacillus, what was the source for that?
They were already isolated, sir. They were acquired from the germplasm available in the division, sir. All the bacterial and fungal cultures were acquired from microbiology and pathology divisions.
Okay. This is from this location, IRI location itself.
So they are isolated from different sources like the Jivamrit, Bijamrit, Pearl Trisosphere soil, and also. And it's to answering your question, it's from IRI soil.
Okay. And what about these root rates you have seen? But in these root length,
yes,
that was in T2 treatments, that
yes,
was highest in. So other root rates, what was the better for these inoculants?
Sir, when we observe the root threads under the root scanner, we were able to see the root hair density in azospirillum treatments were higher, sir, and the root length were higher in the bacillus treatment, sir. But when they were co-inoculated, the root threads were significantly better in both the length and also the root hair density was. We had a synergistic effect over the co-inoculation. So that's why we are reporting here.
Normally, these two species which you mentioned, how much are they available in the natural conditions?
They are present in the agricultural soils, sir,
Yeah.
but not to the extent where it doesn't require any supplementation. So we have to be giving it more.
So how many times the supplementation?
We need, depends on the kind of treatment.
No,
that
let's
we-
take IRA soils. You took from the
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Generally, azospirillum, it can replace nearly 25 kilograms of nitrogen, sir.
no, no. Compared to the normal, how much you need to supplement it if you want to try this in the field conditions?
We'd be saying first we must find the optimum dose, sir, of both the azospirillum and bacillus.
That you have worked out, isn't
Yes,
it?
sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So when you want to take it to the field, how
Yes,
much?
sir.
Yeah, how much would you need to supplement? Assuming the normal population that is available here.
Not sure about the number.
It's good, you know, such a combination has been tried. But my question is, you know, when we want to know which organism is synergizing the other one.
Sorry, sir. Which
one
organism
of
is
these-
synergistic?
Which one is synergizing?
Yeah.
And which one is being synergized?
Sir, actually, if you, yeah, I get your question, sir. For example, if you take nitrogenase, sir, azospirillum is a nitrogen fixer we have, but bacillus doesn't fix nitrogen. But when we combine it, maybe the bacillus is providing some kind of conditions, some conditions like microaerophilic, say, it might enhance the, it might bring up the azospirillum's nitrogen production. That's where, like, it depends on the trait we are looking for. Maybe it's for IA or nitrogenase. Each has its own set, sir. So when we compare it, the other one will be helping. That's what I'm trying to state in the study.
Piece of information given because you are fresh from your thesis.
Yes.
Data collection.
Yes.
You know, we are just concentrating in India on a few of these organisms, very well named, you know. we
Yes,
combine
sir.
this with this.
Yes, sir.
You must have scanned some international literature. Is there, are people
Yes, sir.
working on some newer organisms which we are not even thinking of?
Like pilot studies have been conducted, sir, on it's relatively new study, sir, combining PGPs. Sir. Yes, sir. I'm just answering your question, sir. It's not limited to azospirillum and bacillus, sir. There are many combinations. We went through the literature, sir. Like they even use VAM and other bacterial inoculations, like combining different PGPs. Maybe this might be the next thing we'll be going towards to tailor bioformulations for the plants. Yes. 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 Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, sir. Yes, sir, I get it. Sir. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Adesh.
Thank you, sir.
Good luck. So next presentation we'll be having from Plant Genetic Resources. Plant Genetic Resources. The presenter is Rinki Reshma Panda. Rinki Reshma Panda from the Division of Plant Genetic Resource. Serial number 17. Serial number 17 from Plant Genetic Resource. Rinki Reshma Panda.
All the dignitaries present here on the dais and off the dais. A very good afternoon to one and all. In the era of increasing population and global climate change, food and nutrition security stands as a major challenge in front of us. But what we are doing for it? Do you increasing the production of some selected major food crops, we will be able to meet the demand of the increasing population as well as to ensure a world for our future generation? If not, then what can I do for an alternative situation? Well, again, a sustainable goal of the global treaty, we can diversify our food system and also we can expand our food system and diet, on which it is mainly emphasized on the underutilized or potential food crops, which is mainly found in. Well, recently we have celebrated the International Year of Fruit and Vegetables. So we knew the potential of fruit security. So if this is the situation, what can be a better situation other than this Artocarpus lacuca? Due to its multiple uses, starting from the food, fodder to therapeutic and cosmetic uses, it's undergone over-exploitation by the as well as others. But instead of all, there are a number of areas, which also includes the conservation and taxonomic key. There is no documentation on their commercial exploitation till now. So if we are discussing from the point of conservation, we can see that the seed is recalcitrant and also poorly viable. So we cannot go for the seed gene bank option because they could not sustain in that lowest moisture and lowest temperature condition. So we are only left with 3 options in our hand. That is in vitro gene bank, cryo gene bank, and field gene bank. But from the point of view of in vitro gene bank and field gene bank, there are some luxurious demands, so we should not go for them. And only we are left with one option, that is cryo gene bank for the long-term conservation of this species. But in this regard, a number of unanswered questions are still there, because not many in vitro studies have conducted on this plant so far, and also no protocol have developed for their conservation till now. And the major confusion arises when the germplasm is received in the form of fruit, any part of fruit. So to eradicate this confusion and to put a beam of light on this black box, I, Rinki Ratna Panda from the Division of Plant Genetic Resources, conducted a study for the development of cryopreservation protocol of the Artocarpus lacuca bucham, which is an indigenous underutilized fruit crop, with 2 objectives. My first objective is to standardize the cryopreservation protocol, in which I started with the standardization of the shoot multiplication media. I dissected out the shoot tips from already conserved specimens that are already there in our national gene bank and grown them under different media that contains different strength of hormone. And the growth was observed up to 4 interval to find out their effective growth. And from the cryopreservation point of view, the culture different situation. 1 is from culture room condition and 3 are from BOD incubator that are conserved for 1 week, 2 weeks and 3 weeks respectively. And total of 16 treatments each have conducted. On the basis of this, we can see that the shoot tips are dissected out from the cultures from this 4 type of culture and pre-cultured in 0.3 molar sucrose condition. And here I have used the V cryoplate technique for the development of the protocol in the field of cryopreservation. And after that, the pre-cultured shoot tips are placed in the cryoplates which contains already the sodium alginate. And for the proper polymerization, the calcium chloride have added, and the next treatment was with the loading solution and vitrification solution treatment for different period of time to find out the toxic effect of the vitrification solution on this. And in the final, we can see that the treated samples are undergone for the thawing treatment, but for the treatment into liquid nitrogen and rapid thawing was done after that. And lastly, transport to the regrowth media. As a result of all of this, it has seen that for the shoot multiplication point of view, the B10 media, which is the media MS media that contains the 1 mg per liter BAP, best and giving us the best result. So we just selected them as our regrowth media. And in the next slide, we can see that the survival percentage. From that point of view, we can see that the vitrification solution toxicity is found when we are treating the shoot tips for longer period of time. And that's why the regrowth percentage is gradually declining. And from the regrowth percentage, we can see that regrowth percentage is also declining from the survival percentage due to toxic this vitrification solution. And the highest percentage we are finding
when we are using the cold hardened 1 week cultures and treating them for 30 minutes in vitrification solution. And the lowest result when we are using the BOD, the cold hardened 3 week culture and treating them for higher period of time. So the final protocol consists of the culture that is cold hardened for 1 week, pre-culture in 0.3 molar sucrose, loading solution treatment for 20 minutes, PBS2 treatment for 30 minutes, and finally the regrowth media as the B10 media, which contains 1 mg per liter BAP. As our second objective, I have taken it for the taxonomic key development for the species using the mainly the fruit seed characters. For that, a number of study was conducted out using the flora and literature and other databases to find out how much species are present in India. It was found that total of 6 species of Artocarpus is present. Out of them, these are mostly the edible. These have mostly the edible value, and out of them, we have mainly focused on the fruit and seed characters. Because as I already told that the fruit and seed is highly confusing to distinguish before starting of any research work. So on the basis of all this study, the result was found that the seed, on the basis of the seed character, the taxonomic key, on the basis of their shape and size, finally we developed an indented key for the distinguishing of this seed species of Artocarpus. Same thing was done for the fruit species, in which on the basis of fruit smoothness, structure and shape, all this subcategorized was done, and finally we found out the key for this species. I can proudly say that this is our salient finding, which is the first taxonomic key developed on this species so far. And also it is on the basis of fruit and seed character. It will be highly beneficial for the crop curators from the preserve management point of view. And also this is the first cryo developed in the world using the Veep cryoplate technique, in which we are getting the 35% regrowth percentage, which is a remarkable one. If we develop everything, then what lies ahead? Develop the taxonomy key, but we have to apply them in the field situation as well as the in situ conservation practice. And regrowth, as we already got the 35% regrowth, but we can reach up to 60 or 70%, but we have to conduct the study like that. And also the mass awareness on nutrient potential of the Artocarpus flacucha is highly needed, because most of us don't know how to use this species, because all the part of this species is highly nutritious and also have some potential of therapeutic and cosmetic uses. We have published our research article in the Indian Journal of Plant Genetic Resources having NAP score 5.54, and also I have awarded with the best poster award in the international appreciated by the State Agriculture Minister Odisha for the best extension activities, and also participated in. I would like to acknowledge each and everyone who supported me throughout this journey, my chairperson and all the advisory committee, director, professor of NBPJ, director, dean, IRI, and also my parents and friends. I would like the quotation given by the eminent scientist M.S. Swaminathan. That is, if the conservation of natural resources goes wrong, then nothing else will go right. So it's our duty to conserve our natural resources and our natural biodiversity. Thank you.
Ms. Banda, just one question. How does your taxonomy keys that you have developed compare with the conventional keys that have been put forth by earlier workers?
Thank you for the query, sir. So the conventional key are on the basis of morphology, that is leaf, bark, root, like that. But when we are receiving mainly in NPPJ, we are receiving the germplasm in the form of fruit and seed. But in that basis, no taxonomy key is there till now. So for first time we attempted to develop this taxonomy key, which will be highly beneficial from the preserve management point of view. Yes. For Artocarpus flacucha, sir? Sir, in Western Ghats and Andaman Nicobar, you can find most of the species.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Yashma. So good luck. So next presentation will be from the Division of Plant Pathology by Hamida Dudekula. From Plant Pathology by Hamida Dudekula. Serial number 80.
A very good morning to distinguished scientists, respected seniors, and all the eminent personalities over here. I, Hamida, from the Division of Plant Pathology, is presenting my MSc thesis before you. The spotlight of my today's presentation is on the chickpea, which is also known as the gram, and is the third most important pulse crop after peas and the beans. India is the single largest producer of chickpea in the world, accounting for 9 lakh hectares and the production of 12 million metric tons. Chickpea, being a rabi crop, can be easily affected by the abiotic stresses. On that, a whopping number of 192 pathogens, out of which 38 fungal pathogens of 19 genera are more significant. If we list out the major diseases of chickpea, Alternaria blight as prominent one, out of which the Fusarium wilt, which is caused by this forum, former species series, is what all my research topic is about. It is the second most serious disease of reported in India by E.J. Butler in 1963, and it is macroconidia, and the chlamydospore, and Fusarium growing states of India with the incidence of 14 to 30 Fusarium are known to produce some non-host specific toxins, out of which fusaric acid is the most prominent one with the chemical name of 5-N-butylpicolinic acid, and this was first reported from Fusarium heteros in 1934. And these toxins are known to be the integral components in the disease development. So, after digging into this interesting topic, we are able to find some research gaps, like there is no report of work on the variation in the fusaric acid production by different species of Fusarium, and also there is no report of work on correlation on whether this fusaric acid can affect the physiology of the chickpea plant. So, on our way of finding answers to all these questions, we are able to, we formulated our thesis title as Quantitative in Fusaric Production by Different Isolates of Fusarium oxysporum, former species series, and its correlation with the pathogen virus and post-infectional physiology of chickpea. For this, we formulated our first objective to estimate the variation in the fusaric acid production by Fusarium oxysporum, former species series, and our second objective is to estimate the effect of this fusaric acid on the physiology of the plant, especially the plant defense enzymes. Following this, acquired the 14 isolates of Fusarium oxysporum, former species series, from different chickpea growing states of India. Cultural characteristics like colony growth, colony characteristics like radial growth were recorded. And the conidial characteristics, macroconidia, along with their septation, have also been recorded. And we have observed that microconidia is ranging from 6 to 12 micrometers, whereas the macroconidia is ranging from 6 to 36 micrometers. Now, coming to the key step of my research program, that is the estimation of fusaric acid. In order to estimate the amount of toxin produced by different isolates of fusarium, the culture brought 10 for 20 followed by filtration and retaining these filtrates. These retained filtrates are resuspended with equal amount of ethyl acetate, and this ethyl acetate was evaporated using rotary evaporator, and the samples were stored until we run HPLC, that is the high performance liquid chromatography. After doing HPLC analysis, we have observed that the Sri Ganga state of Rajasthan, that is ITCC 782, was observed to produce the highest amount of toxin, whereas the IRA isolate was observed to produce the lowest amount of toxin. Now, whether this toxin is related to amount of toxin with the time to induce the disease symptom during different concentrations of FOC. And we have observed that higher the toxin taken by the isolates to induce the wilting symptom, that is the isolate which to produce the amount of toxin use the time to induce the disease symptom. These are the correlations with 100% culture field treatment. Now, we have to know that toxin has some relation with the pathogenicity. Now, the next question is whether this toxin has any effect on the physiology. So, we took up our physiological studies by using the second objective. Among the 14 isolates, we be more aggressive, and the one which was found to be least were selected, and 4 treatments were given to both resistant and susceptible. The first treatment is like a 25% concentration of culture filtrate of a highly aggressive isolate, and second treatment is the least aggressive isolate, and third treatment is the positive 25 ppm of commercial fusaric acid, and the fourth treatment is the pure distilled water. And 3 intervals were taken in both resistant and susceptible cultivars at first day, third day, and 6th. And these 2 replications are maintained for each treatment for both resistant and susceptible varieties. The first studies we have studied is the chlorophyll. The amount of we have observed that the amount of chlorophyll has been steadily decreasing from first interval to the last interval inoculated with FOC, whereas in case of control, it is increasing from first interval to the fifth interval. That is, we have concluded that the amount of chlorophyll has been steadily increasing with the treated with the control, whereas when treated with FOC and FA treatment, this quantity is decreasing with the time. The second physiological parameter we have is the carotenoids. The amount of carotenoids have been calculated, and similar to that of chlorophyll, we have observed that more amount of carotenoids is observed in case of control and least in case of the highly aggressive treatment. The next physiological study is RW, relative water content. Relative content have been calculated from all the we have observed more amount of RWC in case of control, obviously, and least in case of treated. Next parameter is the fresh weight, the shoot and root fresh weight of calculated, and we have observed similarly the fresh weight in case of the control and least in case of a highly aggressive isolate treatment, and similar trend has also observed in case of the dry weight. That is in case more, whereas in case of resistant and susceptible and FOC amount is decreasing with the time. Now, we got to know that this toxin has some effect on the physiological parameter. The next question that arises is whether this toxin also alters the biochemical parameter. For biological studies, the first enzymatic assay we did is the peroxidase. Peroxidase activity has been calculated from different intervals in the plant, and we have observed, interestingly, the more amount of peroxidase in highly aggressive treatment and least was in case of the control. And also, this peroxidase has been steadily decreasing with the time from the first interval to the final interval. Second enzymatic assay is the polyphenol oxidase. The PPO activity was also being studied from all the plants, and similar to that of peroxidase, we have observed more amount of PPO was recorded in case of highly aggressive treatment and least in case of the control, and this reduction is also similar to that of peroxidase. And the next enzymatic assay we did is the SMUDase activity been calculated from all the treated plants. Interestingly, we found no significant difference between the resistant and susceptible varieties in case of SOD activity, whereas most of this activity was FOC. Enzymatic assay is the phenylalanine ammonia lyase. We have studied the treated plant respective intervals, and we have the top S in the resistant cultivar, whereas compared to the control. So, after all these analyses, we are to conclude that the amount of the fusaric acid, less time is required to induce the symptoms, and the percent reduction of all these physiological parameters is more susceptible to some one. PM of it is found to be not sufficient to induce symptoms in the amount of the enzymes PPO was found to be more in case of both significant difference between the resistant and susceptible varieties was observed in case of peroxidase and PPO, whereas the and phenylalanine ammonia lyase. So, what are the future prospects of this topic? Can be using a timer, and also the presence of specific biosynthesis of acid can and a role of other toxin other than the fusaric can be of lead in
lead a couple of and one more from Indian phytopathology is ready to be communicated. All the faculty of Division of Plant Pathology, Director, Dean, and all the fraternity of IRA. Thank you so much for all your attention.
You found that the isolate from Sri Ganganagar had the highest toxicity.
Yes, sir.
Right? What's the reason? Was that collected from the same crop ecosystem or different ecosystems?
Sir, actually, we collected our isolates from ITCC, which is available in our own division, Division of Plant Pathology, ITCC. We collected our isolates from the division and we quantified the fugitic acid production.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Hamida. Good luck. So next presentation we'll be having from the Division of Plant Physiology. From Plant Physiology, Purbali Mukherjee. Purbali Mukherjee will be presenting from the Division of Plant Physiology.
Hello. Honorable Chairman of the session, respected jury members, all the dignitaries of the dais, all my friends and my teachers, a very good afternoon to one and all. I'm Purbali Mukherjee from Division of Plant Physiology. Welcome you all to my presentation. I would like to begin my presentation with a tribute to all mothers. Nasti Matri Shamachaya, Nasti Matri Shamatranam, which means there is no shade like mother, no resort like mother, no security like mother. Just like a child's safest place is in a mother, a developing seed is also nurtured within the womb of female gametophyte, also called as pistil. But the impending crisis of change poses a threat to food security and plant. The reproductive stage of plant is highly featured such as drought, salinity, and heat stress. Lots of studies have been conducted on male gametophyte, however, very few addressed on the impact of abiotic stresses on female gametophyte. Of all the stresses, high temperature is a crucial determinant factor for the reproductive success, as it causes reduced pollen receptivity, disoriented growth of pollen tube, deformed and desiccated pistil, shortened pollination period, and abnormal development of ovule and poor ovule performance. The research on high temperature is observed with high mean temperature, where the diurnal asymmetry exists between maximum and minimum temperature. The minimum temperature have increased twice the rate of maximum temperature, and the seasonal variation in the wheat growing belt in India is evident with increment of minimum temperature during Rabi season. In plants also, night temperature is significantly period as the floral organs prepare to open for pollination and fertilization. Based on the relevance, we title study as interactive role of sugar auxin during development of female gametophyte of wheat under high night temperature. Objectives: sugar metabolism, of auxin in the female gametophyte temperature condition. For conducting this experiment, we chose two contrasting wheat genotype HD2329 and Raj 3765, allowed to grow them in net house condition.
After at 50% year, collected the year and three different high night temperature treatment, plus 5 degree over ambient, plus 8 degree over ambient, with two types of culture media, without DMTU and with DMTU. DMTU is dimethyl thiourea, which acts as an H2O2 scavenger. Organ pistil from the ear and pulled for fermentation. In experiment 1, we have followed this 4 parameters in pistil of comparative with genotype under high night temperature condition. The sugar profile data showed higher raffinose accumulation in both the genotype under high night temperature in DMTU exclusion media, whereas in presence of DMTU, significant glucose and fructose accumulation was observed in tolerant genotype at plus 8 degree. The increased accumulation of raffinose could be explained by increased transcript level of raffinosynthase gene under high night temperature. The C14 radiostasis study showed higher translocation of radio level sucrose towards reproductive organ, that is pistil and stamen, in the tolerant genotype cultivar under HNT condition. The sucrose metabolism was analyzed by the sucrose synthase and invertase activity. The sucrose synthase activity showed higher activity under HNT treatment in tolerant and both susceptible genotype, which was due to higher expression of gene at plus 5 degree and sucrose synthase 2 gene at plus 8 degree. The sucrose invertase activity also increased under high night temperature, which could be explained by higher abundance of sucrose 1 fructosyl gene under high night temperature. In experiment 2, we focused on the quantitative and histochemical analysis of pistil histochemical analysis of ROS in pistil and also the antioxidant gene expression analysis studies. We found higher H2O2 production in both the genotypes. However, in tolerant genotype, it was significantly less compared to sensitive genotype, which was confirmed with diaminobenzidine staining of pistil under high night temperature. The homeostatic control of H2O2 could not be explained by catalase activity, but the peroxidase activity is significantly high with the high night temperature, which is showing similar trend with H2O2 production that confirms its involvement under HNT condition for scavenging of H2O2. Our observation on reduced glyceraldehyde 3-phosphate activity could be due to post-translational modification of the GAPC enzyme by H2O2. In experiment 3, we focused on estimation of ABA, GA3 and auxin. The data of ABA and GA3 are being presented here as auxin in both the genotypes. However, the transcript level of ABA catabolism gene ABA8 hydroxylase CYP7071A showed higher expression level only in sensitive genotype. With GA3 concentration, which was reduced in tolerant genotype with high night temperature, which was due to reduced synthesis of furan oxidase 2 gene under high night temperature in tolerant genotype, which changes the ABA and GA3 balance in favor of tolerant genotype. The thermographic analysis of the spike in 3 consecutive timing showed early morning that explained as tolerant genotype maintained better ear temperature and cooler ear temperature compared to sensitive genotype. The data on grain growth showed the only intolerant genotype at plus 8 degree, the grain weight is reduced. The key findings of my studies are the homeostatic control of H2O2 was due to GAPC act as an ROS sensor and higher activity of sucrose invertase that maintain the substrate availability for the and lower level of GA3 in the tolerant genotype under HNT was observed. From the key findings, we proposed one model on biochemical endurance of pistil, which is the better half of floral organ, explained the tolerant genotype undergoes several months of ROS level, ABA and GA3 balance, raffinose accumulation, presence of cooler air. From our leads, which we would like to pursue in basic research, we would like to make a direct comparison of male and female gametophyte under high night temperature. The translatable outcome of my study is to test the GA3 to evaluate their efficacy in imparting thermal drop in field trial. One research paper in antioxidant journal with NAS rating 12.31, paper with NAS rating 9.42. I have also been awarded with best oral presentation and also participated in poster presentation in international and national forum. I would like to thank Director ICR IRI, Joint Director Research, Joint Director Education, Head and Professor, and my chairperson, co-chairperson, and all members of Lab 202, my family, for all the support and guidance throughout this journey. I would like to conclude my slide with the quote of the earth, what we all have in common. So let's take a step forward to protect the plants from the threat of climate change. Thank you for your kind attention.
Purbali, you said that under high temperature conditions, sucrose translocation takes place.
Yes, sir.
What is the evidence?
Actually, sir, we did the C14 radio station analysis, which showed the maximum translocation was towards the reproductive organ under high night temperature in tolerant genotype. From that study, we could conclude that some of the metabolic changes and the maximum was observed in tolerant genotype to impart tolerance to high night temperature.
Did you observe any correlated response between these three factors, sucrose, ROS, and auxin?
Yes, sir. We have found that.
I think I missed out your presentation. That's why.
Actually, with a critical range of H2O2 in tolerant genotype, that is targeting the GA, which is reduced under high night temperature condition in pistil, and also the sucrose invertase activity, which is that could be because of under high night temperature, it is metabolizing maximum sucrose for imparting tolerance. So this is the sir, in susceptible GFPC activity, there is no significant change, and there is no significant change in GA3 level, and which is reducing intolerant genotype. That is imparting tolerance to high night temperature in the tolerant genotype pistil, not in the sensitive genotype. And also the GFPC, one thing, H2O2 concentration was significantly high in sensitive genotype compared to tolerant, and which was also confirmed with DAB staining.
Thank you, Ubali. So all the best. So next we are going to have from the division of Seed Science and Technology. From Seed Science and Technology, Umani S. Umani S will be presenting from the division of Seed Science and Technology, serial number 20.
Respected Chairperson, jury members, scientists, and students, I welcome you all for my presentation. The old scripture Manusmriti says, Subijam Shikshatra Jayate Sambatyate, which means quality seed in good soil yields more. Why quality of seed is important? Because the investment made on all other inputs will become waste if poor quality seed is used for germination. So, quality of seed is important. Let's talk about the world issue. The world is leading towards climate change, whether in the form of drought, heat stress, flood or hurricane, climate change impacts every level of food production, and in this heat stress needs to be addressed nowadays as global average temperature increases year by year, and it continues to put pressure on agriculture ecosystem. Lentil is second most important rabi pulse crops in India, which is severely affected by heat stress. Heat stress reduces the photosynthetic activity, sucrose metabolism, pollen viability, stigmatic function, thereby reducing the reproductive ability. It's diminishing the seed filling rate and seed yield. These impacts were reported during seed filling stage and maturity stage. Then what about the impact of heat stress on seedling stage? India continues to be first in acreage and second in production in lentil. Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, Bihar and West Bengal are major lentil growing states, which contributes 90% of the production. But in these states, the average temperature during showing period reaches 24 to 26 degrees Celsius, which is more than that of optimum temperature for germination 20 degrees Celsius. So how we can mitigate the impact of heat stress in near future? So we conceptualized an experiment titled Effect of Priming Techniques on Seed Quality Enhancement of Lentil and Their Efficacy Under Heat Stress. And I am Pumani S from Division of Seed Science and Technology. We fixed two objectives. First is to standardize the protocol for humic acid priming and thermopriming in lentil. Second is to study the efficacy of standardized priming treatments on heat stress at seedling stage of lentil. We used three different varieties: IPL 316, PDL1, L4147, 4 different treatments such as control, hydropriming, humic acid priming, and thermopriming. 2 different conditions, that is normal condition, constant 20 degrees Celsius for germination, heat stress condition, that is 30 degrees Celsius, 20 degrees Celsius for 12 hours each, alternatively for 10 days. Humic acid priming was done by soaking the seed in 1:2 weight per volume of humic acid solution for specific duration, and these seeds were dried back to its original moisture content. In thermopriming, the seeds were directly exposed to high temperature for specific duration, and this then kept at room temperature for some time. Then these primed seeds were used for germination. 10-day seedlings were evaluated. In first objective, we standardized the humic acid priming with various concentration of humic acid with various duration of soaking. In this, 600 ppm humic acid for 18 hours showed higher germination and seed vigor indices. Similarly, standardization of thermopriming done with various temperature and various exposure duration. Here, 32 degrees Celsius for 24 hours showed higher germination and seed vigor indices. From the first objective, we could found that humic acid priming at the concentration of 600 ppm for 18 hours and thermopriming at 32 degrees Celsius for 24 hours showed higher germination and vigor indices. In second objective, we evaluated the seed germination attributes. Here, we noticed that heat stress severely reduced the germination percentage in all 3 lentil varieties. But humic acid priming and thermopriming significantly improved the germination percentage under both normal condition and heat stress condition. Similarly, seed vigor indices severely affected by heat stress condition. But humic acid priming and thermopriming significantly improved the seed vigor index. Mean germination time reported to increase under heat stress condition, but primed seed imbibe the water quickly and germinate fastly. So mean germination time is reported to reduce. From these findings, priming was responsible for increased germination and fast germination and production of vigorous seedlings. But how priming improved the seedling vigor under heat stress? This can be explained by total soluble sugar and free amino acid content in lentil seedling. Both total soluble sugar and free amino acid increase under heat stress condition. This may be to protect the cell from osmotic stress under stress condition. And humic acid priming and thermopriming further increased the total soluble sugar and free amino acid. This may provide energy for the developing seedling and for their growth and development. Proline is the osmoprotectant which is reported to increase under heat stress condition. And both humic acid priming and thermopriming significantly improved the proline content in all seedlings under heat stress condition. Membrane stability is critical for cell survival. Under heat stress condition, excess accumulation of reactive oxygen species leads to overproduction of malondialdehyde through lipid peroxidation. This causes membrane damage. Hydrogen peroxide is one of the reactive oxygen species which is reported to increase under heat stress condition. But priming significantly reduces the hydrogen peroxide content in all three lentil varieties. Similarly, malondialdehyde reported to increase under heat stress condition, but humic acid priming and thermopriming significantly reduce the malondialdehyde content in all lentil varieties. Since hydrogen peroxide content increased under heat stress condition, it reduces the membrane stability index. But priming significantly improved the membrane stability index by reducing the ROS content. But how priming reduces the ROS content under heat stress? This is because of antioxidant activities. In our study, we reported that total phenolics content increased under heat stress condition, and thermopriming and humic acid priming further increased the total phenolic content. Similarly, catalase, peroxidase, and superoxide dismutase were reported to increase under heat stress condition, and humic acid priming and thermopriming significantly improved all these antioxidant activity further. This enhanced activity of antioxidants reduce the ill effect caused by the reactive oxygen species, thereby improving the seedling's performance. Findings from this research are heat stress has negative impact on seed germination and seed vigor of lentil. Both humic acid priming and thermopriming recorded for increased germination and vigorous seedling growth in lentil. Seed priming enhances the nutritional source for early development of seedling. Priming alleviates the heat stress impact by reducing the ROS content and thereby lipid peroxidation with the help of antioxidant activity and osmotic adjustment. Both humic acid priming and thermopriming can be used for obtaining rapid germination and production of vigorous seedling. These techniques can be a new way for mitigating high temperature stress in lentil at seedling stage. The future studies from the research can be study at a molecular level to understand the mechanism of seed priming induced heat stress tolerance is imperative. Study should be conducted at field level to explore the applicability of these findings. Studies to explore the longevity of primate seed is imperative. With this, I opt to thank my chairperson, advisory committee members, head, professor, and faculties of Division of Seed Science and Technology, friends, seniors, juniors, ICR and IRA for your help and support. Thank you.
Yeah, Pomani, just one question. In your study, the response of varieties under heat stress,
yes, sir.
Effect of priming is far more beneficial than under normal conditions. What reasons you attribute it to?
Sir, actually, priming during priming the pre-germinative activity is improved, sir. Like all the pre-germinative metabolism is already activated in during priming. So when we are showing the seed, primary seed, it under heat stress condition, then controlled seed, untreated seed, and primary seed, the primary seed responds quickly. It's germinate fastly. So
yeah, thank you, Ubani. So good luck. So next presentation, this will be the last physical presentation from the Division of Soil Science and Agricultural Chemicals. From Soil Science and Agricultural or Chemistry, Saloni Tripathi is here. Saloni Tripathi is from Soil Science and Agricultural Chemistry, serial number 21.
So good afternoon, everyone. I am Saloni Tripathi. I welcome you all to my presentation. In the recent years, climate change has emerged as the biggest threat to humanity. It has led to instances like that of weather anomalies, energy crises. It has affected our food and agriculture. It has led to livelihood insecurity and biodiversity loss. India is a climate vulnerable country, ranking 7th in the Global Climate Risk Index 2021, and following which the probability of weather extremities like that of heat and moisture stress, they are increasing constantly, which is ultimately affecting our crop production. Rice-based cropping systems, they are the mainstay of Indian agriculture. So under such scenarios, their yield and their productivity is declining significantly. In the words of Dr. Cynthia Rosenwig, who got World Food Prize for the year 2022, food security for all cannot be provided without resilience to increasing needs. So it is very important for us to find the soils which will be more resistant under such scenarios, will be more resilient, and also they will give better yield under such kind of scenarios. Following which, my research work entitled Assessment of Resistance of Soil under Rice-Based Cropping System was taken place with the objective to study the long-term effect of conservation agricultural practices on resistance and resilience of soil microbial groups and activities against stresses and disturbances in an incepti soil, to assess the influence of long-term nutrient management practices on resistance and resilience of soil in terms of carbon mineralization in an alkali, and to develop the relationship between resistance and resilience of soil with management goal under both conventional and conservation agricultural practices. For example, from rice wheat cropping system of IRI New Delhi, where treatment 1 to 6 are various forms of zero tillage, treatment 7 is partly conventional, and treatment 8 is a fully conventional treatment. And the second set of soil sample, it was collected from rice cropping Assam. So treatment 1 is control, treatment 2 to 4 are inorganic treatment, 5 to 7 are integrated nutrient management treatment, and treatment 8 is a fully organic one. Objective 1, the soils from rice wheat cropping system, they were taken and they were provided with heat degree for 24 hours and moisture stress consisting of 3 days of air drying. Then they were incubated at 28 degrees centigrade and the readings were taken on 1, 15, 30 and 45 days after stress. We analyzed 6 enzyme activities, biomass carbon, and the resistance and resilience index were calculated. And we also analyzed carbon mineralization, for assessing resilience in terms of carbon mineralization. We took 4 sets of soil. In half sets of soil, heat stress was provided, and in 1 set of soil under heat stress and 1 within control soil, glucose was added, and we modified the original protein in place of Chlorosidia leaf powder, and we calculated the carbon mineralization and resilience indices. Moisture stress. The treatment number 6, which is 000 tillage with triple residue retention, it was found to be more stable to heat stress, whereas treatment 7 and 8, which are partly conventional and fully conventional, they were less stable to such stresses. And alkaline phosphatase activity. Here also the better effect of the 000 tillage with triple residue retention was seen. In case of their recovery rate, we found that the better recovery was obtained in treatment number 6.
ability of dehydrogenase activity to heat stress, we also found similar kind of result. And in case of the recovery rate, also similar kind of findings were obtained. In the case of microbial population of bacteria, actinomycetes and fungi, to heat stress also the treatment number 6 was found to be more stable and most resistant, and also the similar kind of findings are also obtained in the case of moisture stress. In terms of stability of microbial biomass carbon and soil organic carbon to heat and moisture stress, we also found similar kind of results. On cumulative carbon mineralization, here, irrespective of the heat stress or glucose addition, the highest amount of carbon was mineralized in treatment number 6. Index, in that index also the highest amount of stability was found in the treatment number 6. In treatment number 6, we found better resilience. So these are the salient findings that better recovery and the better resistance resilience were found in place of 000 tillage with triple acid retention treatment. Under objective 2, we took soil from rice cropping system. Then we analyzed the resilience of soil in terms of carbon mineralization. Then we calculate soil resilience index. Then we developed soil health index, and we then tried to validate both of them. So on the effect of heat stress and substrate addition, the better mineralization, carbon mineralization was obtained in control soil with glucose, as lesser values were associated with heat stress soil with glucose indicated by that color red, and similar findings were also obtained on 23rd. After that, we also developed resilience index, and where we found the better resilience index in treatment number 7, which is the integrated nutrient management treatment NPK with 25% green manuring nitrogen and 25% FIM nitrogen. So these are the table showing the physical chemical properties of the soil. The better effects were also found in treatment 7, 8, which are integrated nutrient management and the fully organic treatment. And biological properties were also found to be better under such scenarios. And after doing principal component analysis, species with eigenvalue of more than one were extracted as a key indicator of soil health. And after that, we also found that better soil health index were also obtained in treatment number 7 and treatment number 8. Then we could saw a very good agreement with resilience of the soil with that of the health. So the treatment number 7 was found to be better in terms of health and resilience, and we found 4 species as the key indicators of soil health. Under objective 3, validation rice cropping system with that of soil organic carbon, because it is a key indicator of resistance and resilience, and also with that of the annual rice yield. And in the case of rice wheat cropping system, we saw with organic carbon and %90 agreement with the equivalent rice yield. So we can come to the conclusion that under conservation agricultural practices in the rice cropping system of Indo-Gangetic Plain, the better stability was found. So this should be the farmers of Indo-Gangetic Plain. And in the case of rice cropping system of Assam, also the better stability and the better resilience and also better health indices, they were also found in the case of treatment number 7, which is integrated nutrient management treatment. should be directed towards identifying the key indicators of soil resistance and resilience. And also should be the community structure should be studied using various molecular tools. One of my paper has been accepted in the Journal of Crop and Wheat with NAS rating of 5.46. My second paper is under review in the Journal of Soil Science and Plant Nutrition with NAS rating 9.87. I have presented the 2 poster presentation in 86th Annual Convention of Indian Society of Soil Science and 1 oral presentation in the Clay Mineral Society of India. Award from Delhi chapter Indian Society of Soil Science for this work. I have been awarded with 9 medals from OUT for my undergraduation. I have secured All India Rank 1 in SRF 2022 and I have also qualified UGC NET with JRF. And I have been sports champion girls in the IRA sports meet with first position in 4 events and second position in, and I have also secured a second position in the debate competition in the case in the occasion of Hindi Pakwada. At the end, I would like to thank my guide, my co-guide and everybody who has helped in the completion of this work. Thank you so much.
You have developed a parameter for soil health, right?
Yes, sir.
Which is the most important indicator from your studies?
So we got 4. One is bulk density, available potassium, available zinc, and acid phosphatase activity. They the 4, and the better was the best was available zinc, sir.
Available
The
zinc.
first.
Okay. What about the microbial properties?
They didn't turn out in the.
Okay.
So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Saloni Tripathi. So with this, out of the total 22 contestants in MSc, 17 have presented physically by presenting on this stage, and out of 22, the remaining 5 will be taking their pre-recorded presentation. So before lunch break, we are going to have 2 pre-recorded virtual presentations. And after each presentation, the presenter will have to remain connected. I hope they are already in this online. So they have to just reply the questions asking from this jury board. So before lunch, we are going to have 2 this online pre-recorded presentation, serial number 2 and 3, agricultural economics and agricultural engineering. From agricultural economics, Likita S, and agricultural engineering, Karishma Kumari. So first we are going to have now pre-recorded presentation from the Division of Agricultural Economics by Likita S.
India has witnessed higher production of maize due to improved varieties and hybrids and increased area under maize cultivation. Maize is used for diversified purpose. 87% of maize is used for commercial purposes. 47% is used in poultry feed. Despite of increased production and diversified usage, farmers are still trapped in low income. Lengthy market channel with lot of intermediaries is leading to lower producer share in consumer rupee. Maize channel for poultry feed in India consists of farmers, traders, wholesalers, processing company, consumer. Distribution of profit margins between the market functionaries is leading to lower income to the farmers. Outlining the market channel with minimal interference of intermediaries will help to fetch better prices to the farmers. Based on the relevance, the research was conducted on economic assessment of maize value chain and its impact on farmers' income in Davangere district of Karnataka. The objectives were to analyze the production performance of maize in India, to examine maize value chain and price realization under different marketing channels, impact assessment of the value chain on farmers' income, and to identify constraints among different stakeholders. Maize area in India has been growing at the annual growth rate of 1.96% from 1990 to 2019. Maize productivity has been growing at the rate of 2.6%. Maximum growth rate was found from 2001 to 2010. Structural break analysis has revealed that After the year 2002, maize area has shifted to higher levels due to increased demand by industries and changed consumption pattern. The productivity has increased to higher levels after the year 2006 due to improved varieties and hybrids, mechanization, and better irrigation facilities. States such as Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, and Maharashtra's contribution to maize area and production has been increasing, and states like Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan, and Gujarat has been decreasing, showing the shift of area and production from northern states to southern states in the past 3 decades. Among all the states, Tamil Nadu has shown the highest annual growth rate in both area and production. Major Kharif maize producing states in India are Madhya Pradesh, Karnataka, and Maharashtra. Major Rabi maize producing states are Bihar, Andhra Pradesh, and West Bengal. Tamil Nadu has shown the highest annual growth rate in both Kharif and Rabi production. Export value of maize in India has been growing at the rate of 27.7% from 1998, which comprises 94% of maize grain products and 6% of maize seed export. In the year 2008, decline in export was found due to economic recession worldwide and export ban from India. Decline was also seen in the year 2015 due to cheap supplies from America, where Indian prices could not lure the foreign demand. Maize in India is subjected to high fluctuations with high prices in the month of June to October. States such as Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, and Karnataka have shown the highest fluctuation with high instability index. Primary survey for maize production and marketing was conducted in Davangere district of Karnataka. Karnataka is the major contributor of maize area and production in India, growing at the rate of 6.42% in area and 6.35% in production. Davangere is the major contributor of maize in Karnataka state. 4 villages from 2 taluks of Davangere district were sampled. Data was collected from 120 farmers, 18 intermediaries, 2 poultry feed industries, and 6 farmer producer organizations. FPOs are run successfully by Horticulture and Agriculture Department and also by the private firm successfully in the study area. In maize cultivation was calculated for farmers in the study area. Cost A2 was found to be 41,726 rupees per hectare. Cost C2 was found to be 53,362 rupees per hectare. Labor cost contributes to 25% of total variable cost in the study area. Net income was found to be 45,426 rupees per hectare with the BC ratio of 1.89. Revenue varied with the landholding size of the farmers. As the landholding size of the farmers increased, due to economies of scale, yield of maize, income of farmers, and BC ratio has increased and cost of cultivation has decreased. More than 70% of the maize produced in area is used as poultry feed. Lot of feed processing companies were run successfully in the study area. Farmers were found to market dried maize through village traders, wholesalers, farmer producer organizations, and rarely through the feed processing company directly. Channels were compared for market efficiency. 71.6% of the sample farmers were following channel 1, that is marketing through village traders. However, marketing through channel 3, that is through FPO, had better net income and higher producer share in consumer rupee with highest market efficiency of 1.7 compared to all the 3 channels. Organizations are providing benefits to the farmers through forward linkage by higher prices, warehousing and storage and aggregation of produce, and backward linkage by provision of inputs at lesser cost, providing technical assistance, leasing of the implements. 47.57% of the sample farmers were members of the FPOs. FPOs were located in the distance range of 7 to 10 kilometers from the sample villages. The activities of FPOs regarding backward were taken up based on the experience of the FPOs. To quantify the effect of increased prices and reduced cost through farmer producer organization, regression adjustment model was used. 2 sets of the farmers were taken, one who were obtaining benefits from FPO and other who were not obtaining benefits from FPO. Set 1 farmer showed higher education level, more irrigated area, and higher hybrid seed usage. The results of the model has concluded that farmers benefiting from FPO obtained 6,307 rupees per hectare more net income than the farmers who did not obtain any benefits from FPO. To find out the factors influencing farmer participation in FPO, binary logic regression model was used. As the distance of FPO from farmer place decreased by 1 unit, farmer participation has increased by 0.89 units. As the institutional credit source increased, farmer participation also increased as they can escape from credit trap of the farmers. Active services by FPO has positive effect on the farmer participation in FPO. Constraint observed in the study area were high insecticide cost due to fall armyworm infestation, credit scarcity, labor unavailability, and high wage rate. Some of the other constraints are lack of storage facilities, limited machinery usage due to small production. Major marketing constraint in the area was rejection of the grains with fungal infection by processing companies, credit trap of farmers by middlemen, and high transportation cost. In addition to the marketing cost, FPOs are facing limited forward linkages for processing and non-participation of farmers. Major findings of my research are shift in area and production to higher levels after 2002 and 2006, especially in southern states. Marketing through FPO fetches higher prices to farmers. Net income increased by FPO utilization. Distance, institutional credit source, and FPO services has significant impact on farmer participation in FPO. Maintenance of quality has utmost importance in marketing of maize to processing industries. Out of my research are to establish processing industries in traditional states to promote commercialization in maize cultivation, to increase the awareness in farmers about FPO and their benefits, to provide back-ended support to FPO so that they can establish processing units, to extend the credit support to farmers to FPO, to overcome credit trap by traders, to extend storage and drying facilities to avoid fungal infection. Of my research has been accepted by Journal of Community Mobilization and Sustainable Development. The abstract of my research has been published in 2 more journals. In addition to the paper and abstract, oral paper presentation was made in 82nd Annual Conference of Indian Society of Agriculture Economics, and poster presentation was made at International Conference on Advances in Agriculture and Food System towards Sustainable Development Goals. I express my heartfelt gratitude to everybody who has helped throughout my research. I would like to end my presentation through a quote of John F. Kennedy, which says, "Farmer is the only man in our economy who buys everything at retail, sells everything at wholesale, and pays the freight both ways." This outlines the importance of increased prices and decreased cost for the farmers. Thank you.
Excuse me, sir. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm not able to hear.
Likhita,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now it is audible. Sir, it is not audible. I'm sorry.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you have stated just, transfer of the produce from one agent to another agent. This is just a kind of supply chain and not the value chain. Okay. This is one, but you say that your title it is the value chain, but I don't find any value addition to that. My another comment is you have estimated the growth rate in exports, say about 22% or something like that.
Yes, sir.
You know, while there is a huge volatility in the exports. Now estimating this kind of compound annual growth rate when there is a very high volatility, it is misleading, isn't it?
Yes.
So these are two major comments on this. And another is one question query is that why it is that in southern states the maize is growing very fast while in western states it is declining.
Yes, sir. Sir, the major reason for maize growth in southern states is because of processing industries, which is flourishing recently in last 2 decades. The reason is that the non-vegetarian population is more in southern states than in northern states. And also the climatic conditions are very conducive, means extreme temperatures cannot be tolerated by broiler chickens. So the southern states are growing. And in addition, the main problem in northern states is that assured prices through MSP by rice and wheat, where paddy and wheat is given MSP. So the farmers are shifting more towards the paddy and wheat than maize. And to answer that value chain, sir, GTZ Links has defined value chain as the movement of the produce from the producer to the consumer. So based on that, I have taken that value chain. And value addition aspects, I have spoken in terms of the producer share in consumer rupee, where the value addition in processing companies is also being calculated.
Okay, thank you, Likhita. Good luck.
Thank you.
So next pre-recorded presentation we will be having from the Division of Agricultural Engineering by Karishma Kumari. Serial number 3 from Agricultural Engineering by Karishma Kumari.
Admission in the master's program when the coronavirus pandemic hit the world and brought a challenge for us and shattered life all across the world. The rapid diagnosis of the COVID-19 virus's infection was the challenge. So I searched and got to know about many COVID testing kits which were designed for the rapid diagnosis of the COVID virus's infection. So the quick and the rapid detection of presence of COVID infection raised a curious question in my mind, and I thought, what about the rapid detection and severity estimation of the viral infection in the plants? Then I started exploring through the plants are also suffered from many diseases caused by the bacteria, fungus, viruses, and nematodes. And out of these viruses, viral disease pose a major challenge for the plant health protection. Groundnut bud-necrosis virus, that is GVNB, is one of the top 10 most important plant viruses group in the world, affecting a wide range of economically important crop plants. And it usually transmits through 2 ways, naturally through a thrips insect and artificially through mechanical or sap inoculations. And types of symptoms it shows a necrotic spot, chlorotic spot, drying of young growing buds or tips. Tomato is the major host of this virus, and cowpea is the laboratory host of this virus. Plant disease severity. It usually includes a longitudinal and historical factor that provide a more complete picture of prognosis and overall burden of the disease. Then the question came in my mind, why do we need to estimate a disease severity? So the answer for this question is for making a decision concerning disease management, for determining the efficacy of the various control measures, for verifying the quality of the ergonomic products. Here are some existing methods or techniques available for the plant disease severity estimation. Traditional methods, advanced methods. Traditional method includes naked eye observation methods, but the drawback of the traditional method is for the plant disease severity estimation is it do not take into consideration the dynamics of the plants. Advanced method includes RGB imaginary system, multispectral, hyperspectral, and chlorophyll fluorescence imaginary system. But these all have limitations, is difficult to operate, required expert technicians, time consuming for the data analysis, and less suitable for the use in the on-field precise input application. after going through plenty of research paper, I found some of the research gaps here. The lack of affordable device for the real-time monitoring of disease severity, need for the disease severity-based input application for which estimation of disease severity is the prerequisite. Major research work has done on disease detection, but very limited research work have done on disease severity. A need for the accurate machine learning models for viral disease severity estimation in the different crops. So me, Karishma Kumari, as completed master degree program from the Division of Agriculture Engineering in year 2020-22, I am presenting for the IRI Merit Medal presentation, and my research topic was development of sensor-based device for estimation of crop disease severity. And the objectives of my research work were to evaluate the effectiveness of different sensors for estimation of crop disease severity, to develop the sensor-based device for the estimation of viral disease severity in the selected crops, and to evaluate the performance of developed device for the disease severity. So under the first objective, the aim was for the selection of most effective sensor type or bands. So for this, the following activities were performed. As one of the major emphasis of the study was to develop a disease severity estimation device. So based on the literature available related to the different sensors and their utility for the disease severity estimation, 3 different sensors were selected: color sensor, spectral sensors, and NDVI sensors. The design of the electronic circuits along with the required components for the use of color sensor and spectral sensor were integrated in the way to have a smooth data collection from the virus inoculated plants. And Python codes in the Python was developed to execute the work function of the RGB and spectral sensors. One GVNB viral disease type and 2 crop cultivars, tomato and cowpea, were selected for the study of changes in morphological and spectral characteristic of the plants before and after virus inoculation. So for that, virus inoculum were prepared and applied on the selected crops. Post GVNB inoculation, the tomato and cowpea were observed daily. The observation revealed that on the 5th day of inoculation, leaves began to develop a chlorotic spot, and then later on it morphed into a necrotic spot. And after 25th day post inoculation, tomato plants died completely, but the cowpea plants survived with the stunted growth. The plant of the height of the selected crops were measured, and the data revealed that the growth of the inoculated plants with the time interval was less under the lab condition than the field condition. And the good infection, that is the disease severity, was observed for both the crop under lab condition. The RGB, spectral, and NDVI data were collected from the virus inoculated plants under both lab and field condition. Here is the sample of the data. Statistical analysis were done on collected data, and the highest correlation coefficient between the disease severity and spectral data for both the crops was observed in NIR band of the spectral sensor. So accordingly, spectral sensor was selected for the development of viral disease severity estimation device. The results were re-verified through the spectral signature, and again NIR band for the both crops were found significantly affected with the days. Under the second objective, the main aim was development of sensor-based handheld device for the disease severity estimation. So for that, the following activities were performed. For analysis of the spectral data using machine learning algorithm, first of all disease severity scale were prepared. Then on the collected 5,000 database analysis were done using the decision tree algorithm. 80% data was used for the training and 20% for the testings. After the analysis, algorithm were resulted with the 93.65% accuracy for the tomato and 87.5% accuracy for the cow. So here, the final decision tree model were developed and final results were obtained for both the tomato and cowpea with 5 severity class. And for the tomato, the best parameter was observed as a Gini, and for the cowpea, it was observed as entropy. And now, using all the necessary components to fit the decision tree model in the final device, a final electronic circuit was developed. After measuring the component of the circuit developed, the dimension of the components were noted, and 3D design of the device were designed in the CATIA V5 software, and then 3D print were taken of every part of the device. And then final electronic circuit were arranged in a compacted way in a printed parts. So here is the sampled sensor-based viral disease severity estimation device. And this side shows the flowchart of the developed device workings. And this is the final front and side view of the developed sensor-based viral disease severity estimation device. Under the third objective, the accuracy of the developed device were determined. And here, the performance of the developed device were assessed using the determined disease severity and the outcomes of the device results. And the result found as the developed device has the capability to distinguish the disease severity into 5 major classes: class 0, class 1, class 2, class 3, and class 4. Final conclusion of my research work are: a sensor-based device was developed with the capability to estimate a GVNV disease severity in the tomato and cowpea. The developed device has capability to distinguish the disease severity into 5 major classes. Most effective band for the disease severity detection and estimation was observed as the NIR band of the spectral sensor, with the correlation coefficient of 0.82 for tomato and 0.73 for the cowpea. And the developed device tree model obtained a maximum depth of 5 on the base criteria parameter Gini index, and maximum training accuracy achieved 95.01% for tomato, and corresponding values for the cowpea were 7 and 90% respectively. The decision tree made machine learning algorithm resulted in 93.65% accuracy for the tomato and 87.5% accuracy. And the future scope of my research work is: developed disease severity estimation device can be used for the precise application of chemical based on the level of severity. 3 research papers were submitted, and out of which 1 got accepted and others are under review. I got awarded with the International Graduate Research Fellowship at the South Dakota State University, USA for the PhD program. Also awarded with the runner-up trophy in the event of table tennis singles in the annual sports meet at IRI, New Delhi. Now, I would like to thank Chairman and other member of my advisory committee, Director, Joint Director, Dean, IRI, Head, Professor, Scientist, Technical Staff of my Division of Agriculture Engineering and Division of Plant Pathology. Now, I would like to thank all of you giving me the platform and opportunity to perform my research work. Thank you.
Come to the screen. Yes.
Can you hear us, Karishma?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you hearing?
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir.
Very nice work you have performed, particularly on sensor-based diagnosis of disease severity. But because your all work is in controlled conditions, you have performed only for a single disease. But as we know that particularly when we are having these virus infections, so we have always a complex virus infections. So when we on your applied part of your these sensors, when we applied in the field conditions, so how precise it is?
So actually the evaluation was done under the lab conditions. So it was like giving a good result under the lab conditions for the varietal screening and all. But when we also planted the crops and inoculated the virus in the same way in the plant as well. But the result was not that much good as we were getting in the lab conditions. So the other factors can affect. So that was the reason behind it.
Okay, thank you, Karishma. So,
thank you, sir.
Good luck. So, with this, now we are going to break for lunch, and this lunch breaking time is 45 minutes. So we have to reassemble here after 45 minutes. So if we see the time now, this is 2:40. So after this lunch break, we welcome you again to this auditorium. So we are going to have the pre-recorded presentation. So as I already informed that there in MSc level, there are 5 pre-recorded presentations, out of which already we have taken 2 presentations, pre-recorded presentations, and remaining 3 we are going to have now. So now, first, serial number 12. Serial number 12 from the Division of Floriculture and Landscape Architecture. So this pre-recorded presentation sent by Iram Arju. Iram Arju, pre-recorded virtual presentation representing the Division of Floriculture and Landscape Architecture. This is serial number 12.
All the scientists and my dear friends, a very pleasant good morning to all. Floriculture are extremely important in our pretty fast life. They uplift the atmosphere and make all occasion unforgettable. Floriculture is a sunrise industry concerned with growing and marketing of ornamental plants in different forms like cut flower, loose flower and all. So I want to quote that just living is not enough. One must have sunshine, freedom and a little flower. Among all flower crop, marigold is topmost flower crop growing in different states. Respected chairman, jury member, all the scientists and my dear friends, a very pleasant good morning to all. Floriculture are extremely important in our pretty fast life. They uplift the atmosphere and make all occasion unforgettable. Floriculture is a sunrise industry concerned with growing and marketing of ornamental plants in different forms like cut flower, loose flower and all. So I want to quote that just living is not enough. One must have sunshine, freedom and a little flower. Among all flower crop, marigold is topmost flower crop growing in different states of India. It contributes 18% area and 27% production. Marigold is a versatile crop mainly used as a loose flower, natural color, dye and poultry feed. It is also used as a essential oil, pharmaceutical, nutraceutical, insect repellent and nematicide. Nowadays, F1 hybrid of marigold are gaining tremendous popularity in India and other countries. However, up to date, there is not even a single indigenous developed F1 hybrid released from the public sector that has been adopted by farmer on wide scale. This is mainly because of non-availability of homozygous inbred line in this crop. Development of homozygous line through conventional method requires 7 to 8 generation of selfing. It is very tedious job to generate completely homozygous line via self. Hence, induction of haploid via in vitro gynogenesis or androgenesis and their subsequent diplodization to create double haploid is a viable option for rapid development of homozygous parental line in shortest possible time. Double type petless male sterile African marigold are mostly in demand, and because of absence of male part in petless male sterile line, we have to go to gynogenesis for haploid production. So with this background, I, Iram Arju, with my chairman, Dr. Rita Bhatia from Division of Floriculture and Landscaping, has decided my research topic on in vitro gynogenesis studies in African marigold. With the help of my advisory committee, following 3 objectives have been formulated. That is to optimize the effect of culture media and shock pretreatment, and to optimize the effect of gamma radiation on gynogenesis efficiency, and to standardize protocol for in vitro multiplication of gynogenically induced region. For our research purpose, we have taken 2 male genotype DMH24, DMH55, that is own developed F1 hybrid of Tagetes erecta, while for gamma radiation studies, Pusa deep of Tagetes patula have been taken. In first objective, during optimizing the effect of culture media and shock pretreatment for gynogenesis efficiency, we have taken partially open flower bud from field in morning time. This is followed by pretreatment and excision of ovary and culture on suitable media. For gynogenesis study, in the first stage, we had stabilized aseptic culture. For this 0.2% mercurial chloride treatment for 5 days is optimized. Hence, unfertilized ovary are cultured on 13 media combination along with control. In this, we found that T4 treatment having modified MS media along with 0.75 milligram thiazodirone and 0.2 milligram naphthalenic acid acetic acid gives minimum days to response, while highest % response was observed on T11 treatment having modified MS media along with 1 milligram TDZ and 0.5 milligram NNA. While minimum days to direct regeneration and maximum direct regeneration was observed on T3 treatment having modified MS media along with 0.75 milligram TDZ and 0.2 milligram NA. While ongoing to third step, we have optimized SOC pre-treatment, which improves direct regeneration towards gynogenesis. Hence, we have given 7 pre-SOC treatment to intact partially flower bud for different days combination and found minimum days to response and maximum % response in treatment T1 at 4 degrees centigrade temperature for 3 days. While minimum days to direct regeneration was found on treatment T1 at 4 degrees centigrade temperature for 3 days and maximum % direct regeneration on treatment T2 at 4 degrees centigrade temperature for 7 days. Gamma irradiation having capability to kill generative nuclei inside pollen, which help in development of pseudo-fertilized ovary and hence improve the gynogenesis and leads to development of more direct regenerated haploid plants. Hence, we have studied the effect of gamma irradiation on pollen. For this, we have taken flower bud of Pusadeep 1 day before anthesis and given 5 different doses treatment to them. And after 1 day studied and found minimum viability of pollen at 400 gray in tetrazolium chloride and potassium iodide solution and also minimum % of germination on same 400 gray. Irradiated pollen from French marigold cultivar Pusadeep is utilized to pollinate African marigold cultivar DMH 24 and 55 after 30 days. Ovaries excised and we have recorded maximum pseudo-fertilized ovaries on same 400 gray. These pseudo-fertilized ovaries were cultured on unlaterally standardized culture media and found highest direct regeneration on 400 gray because of pseudo-fertilization, while minimum response and maximum response is because of fertilized ovary. We have got best response in DMH 24 at 200 gray, while in DMH 55 at 500 gray, while haploid plant is observed more in DMH 24 at 400 gray. Because of less vigor and abnormal morphology, gynogenically developed haploid plant are tough to multiply and survive in ex vivo environment. Hence, we have a standardized protocol for in vitro multiplication of gynogenically induced regenerates. For standardizing in vitro proliferation, microsuits were cultured on different treatment of cytokinin, that is benzylaminopurine and kinetin. Minimum days to suit emergence was found on T2 having 0.25 milligram BAP and maximum number of microsuits per suits were recorded on 0.25 milligram kinetin. While maximum number of leaf pair per branch was observed on modified MS with 1 milligram BAP and % increase in fresh weight of culture was found on T2 having 0.5 milligram BAP. For standardizing in vitro root induction, microsuits were cultured on different treatment of auxins, that is naphthalenic acetic acid and indole butyric acid. Minimum days to root emergence, % rooting and maximum number of root per microsuit was recorded on 0.25 milligram NA. Best root growth was obtained on T1 with 0.25 milligram NA, while maximum root length was obtained on control having no any growth hormone, but these roots are very tender and greenish with less in number. For providing a strength and proper environment to gynogenically induced plant, 4 different containers and cover nation have been used for hardening, and we got maximum % survival, number of leaf per plant, shoot length, and best visual observation on same plastic pot cover with polythene. Induced plant through flow cytometry and chloroplast counting, and we got 2 to 3% plant as haploid. In this, we got half number of mean pi in haploid plants, that is 65K, and then diploid plants, that is 129K, while chloroplast in haploid is 3 to 5, and in diploid it is 6 to 8. After all this silent finding of my research topic, our culture media was optimized and found more gynogenic response on modified MS along with 0.75 milligram TDZ and 0.2 milligram Na. Pre-shock treatment was optimized and found more direct regeneration on 4 degrees centigrade for 3 days. Gamma irradiation was also optimized and found more and early direct regeneration on 400 gray. In vitro proliferation was based on modified MS with 0.5 milligram BAP. In vitro rooting was based on modified MS with 0.5 milligram Na, while in vitro hardening was also optimized and found based on plastic pot covered with polythene. As a practical implication, this protocol will be useful for genetic study regarding mutation and transgenic development in haploid stage, and also in development of in vitro gynogenic haploid, that is homozygous parental line development. These homozygous parental line will use in development of F1 hybrid production by public sector as outcome for farmers. This research work was solely dedicated to farmers of India. With this my research, I have published 2 research papers with NAS rating above 5. I have been awarded as table tennis winner in ICR IRI sports meets. I have awarded with gold medal and student of the year for all 4 years during my UG. I have also scored AIR1 in ICR SRF 2022 examination. So with this, I would like to acknowledge my chairman and each and everyone who supported me during my post-graduation. And now I want to conclude my presentation with the quote that happiness held is the seed while happiness shared is the flower. Keep it natural, keep it simple. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Iramarju, you switch on your video.
Yes, sir. On, sir.
You come on the screen.
Sir, my video is on, sir.
Hello, am I audible? Can
Yes,
you
sir.
hear me? Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Just one question. What was the chromosome number of your gynogenic regenerates, and what was the frequency of proliferation?
Sir, we got 2 to
Per
3%
explant, how
of
many?
haploid plants. 2 to 3% of haploid plants having chromosome number of 24, sir.
24. Okay. And
Yes, sir.
then
But
what was
haploid
the,
chromosome number is sir 12, sir.
so it is not haploid what you have counted. Okay.
That
Then
haploid
what
plant-
was the
yes, sir.
what was the rate of proliferation per explant? Was there any embryogenic callus or anything?
Sir, it is a 10 to 12%, sir. Because they are having abnormal morphology, sir, so they are unable to survive in ex vivo environments, sir. That's why, sir.
Why specifically I am asking this is none of the photographs of your conical flask, there was multiple regeneration shown.
Sir, that is 60 to 70%, sir.
Okay, thank you, Iramarju. Good luck to you.
Thank you, sir.
So now let's proceed for the next presentation, pre-recorded presentation. That is from the Division of Molecular Biology and Biotechnology, that will be made by Anik Basak. Serial number 16. You play the pre-recorded presentation. Serial number 16, Molecular Biology and Biotechnology.
Good morning, everyone.
This is recorded and sent by Anik Basak.
Good morning, everyone. I welcome you all to my merit medal presentation. I will initiate my talk by presenting my MSc thesis work, Identification and Characterization of Bacterial Endophytes Having Potential Antimicrobial Activities Against Fusarium Wilt in Chickpea. But before directly jumping into the topic, I want to thank my advisory committee for helping me throughout my journey. Chickpea variety Boivab was chosen as research material. Chickpea is one of the most important pulse crop out there, and India is the highest producer of chickpea. The production of chickpea can get severely affected by the fungus Fusarium oxysporum subspecies ciceris, which can cause the disease Fusarium wilt. Chemical control of this disease doesn't give the satisfactory result, and developing resistance cultivar can take a lot of time. That's why I tried to find a biological way to control the disease by using endophytes as a biocontrol agent. Endophytes are the microorganisms which can live inside the plant tissue without causing any disease or any negative symptom to the plant. In this study, I investigated the complex relationship between host, pathogen, and the biocontrol agent. As these endophytes lives and evolves with the plant, there must be a close mutualism between the host organism and the endophytes. That's why we proposed our hypothesis that endophytes must impart a resistance in biotic stresses like Fusarium wilt in case of chickpea. Considering all this, we set two of our objectives. First one is to identify potential bacterial endophytes having antagonistic activities against Fusarium and their characterization using polyphagic approach. The second objective was in-planta validation of antimicrobial potential of selected bacterial endophyte and qPCR analysis of differentially expressed genes involved in imparting resistance to Fusarium in chickpea. Morphobiochemical characterization. First, I isolated 119 bacterial isolates from different plant tissues like roots, shoots, leaves, flowers, and nodules. Then we characterized the bacterial isolate both morphologically and biochemically by conducting string test, catalase test, gram staining, ability to produce fluorescence, and oxidase test. All the endophytic isolates were screened for plant growth promoting activity. It was found that 6 bacteria can produce more than 50 microgram per ml of indole acetic acid, a growth hormone, in TSA media. 10 of the bacterial isolates were found to be the strong producer of siderophore, which can help the plant in betterment of nutrient uptake. 2 of the bacterial isolates were found to be the strong producer of extracellular nuclease, which can help the plant in defense against different pathogens. And 2 of the bacterial isolates were found to be the strong producer of the enzyme phosphatase, which can help the plant for better uptake of the phosphorus. Endophytic isolates were also screened for antimicrobial activity in vitro dual culture assay against the fungus Fusarium oxysporum. It was found that 16 bacterial isolates can significantly reduce the growth of the fungus by 31 to 60%. Those bacterial isolates which are found positive for antimicrobial activities in vitro dual culture assay, we also checked whether they contain any gene for antimicrobial lipopeptide or not. We found that 2 of the bacterial isolates have the gene for surfactant, 2 of the bacterial isolates have the gene for eturine, 6 of the bacterial isolates contained the gene for bacillomycin D, and 1 of the bacterial isolate has the gene for fangicin D. For molecular characterization, 21 best performing bacterial isolates, both in plant growth promoting activity and in antimicrobial activity, were chosen. We did the 16S rDNA sequencing of the 21 bacteria, and the sequence data was submitted to the NCBI database and the accession numbers were obtained. Next, 3 best performing bacterial isolates are selected for in-planta validation. It was found that bacterial endophytic treated seeds show better level of germination than the control by the increment of 140 to 142%. The effect of the bacterial isolates were also measured in the plant growth parameters. It was found that endophyte treated plants had increased plant height over the control by 48 to 77%. The increment in the shoot dry weight was 140 to 134% over the control, and the increment of root dry weight was 116 to 128% in endophyte treated plants over the control. Next, the ability of the 3 endophytes to provide protection was checked in plants. The result showed that the endophyte treatment can increase the plant survival by 52 to 74% over the control. The endophyte NIBSM CIS37 Pseudomonas tutgeri was found to be the most efficient in mitigating the disease. That's why this particular endophyte was taken for further relative gene expression analysis. I concluded my study by conducting relative gene expression assay of defense-related genes. We found 10 genes which are present in the chickpea are related to the defense-related pathway which is initiated by the endophytes. We analyzed 4 of them, their expression, which are NACTF, 1433 protein, OXBP protein, and LRR protein. In all cases, it was found that after pathogen inoculation in endophytic treated plant, the expression of these 4 genes was high, particularly in the first and the third day, soon after inoculation with the pathogen. But when the problem got mitigated, their expression came into the basal level, that is in the 5th day and on the 7th day. So these are the particular genes which got upregulated in the endophyte treated plant after the pathogen inoculation. In conclusion, the endophyte NIBSM CIS37 provide protection to the plant against fusarium by producing indole acetic acid, producing siderophore, producing extracellular nuclease, inducing increased expression of defense-related genes, and producing antimicrobial peptide, and thus it helps the plant but to mitigate the problem and withstand the biotic stress. In future prospect, I want to say the endophyte, those are having strong antagonistic activity and antimicrobial activity, can be used as a biocontrol agent in the future. Next, the endophytes which are having good plant growth promoting activities can be explored as a microbial biofertilizer. And this study will help for the better understanding of the plant receptor and the particular bacterial component that can actually influence the overall defense mechanism in the plant can be further deciphered in the future. In publication, we submitted 21 16S rDNA sequences to the NCBI database and the accession numbers were obtained. We also presented a poster on bacterial endophyte Pseudomonas tutgeri strain NIBSM CIS37 induces endophyte mediated resistance against fusarium in chickpea on international conference on pulse in Delhi, Usha campus. Lastly, I want to thank you all. It is a great honor for me to present in the IRI Merit Medal competition. Thank you again.
Hello.
Anik, so your audio, video both, we could see you, but we are not hearing you. You are not audible. Whether from our side, is it audible to you?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you about your the fact that you implicated IAA as responsible for overcoming deleterious effects of fusarium or acting against fusarium. How do you plan? What suggestion you have regarding validation of that particular result? Did you think
Actually,
about
sir, actually, particularly the plants which are having higher level of oxygen concentration, so there might be a chance that it have higher amount of growth. So it, due to the growth perspective, it can outcompete the problems with causes due to the fusarium wilt. So that's why auxin production may help the plant to withstand the biotic stress.
Thank you, Anik Basak. So good luck. So for MSc last this pre-recorded presentation, now we are going to have from the Division of Vegetable Science by Neha Kumari Mandal from Division of Vegetable Science. Neha Kumari Mandal, serial number 22.
Century, the world is facing a lot of challenges. Good morning, everyone. I am Neha Kumari Mandal from the Division of Vegetable Science. Welcome to IRI Made Federal Presentation 2023. In this era of 21st century, the world is facing a lot of challenges like population outbreak, malnutrition, and occurrence of different deadly diseases. And these problems of population outbreak, malnutrition, etc. are more intense in the countries of Southeast Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa. According to the recent data, India exceeds China by population and it ranks 107 in Global Hunger Index of 121 countries. Among the 17 goals of United Nations, the second goal focuses on removal of hunger from the world. So for improving the situation, the growth and advancement in the field of crop production technology is burning point for our country. Now coming to my research crop cucumber, originating in Indian subcontinent, cucumber is most important crop from the family Cucurbitaceae. It is also grown in China and different European countries. China is the largest producer of cucumber, whereas in case of India, it is Karnataka. There are generally two types of cucumbers found in market. One is white spine table varieties and another is black spine picnic varieties. Except these two, there nowadays a new type of cucumber is becoming popular, which is generally grown in greenhouses, and that is generally parthenocarpic in nature. So why these parthenocarpic cucumbers are becoming popular nowadays? Parthenocarpic cucumbers are highly productive and also remunerative for farmers. More number of seeds are not desirable as placenta is the edible portion. Parthenocarpic fruits are quicker in maturity. Cucumber is generally cross-pollinated and warm-seeded crop, which fails to set fruit in absence of pollination or when it is cultivated in polyhouse under adverse climatic conditions. Parthenocarpy is the most cost-effective solution and ensures yield when cucumber is self-sterile or garnicerous in nature. So what is the relation between parthenocarpy and cucumber? In nature, generally fruits are developed after pollination and fertilization of ovule, which leads to development of seed. In case of cucumber, also lack of pollination causes failure to fruit set, and as a result, abscission of ovary occurs at an early stage of development. But in some exceptional cases, fruit development occurs in absence of pollination, which is known as parthenocarpy, and many research papers have shown that it happens due to the interaction of several hormones present in the tissues of ovaries of the parthenocarpic fruit. So now coming to the research gap, many research has been done in cucumber in parthenocarpy, but the most work are concentrated on the effect of exogenous growth regulatory application, breeding for new parthenocarpic varieties, and the role of auxin in developing parthenocarpy. But there are many unexplored areas as well. There is lack of information about the quantification of different hormones. Little information is found about the genes which are related with the metabolic pathway of cytokinin and gibberellin, and there is also lack of works on carnaceous varieties. Most of the work are concentrated on monoecious varieties. So based on all these aspects, we have decided the thesis title, Understanding the Role of Important Growth Hormones in Relation to Parthenocarpy in Cucumber. It has total 3 objectives. The first is to study the effect of exogenous auxin, gibberellin, and cytokinin application in inducing parthenocarpy. The second objective is to quantify the endogenous auxin, gibberellin, and cytokinin in the different fruit developmental stages in parthenocarpic and non-parthenocarpic genotypes. And the third objective is to study the expression of important genes associated with metabolic pathway of auxin, gibberellin, and cytokinin in parthenocarpic and non-parthenocarpic genotypes. So coming to the first objective, to study the effect of exogenous auxin, gibberellin, and cytokinin application in inducing parthenocarpy. For this experiment, 3 genotypes, Pusa parthenocarpic cucumber 6, which is a parthenocarpic garnicerous genotype, and Pusa pickling cucumber 8, which is a parthenocarpic garnicerous and pickling genotype are taken. And with this, another non-parthenocarpic genotype, Pusa udai, introgressed with F. locus, IMP1 is taken. Total 7 combinations of growth regulators are used, IA, GA3, and BAP individually, IA plus GA3, GA3 plus BAP, IA plus BAP, and all the three growth regulators together. For contrasting, only water is sprayed under control condition. The concentration is 100 ppm in each case, and time of application is on the day of anthesis in between 6 to 7 am of body. Data is recorded after 10 days of application of growth regulators. So now coming to the case of parthenocarpic genotype PPC, the fruit set percentage is almost 90%, and the fruits are also well developed in nature. In case of another parthenocarpic genotype DG8, the fruit set percentage is 85% under control condition, and here also fruits are well developed. But in non-parthenocarpic genotype IM1, the percentage of fruit set is only 13% under control condition, and when some growth regulators are applied, like BAP plus GA3 plus IA and BAP plus GA3 together, it produces satisfactory results. But the best results is obtained when IA plus BAP were applied together. So now coming to the second objective, to quantify endogenous auxin, dipyline, and cytokinin in the different fruit developmental stages in parthenocarpic and non-parthenocarpic genotypes. Here also the same three genotypes, Pusa parthenocarpic cucumber 6, Pusa picking cucumber 8, and Pusa uday introplus are used. Total 6 stages, 0 DA, 2 DA, 4 DA, 6 DA, 8 DA, and 10 DNA are taken. Indole acetic acid is quantified using HPLC, whereas trans-GAT and dihydrogeatin is quantified using UPLC. So now coming to endogenous IA concentration. In case of IA, the highest concentration is observed in phenotype PPC6 on 4th day after anthesis. If we see the graph, we can understand that the concentration of auxin is low in initial stages, and then it rises up, and after a certain period, again the concentration starts declining. In case of trans-GAT, the highest concentration is observed in each of these three genotypes on 8th day after anthesis. The concentration of trans-GAT is low on the beginning of the anthesis, and generally in later stages the concentration rose. Now coming to the quantification of endogenous dihydrogeatin concentration. In case of dihydrogeatin, there is no specific pattern followed. The highest concentration in case of PPCC on 6th day, the DG8 in case of on the day of anthesis, and in case of IMP1, it is the 10th day of anthesis. GA3 is observed in parthenocarpic genotype PPC6 on the day of anthesis. The concentration of GA3 is higher in the beginning of anthesis, and in later stages it becomes lower. So coming to the objective number 3, to study the expression of important genes associated with metabolic pathway of auxin, dipyline, and cytokinin in parthenocarpic and non-parthenocarpic genotypes. Here also the same three genotypes PPC6, DG8, and IMP1 are taken with three defined stages 0 DA, 2 DA, and 4 DA in both pollinated and unpollinated conditions. The genes associated with the metabolic pathway of auxin, cytokinin, and dipyline are taken for expression analysis. The sequence of the genes are obtained from Cucumber Genome Database, and primer designing is done through using primer 3 input version 4.0. RNA is isolated using Trizol method, and cDNA prepared through Promega kit. For expression analysis, quantitative real-time PCR is used. So here are the defined stages which are taken for expression analysis study. Now come to the cytokinin related genes. IPT is strongly expressed in parthenocarpic genotype PPC6 on 4 DA under pollinated condition, and IPT3 is another parthenocarpic genotype in DG8 on 4 DA pollinated condition. Both the genes CYP735A1 and CYP735A2 are expressed strongly in DG8 under pollinated condition. LOG1 and LOG2 genes are strongly expressed in parthenocarpic picking cucumber DG8 on 4 DA under pollinated condition. Both CSRR 3/4A and 4B are expressed strongly in parthenocarpic genotype PPC6 on the day of anthesis under pollinated condition. Both CSRR 8/9D and 9E are expressed strongly in DG8 on 4 DA under pollinated condition. Now come to the auxin-related genes. Aux-induced protein 2,2B-like2 is strongly expressed in DG8 on 2 DA under pollinated condition. Auxin-induced protein 2,2D-like is strongly expressed in parthenocarpic genotype DG8 on 4 DA as Ox28-like on 2 DA pollinated condition. Dipyline-related genes CSJ2OX1 and 2 are expressed strongly in parthenocarpic genotype PPC6 on 2 DA. CSJ2OX4 is expressed in DG8 on 2 DA pollinated condition. CSJ3OX2 is expressed strongly in DG8 on 4 DA and GA3OX4 in PPC6. So now coming to the conclusion, defined genes associated with the biosynthesis pathway of all these three hormones are observed to be upregulated in parthenocarpic genotypes PPC6 and DG8 and downregulated in non-parthenocarpic genotype IMPU1. Last but not the least, coming to the summary. From is proved to be the best for promoting food safety. The relation between concentration of hormones in food tissue with defined growth stages are understood from the second experiment. In third experiment, the molecular basis of the hormone are studied. My research paper is published in Frontier Genetics with NAS rating 10.6. Another review paper is published with NAS rating 3.55 in Indian Journal of Agriculture and Allied Sciences. MSc second year and member of student coordinator cell for placement cell. I also got second prize in Rangoli competition. I like to thank my chairperson, Dr. Anilabha Das Munshi sir, my co-chairperson, Dr. Shamsundar De sir, and my other members, Dr. Prahlad Kumar Bhomik sir, Dr. Ajay Arora sir, Dr. Aditi Kundu ma'am, Dr. Sharika ma'am, and all the members from the Division of Vegetable Science, all my friends, lab mates, and my family, and ICR for providing me JRF scholarship, and IRI for providing me research facilities. Thank you.
So Neha Mandal, yes, you're visible. So, you speak?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you are also audible.
Yes, sir.
Neha, are you
Yes,
hearing?
sir. Yes, sir. Yes. Excuse me, sir. I can't hear anything.
Now you are hearing?
Yes, sir. Yes. Now it is audible.
Okay. So in Cucumber, you did some basic work, particularly for induced parthenocarpy in these monoecious lines. But in the
Ganoecious
system
lines,
also, yeah, ganoecious lines. But in the systems, we have already parthenocarpic as well as the ganoecious lines. Okay.
Yes,
and we are doing large scale cultivations utilizing these. So for these, and it is a unapplied part, it is very difficult to have the commercial potential of these induced parthenocarpy in these ganoecious lines.
Yes,
okay.
sir.
So what is your opinion in this applied part of your research? How we can use as commercially this?
Sir, the research findings can be used for development of new parthenocarpy varieties. That is the one. And if we use, like I have researched on many genes and I have found many genes which can cause parthenocarpy. And for large scale, if these parthenocarpy genes can be used by using modern techniques like CRISPR-Cas9, or it can be introduced in cucumber locus, then the large scale production can be done.
Okay, thank you, Neha. So good luck.
Thank you, sir.
So with this, the presentation from the MSc level is completed. There are total 17 physically, we have physical presentation and 5 presenters. This is pre-recorded one. So now we are proceeding to have the presentation from PhD student. So in this case, just I would like to remind this time this allocation. So here total time will be 12 minutes. So at that 10 minutes, you will see the yellow color blinking. So in the next 2 minutes, you have to complete. Total 12 minutes you are allotted for your presentation. And for information of the jury, so here for some little arrangement, first we are going to have 3 pre-recorded presentation instead of taking at last. So first we will be having 3 pre-recorded presentation. Please take out the sheet. See the serial number 3, 10, and 12. We will start to have the pre-recorded presentation from 3. Agricultural engineering. Agricultural engineering. This is by Pramod Shivaji Selake. Pramod Sivaji Silake. He is from the Division of Agricultural Engineering. So let's. Okay. So you just. Yes. So you please take 5 minutes time. Now we can start. Pre-recorded presentation from Pramod Sivaji Silake from the Division of Agricultural Engineering. Serial number 3.
Union has been the talk of the town. Most of us might have observed a considerable price fluctuation in onion throughout the year. Even though India is the second largest onion producer of the world, there are several factors that affect the availability of onions, like seasonal glut, improper post-harvest handling, hoarding by the traders, and the losses due to the spoilage, etc. The post-harvest losses account for about 40 to 50% or sometimes more. To solve this issue, the central government is also taking initiative and recently has organized a grand challenge on the development of technologies for primary processing, storage, and the valorization of onions. Among the post-harvest losses, spoilage due to the microbial activity poses a serious issue, and the major microorganisms responsible for the spoilage are the Aspergillus niger and the Erwinia carotivora. To control spoilage of onion, presently these methods are used. However, chemical methods leave residue in the product and has adverse effect on consumers' health. The accessibility to the radiation method is limited and it requires skilled manpower to operate. The biological method is highly substrate specific in nature. Additionally, nowadays the consumer preference is changing towards the chemical-free products. This creates a need to look for an alternative technique that is residue-free and has a broad spectrum antimicrobial effect. The ozone possesses both these requirements. In addition to being a greener technology, and also has declared as a GRAS that is generally recognized as a safe by the USFDA. Even though ozone is reported as a good fumigant, but main challenges with ozone is it is a highly decomposing in nature, that is, it is readily dissociated into oxygen at a room temperature. Thus, assessing the reaction kinetics of ozone through a commodity is important to avoid the fumigation process. Also, the study of the dynamics of gaseous ozone is required to optimize the fumigation efficacy in storage structure. Keeping this in view, we have devised our study entitled The Dynamics of Ozone in Bulk Storage System for Onion and its effect on the shelf life. In our first objective, we had planned to assess the effect of gaseous ozone treatment on microbial inactivation in onion and optimization of treatment parameters. Then, in our second objective, we have modeled the ozone distribution dynamics for onion bulk storage. The third objective is to design and validate a dispenser for distribution of ozone in onion bulk storage. This is the experimental plan we have followed to fulfill our first objective. Here, the number of exposures indicate giving the same in pulse mode. This is the experimental setup we have used to carry out our first objective. The efficacy of inoculating them on onion and the microbial inactivation data were fitted to the different mathematical models. For Aspergillus niger, with increasing the concentration and number of exposure, the log reduction increased and the geared tail model was obtained to be the best field model. When the cell morphology of Aspergillus niger was studied under the scanning electron microscope, it was observed that at a low concentration, the spores were slightly off-shaped as compared to the control. Concentration, the spores decreased. For Irvine Keratovora, the log reduction was observed to be 0.72 to 2.99 log CFP per gram, and the Weber model was found to be the best field model. When observed under same, at a lower concentration, cellular breathing was observed, and with increasing the concentration, complete rupture in cell membrane and oozing out of the cellular fluid can be seen. After this, the effect of the ozone on the quality parameters were assessed. With increasing the number of exposure, the pyric acid content decreased for the same ozone concentration. Also, with increasing the concentration, the pyric acid content decreased. For the same effective concentration, ozone, when given in the smaller concentration in pulse mode instead of the single higher concentration, comparative more degradation of pyric acid has been observed. Similar results have been observed for the ascorbic acid. However, the phenol, antioxidant, and anthocyanin contents increased up to the effective concentration of 400 ppm, after which it started decreasing. This may be due to the increased production of the free radicals during ozone treatment. Under the second objective, first we studied the decomposition kinetics of ozone and the experimental plan for the study. The ozone decomposition data were fitted to the 0, first, and second order kinetic models. It has been observed that the ozone decomposition follows first order reaction. With increasing the temperature, the decomposition constant decreased. Also, with increasing the RH, the decomposition constant decreased. Later, based on the decomposition data, an empirical model was developed. In the second part of the second objective, modeling and simulation of ozone diffusion through the porous media of onion bulb were done using the computational fluid dynamics technique by considering the following assumptions. For simulation, the finite volume approximation method was used while the porous zone was defined using the Organs equation. The ANSYS meshing platform was used for the meshing, and about 30 lakh elements were generated. The inlet mass flow rate of ozone was 2.77 into 10⁻⁻⁶ kg per second. 7 different cases were simulated. The first and second cases were carried out to check the effect of headspace on the ozone distribution dynamics in the bulk storage system. The third and fourth cases studied the effect of the length of dispenser, while the fifth, sixth, and seventh cases, the dispenser with different opening sizes and pitches were checked. The time taken by optimizer dispenser for complete ozone distribution throughout the structure is about 4 to 5 times less than the without headspace case. This dispenser having 2 mm aperture in headspace region, 4 mm diameter aperture in the middle section, and 10 mm diameter opening in lower section. The dispenser yielded better result by reducing distribution time and increasing the distribution uniformity. In our third objective, the storage structure and the optimized dispenser had been fabricated. Ozone sensors were also installed to validate the simulated results. The simulated and the experimental temporal ozone concentration at different locations of the storage structure were compared, and the relative error was observed to be in the range of 7.75% to 9.95%. In a storage study to check the ozone fumigation effect on the onion shelf life was carried out under 3 treatment conditions, that is single ozone treated, periodic ozone treated, and controlled. During storage, these parameters were studied. It has been observed that the periodically ozone treated bulb showed the significantly lower microbial count throughout the storage period. After 120 days, the rotting percentage was observed to be 15.46% for the periodical treated, and for control sample, it was 34.76. However, non-significant effect of the ozone on the sprouting can be seen. With the storage, the pyruvic and the ascorbic acid content decreased. The phenol, flavonoids, antioxidant, anthocyanin content increased. In ozone treated sample, a non-significant reduction of the biochemical parameters were observed as compared to the control. The color properties increases during storage, resulting in the increased redness of the onion, while the firmness decreased during storage. Summarizing the work, initially the efficacy of ozone gas was checked against microorganisms, then the effect on the quality parameters were estimated. Later, the decomposition kinetics of ozone was studied, which was considered during optimization of dispenser. After studying the distribution dynamics, fabrication of the storage structure and the ozone dispenser were carried out. Lastly, the storage study was conducted to check the efficacy of ozone on extending the shelf life of onion. Coming to the silent findings, ozone application in the pulse form is observed to be more effective for inactivity in the microorganisms. The study on the spatiotemporal distribution of ozone inside the storage structure aids in optimizing the ozone distribution system for its uniform and effective application. Overall, ozonation reduces the rotting percentage in onion during storage with minimum alteration in the quality parameters. Nowadays, the use of ozonation is becoming very common. It has been extensively used in the various applications in domestic level. Some of our water purifier and the fruit and vegetable washing system comes with an integrated ozone technology. This technology, being readily available in market, can be easily adapted by any medium scale farmer, allowing them to store their produce with less loss and fetch good price during off season. The additional cost of ozone application throughout the storage was obtained to be around 2 rupees per kg. The future scope of present study are the ozone fumigation system can be developed for commercial storage facilities. Since this study primarily focuses on controlling the rotting, a hurdle technology can be developed to check the sprouting along with the rotting. These are some of the references used during the study. From our study, we have published 2 research papers in NAS rating of 11.54 and 8.56. One research paper with minor revision has been submitted in the NAS rating of 8.56. We have presented our work at various conferences. I have attended number of trainings and workshops. Also, I worked as the student representative in CIE's Standing Sport Committee. During PhD program, awarded with the DST Inspire Fellowship, received the Emerging Scholar Award, and our work has received the best poster presentation in 2 conferences. I would like to thank my chairperson and member of my advisory committee, Director Professor ICAR CIE, Director IARI, Professor Agriculture Engineering IRI, PG Coordinator of CIE, all the faculty member and my senior batchmates and juniors. At the last, I would like to conclude my presentation with the quote: "The revelation to produce and stored food may be as essential to our temporal welfare today as a boarding the ark was to the people in the days of Noah." Thank you.
Thanks, Pramod. Yes, you are visible. Just speak.
Yes, sir. I am audible, sir.
You are audible. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
So, Pramod, are you getting us?
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
So, Pramod, you did a good job, particularly in onion. You are not getting me?
Yes, sir. You are getting, sir.
Okay. So, particularly in onion, the storage is a major problem,
yes,
as you know.
Yes, sir.
Even 60 days storage is a challenge for the onion storage.
Yes, sir.
So, in your study, what was the duration of your storage? How many days you have taken for your study?
Sir, we stored for 4 months, 120 days.
120 days.
Yes, sir.
How was the loss percentage, particularly for your fresh bulb? how much you have lost during this storage?
Sir, in control, it is around 35%, and in ozone treated, it is about 14%.
14%.
Sir, we reduced up to 55% with ozone treatment.
Generally, we have near about 60% loss in storage when we are having these our open storage conditions.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So if it is working well, then I think it will be good technology for the future.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pramod.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. So next pre-recorded presentation we are going to have from floriculture and landscape architecture. So that will be made by Parvati Benurma. Parvati Benurma from the Division of Floriculture and Landscape
Respected Chairman, sir.
Architecture. So another pre-recorded presentation.
Respected Chairman, sir, jury members, distinguished scientists, and my dear friends, a very good afternoon to all of you. Myself, Parvati Benurma, PhD scholar, Division of Floriculture and Landscape Architecture. Welcome to my presentation. Floriculture is a sunrise industry and accorded maximum export-oriented status. Owing to the steady increase in demand of flowers, floriculture has Respected Chairman, sir, jury members, distinguished scientists, and my dear friends, a very good afternoon to all of you. Myself, Parvati Benurma, PhD scholar, Division of Floriculture and Landscape Architecture. Welcome to my presentation. Floriculture is a sunrise industry and accorded maximum export-oriented status. Owing to the steady increase in demand of flowers, floriculture has become one of the important commercial trades in agriculture. Among major flower crops grown in India, chrysanthemum is the leading commercial flower crop in the international and as well as in the domestic market. So these are the major states for commercial production of chrysanthemum in India, and Karnataka is also leading producer of chrysanthemum. And this flower crop is grown for cut flowers, loose flowers, pot plant, flower bed, and for herbaceous border. We know that chrysanthemum is a short day plant. That means continuous long duration of dark period is required for flowering. The manipulation of photo period to maintain the plant in vegetative phase or to induce flowering as per demand revolutionized the cultivation of chrysanthemum. In most photoperiodic sensitive plants, flowering occurs within a range of critical photoperiod, that is under favorable temperature and under optimum photoperiod. However, there is a great scope for commercial production of chrysanthemum which is independent of the season and in each culture period meet market requirements. So, in the current scenario of climate change, it is necessary to identify photo-insensitive chrysanthemum cultivars for commercial production. One more constraint in the cultivation of chrysanthemum is incidence of white rust. This has become a major devastating and emerging disease in South India, which is caused by Puccinia hariana. In India, this disease has been observed in and around Bangalore in Karnataka region and Udakamandalam district of Tamil Nadu since 2012. This pathogen is mainly controlled by regular preventive spraying with the fungicide, but fungicide-resistant strains have been reported. Recently, breeding for resistant to white rust has gained importance as a sustainable control method. Therefore, the use of resistant cultivar is the best alternative for controlling white rust disease. With this background, the present investigation with title Evaluation of Chrysanthemum for Photoinsensitivity was formulated with the following objectives. Objective number 1, to evaluate genotypes under different photoperiod for photoinsensitiveness in chrysanthemum, to assess the growth and physiological status of genotypes belonging to different response groups. Evaluation of genotypes for resistant to white rust in chrysanthemum. Coming to experiment number 1, evaluation of genotypes under different photoperiod and identification of response period. This experiment was conducted under natural ventilated polyhouse. Different photoperiod of 14 hours, 15 and 16 hours of photoperiod treatment were given for 30 days. After that, these spots were covered in order to give short day condition until flower opening. So these are the different combinations of photoperiod and blacking treatment used for this test. These photoperiod treatment were given to 20 different chrysanthemum genotypes. These are the genotypes used under study. The design used was factorial completely randomized design. The observations on vegetative and flowering periods were recorded. And this is the general view of the experimental plot. With respect to vegetative triads, the photoperiod T9, where 16 hours of light was given, recorded maximum vegetative parameters like plant height and number of leaves per plant. Here, you can see as the number of hours increased, there was increased vegetative growth. So plant height might have increased due to more internodal length and might be due to increased production of photosynthesis. With respect to effect of genotype V10, that is Rupanjali, recorded maximum plant height, whereas genotype V10, that is Kargil, recorded maximum number of leaves per plant. With respect to flowering parameters, the treatment T5, where photoperiod of 15 hours of light was given for 30 days and the short day condition for 14 hours, recorded early flower bud initiation and exhibited earlier flower opening and optimum flowering. This might be because of supplemental lighting treatment helps in the sufficient accumulation of vegetative growth, and once the short day treatment started, the shift from vegetative growth to reproductive stage happened early. With respect to effect of genotypes, Arca Pink Star recorded early days to flower bud initiation, first flower opening and optimum flowering. Chrysanthemum were classified according to the response period. Based on the results of days to optimum flowering, genotypes were classified into different 7 response groups. This information could help in the correct choice of genotype for year-round flowering. And this table is in accordance with the Datta and Gupta 2012. The genotypes which shown uniform flowering across different photoperiods were identified as photoinsensitive to flowering, and these genotypes were selected for further assessment of physiological parameters. These are the genotypes identified as photoinsensitive to flowering, that is Arca Pink Star, Pusa Anmol, Ajay, Marigold, Arca Kirti, Winter Cream, Kargil, Punjab Gold. This picture shows flowering across different photoperiods in photoinsensitive genotypes like Arca Pink Star, Pusa Anmol, Ajay, Marigold. This picture shows flowering across different photoperiod in photosensitive genotypes, that is Arca Yellow Gold. So here you can see non-uniform flowering across different photoperiod. Coming to the second experiment, that is effect of photoperiod on chrysanthemum genotypes belonging to different response groups for physiological parameters. After identification of response period, photoinsensitive genotypes were taken for analysis of sugars and starch. This experiment was formulated in 2 sets, that is under photoperiod condition where 15 hours of light was given for 30 days and followed by short day condition for 16 hours, and under control condition, which is a natural condition. Observations were recorded at 30 days after transplanting and at flowering. The photoperiod treatment recorded maximum leaf and stem dry matter both at vegetative and at flowering stage. The increase in the leaf and stem weight of the plant was due to increase in leaf number as well as leaf size, and also might be due to increased levels of photosynthetic pigments like chlorophyll. And coming to starch, there was less accumulation of starch at flowering in both the natural and photoperiod condition. This was because the photosynthetes in leaves of plants were effectively translocated to flowers. Coming to sugars, the quality of chrysanthemum is directly related to sucrose concentration. It has been observed that there was less accumulation of reducing, non-reducing total sugars at flowering stage was observed compared to vegetative stage. This was likely because of degradation of sugars and utilized in the flower development. Coming to third experiment, screening of chrysanthemum genotypes for resistant to white rust under open condition and detached leaf method. 180 chrysanthemum genotypes maintained at Division of Flower and Medicinal Crops ICR IHR Bengaluru under open condition were evaluated in this study. Disease severity was recorded. The observations on disease severity were recorded at weekly intervals from December 1st week 2022 till March 2nd week 2021. These genotypes were scored using 0 to 4 disease scale for white rust proposed by Bondi et al. 1995. The resistant levels were determined according to the percent disease index. For confirmation, 20 genotypes that showed resistance in the open condition were selected and subjected to screening in vitro condition. This Picture shows symptoms of white rust, and this is the Telio score under light microscope. This table shows the classification of chrysanthemum genotypes based on disease index against white rust caused by Puccinia hariana. Among 180 genotypes screened, 77 genotypes were highly resistant, 27 were resistant, 38 were found moderately susceptible, 20 genotypes were found susceptible, whereas 18 genotypes were found highly susceptible. This graph shows from first week of December to last week of February is the congenial condition for incidence of white rust. Here you can observe there was increase in the temperature after last week of February. So this graph shows the percent disease index of chrysanthemum genotype. There was peak incidence of white rust during congenial condition. As temperature increased after February 4th week, there was sudden reduction in disease severity recorded in several genotypes, because with the increase in temperature, the pustules started drying and the disease severity in genotypes declined subsequently. For confirmation, the genotypes were subjected to screening under in vitro conditions. This picture shows the artificial screening of varieties unique under in vitro culture. So here you can observe the incidence of white rust was recorded under 14 days post inoculation. This picture shows the artificial screening of Arca pink star that was found resistant both under open condition even under in vitro condition. So here you can observe even after 14 days post inoculation there was no incidence of white rust in case of Arca pink star. This table shows the disease response of genotypes used for evaluation under different photo periods. Among those, the genotypes which identified as photoinsensitive, that is Arca pink star, Pusa Anmol, Arca Kirti, Cargill, Winter Queen, were also found highly resistant to white rust resistance in chrysanthemum. Coming to salient outcomes, flowering was observed at same time in all the treatment in case of Arca pink star, Pusa Anmol, Ajay, Marigold, Arca Kirti, Winter Queen, Cargill and Punjab gold were identified as photoinsensitive to flowering. Treatment T2, that is under photoperiod condition, recorded more dry matter accumulation in leaf, stem and starch content compared to natural conditions. In conclusion, our results suggest that breeders can use these identified photoinsensitive genotypes for development of photoinsensitive genotypes with desirable horticulture traits. With respect to screening of white rust, screening of 180 genotypes for white rust resistant identified 77 genotypes were highly resistant, 27 genotypes were resistant, 38 genotypes were moderately susceptible, 20 genotypes were susceptible, whereas 18 genotypes were highly susceptible. The genotypes Arca pink star, Pusa Anmol, Arca Kirti, Winter Queen and Cargill categorized as highly resistant to white rust disease and also it has photoinsensitive behavior. 20 genotypes screened in vitro revealed that 17 genotypes showed resistant while 3 were susceptible. In conclusion, these resistant and highly resistant genotypes can suitably be used for the development of white rust resistant genotype with desirable horticultural traits. Coming to future perspective, the genotypes identified as photoinsensitive can be used in breeding programs for the development of photoinsensitive varieties. Further studies on phytohormones and genes related with photoperiodic flowering can be carried out. White rust resistant genotypes identified could be used for development of rust resistant chrysanthemum varieties. These are about publications which are published in esteemed journal and one paper is under review, and also I have attended several conferences, symposium and training program. Recently I have received best oral presentation and secured first prize in national conference on Horti-Phytopath, and also I awarded Young Horticulturist 2022 by Agricultural and Environmental Technology Development Society, and recently I gave a podcast for German broadcaster called Living Planet. Finally, it is my pleasure to acknowledge my chairman Dr. Raju Kumar and advisory committee members, Director IHR Bengaluru and Director and Dean PG School IRI New Delhi. Finally, I conclude my presentation with words of Ralph Waldo Emerson, that is, the earth loves in flowers. Thank you.
Yes, you are visible. Does you speak?
Yes,
Let's hear you.
yes, sir.
Yeah, you are audible.
Parvati, you identified some photosensitive varieties. Is already several release variety, or we can say that is already has been recommended by different institutions. So have you have the quality parameters for the photoinsensitive varieties as well as the variety which is has the photosensitive? Any quality parameters? There is any difference in quality?
Yes, sir. Among these varieties, sir, the one variety that is Pusa Anmol, it is released from IRI. That is already it is released as a photoinsensitive variety. Apart from that, these other varieties are that we have selected for the identification of photoinsensitive varieties, sir.
Quality wise, there is any differences because in chrysanthemum we have seen like flower diameter, okay, and then period of flowering, particularly these varieties. So whether there is any differences you have noted in that, any difference in there,
Yes, sir.
photoinsensitive and
Yes, sir. We have the variety according to the period, sir. So according based on the days to optimum flowering, we have classified the genotypes into the response different response periods: 7 weeks, 8 weeks, 9 weeks, 10 weeks response group. That we can use in the programming of the cultivar for year-round flowering, sir.
and other things, whether we can grow these photoinsensitive varieties in summer or how much temperature we can grow.
Yes, sir.
Summer season, whether we can.
Yes, sir. So suppose Arca Pink Star, sir, we know that this variety, this genotype, it belongs to 7-week response group. So we know the flowering period of that particular variety. Accordingly, we can plan and we can go for the cultivation of the particular variety throughout the year, sir.
Most of the your genotypes which are these screened for the white rust, near about 77 genotypes that was highly resistant, and I think near about some 40 or 46 are resistance. So most of the lot are resistance, I think.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The 180 among the 180 genotypes screened, they have we had this genotypes and the lines also, sir, IHR lines. So among that, 77 were found highly resistant, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Parvati. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Now we are going to have the last pre-recorded presentation of PhD student. That is from the Division of Fruit Science by Nasrat Parveen. Nasrat Parveen, serial number 12, last pre-recorded presentation from the Division of Food Science will be made by Nasrat Parveen.
Respected jury members, distinguished scientists, and my dear friends, I welcome you all in my presentation. In the past few decades, the world is witnessing several signs of climate change. There is a possibility that the dynamics of naturally occurring soil salinization could be highly influenced by changing climatic scenario. Presently, 6.74 million hectare land is salt affected, and nearly 50% of the arable land is estimated to get affected with salt by the respected jury. Respected jury members, distinguished scientists, and my dear friends, I welcome you all in my presentation. In the past few decades, the world is witnessing several signs of climate change. There is a possibility that the dynamics of naturally occurring soil salinization could be highly influenced by changing climatic scenario. Presently, 6.74 million hectare land is salt affected, and nearly 50% of the arable land is estimated to get affected with salt by the year 2050. India is the largest producer of mango in the world, contributing to 52% of the total world production. However, the productivity of the country remains as low as 9.7 metric tons per hectare. One of the reasons for this is low planting densities and the lack of genetically uniform dwarfing rootstocks. Balai Columban and Olive have been identified as the rootstocks which induce dwarfness in certain varieties like the Shireen Alfonso and Nagra and Mimsaga respectively. Polyandrony is a peculiar trait in certain mango genotypes, wherein multiple apomictic embryos develop from the micellar tissues, along with a single zygotic embryo. These apomictic seedlings are not only true to type, but also possess taproot system, the two most essential characters of an ideal rootstock. However, the major constraint in the use of these genotypes in breeding programs is the lack of variability owing to the production of micellar seedlings. Hence, the way out is creation of variability. Controlled hybridization is one of the best approaches to bring about desired variation in a trait. However, its success in mango is often limited by problems like high heterozygosity, low crossing rates, high fruit drop, besides the process being laborious and time-consuming. Induced mutations using gamma rays are one of the most coherent approaches to bring about desirable changes in heterozygous crops like mango without changing the genetic background of the trait. With this background, I worked on variability enhancement in polyandronic genotypes of mango with following objectives: to widen the genetic base in certain polyandronic mango genotypes, to identify progenies having dwarf stature, to identify progenies having tolerance to salinity, and to identify genes involving salinity stress tolerance. Different doses of gamma irradiation were used to treat the kernels of three polyandronic mango genotypes using the gamma chamber facility at Indian Institute of Horticultural Research. Gradual decrease in percent germination was observed with increasing doses of gamma irradiation. The LD50 value for gamma rays was determined using probit analysis based on the mortality percentage of kernels and was found to be 22.39 for Bapakai, 19.95 for Nekere, and 19.95 for Kurukan. Gamma irradiation affected the number of seedlings emerging from each kernel, and at higher doses of irradiation, only 1 or 2 seedlings emerged per kernel as compared to 3 to 5 seedlings at lower doses and control. A gradual decrease in the plant height was also observed with increasing doses of irradiation. In the recent past, there has been a surge in the use of volatile profiling as a biochemical marker for the characterization of germplasm owing to its genotype specificity. Leaf volatiles from the selected putative mutants control and mother plants were extracted using head-space solid phase microextraction method and quantified using gas chromatography coupled with mass spectrometry. Monoterpenes and sesquiterpenes were found to be the major volatile compounds present in all the samples under study. Gamma irradiation resulted in alteration of volatile profile in all the three genotypes. In Kurukan, alpha-thionine and limonene was found only in the mother plant and control, while campine was present in case of the putative mutants. Similarly, in Bapakai, beta-pinene, L-pilantrine, and beta-salinine was present only in the mother and control plant, while alpha-terpenoline was found only in the putative mutant seedlings. Nekere, alpha-formopylandrine was present in the mother and control plants, while its beta form was present in the putative mutant seedlings. These are the chromatograms depicting the variation in volatile profiles of the genotype. In all the genotypes, the mother plant and control seedling clustered together, while the putative mutants were present in different clusters, suggesting that irradiation created variations in the volatile profiles of the putative mutants. Irradiation also resulted in variation in the stomatal parameters. In general, the stomatal density decreased with increasing doses of irradiation. 20 putative mutants from treatment resulting in highest morphological diversity based on the CV values were selected for molecular characterization using SSR markers in order to determine if the morphological diversity has been manifested at the genetic level. Genetic diversity analysis revealed higher number of alleles with high Shannon index in the treated population, suggesting that the mutation could bring allelic variation in the population of all the three genotypes. Further, phylogenetic analysis divided the studied samples into two major clusters, one comprising the treated population and the other comprising the control plants. The dwarf mutants were found to have higher concentration of ABA along with the lower concentration of GA and IAA. Reduction in plant height, shorter internodal length, along with production of smaller and narrower leaves at higher doses of gamma irradiation, that is 35J, corresponded with occurrence of smaller and larger stomata, along with reduced stomatal density. These are some of the pictures of the dwarf mutants selected in Bapakai, Kurukan, and Nekere.
Further, 2.5-year-old putative mutant seedlings were subjected to different soil concentrations up to 88 days to screen them for salinity stress tolerance, and following observations were recorded. Decrease in gas exchange parameters was observed in all the genotypes with increasing doses of salt. At period salt stress, highest levels of total phenols, membrane stability index, and relative water content were found in Bappakai. Deep potassium and calcium was also highest in Bappakai at higher level of salt stress. Further, enzymatic antioxidants like peroxidase, superoxide dismutase, and CAT, which play a significant role in protecting plants against oxidative damage caused by free radicals during salt stress, were also found to be highest in case of Bappakai. Salicylic acid was also found to be highest in Bappakai under salt stress, while the highest fold increase in jasmonic acid was observed in Kurukkul. Among amino acids, proline was highest in Bappakai, while trehalose was present only in the salt-treated population. Phenolic compounds are another major group of antioxidants. Higher concentrations of gallic acid and protocatecholic acid were found in Bappakai under higher levels of salt stress. These are some photographs of selected dots in salinity tolerant progenies in case of Bappakai, Kurukan, and Negere. Gain an insight into the mechanism of salinity tolerance in mango at whole transcriptome level. Transcriptomic changes in the sequence of salt-tolerant mango genotype, turpentine, and salt-susceptible mango genotype mycelium was investigated by RNA-seq using the platform NovaSeq 6000. Taken together, 9,806 sequences exhibited the similarity to proteins in all of the 5 public databases, including NR, NT, PFAM, GEO, and FOG. Furthermore, to fully identify the active biological pathways in the mango transcriptome, the potential protein sequences were searched against the PEG database using Cas server. The volcano plots were used to invert the overall distribution of differentially expressed genes in comparison to the MT versus TT, that is mycelium treated and turpentine treated genes. 1158 genes showed significant changes in the gene expression, out of which 510 were upregulated while 648 were found to be downregulated. Major differentially expressed genes within salt-treated mycelium and turpentine genotypes included transcription factors, membrane proteins involving maintenance of ion homeostasis, and enzymatic antioxidants. In order to validate the RNA-seq expression data, qRT-PCR was performed for 3 stress-responsive genes, that is, late immunogenesis abundant protein involved in osmoprotection, oxime response factor 2, and calcium-dependent protein kinases involved in salt stress signaling. A strong positive correlation between the qRT-PCR result and RNA-seq data demonstrates the reliability of RNA-seq expression profile in the present study. The abundance of certain threonine protein kinases suggests the involvement of SOX2 protein kinase activity for imparting salt tolerance in case of turpentine. Transcripts related to several enzymatic antioxidants such as glutathione S-transferase, superoxide dismutase, catalase, and transcripts related to different membrane and transport proteins such as bipolar cation proton exchanger 3, V-type proton ATPase were found to be upregulated under salt-treated conditions in turpentine. This suggests that SOS pathway, antioxidant machinery, and ion homeostasis may be operated in turpentine for conferring salt tolerance. Finally, I would like to conclude that the gamma irradiation at the rate of 35 gray was found to be best for generating drop plants. In total, 33 drop regimens were selected in Bappakai, 21 in Kurukan, and 17 in Negere. In case of Kurukan, alpha-pinene and DL-alanine were found in control, whereas campine and 3-carine were found only in putative mutants. In Bappakai, beta-pinene and L-phellandrine were present in control, while alpha-lonipinene was found in putative mutants. In Negere, the L-form of phellandrine was present in case of control, while beta-phellandrine was present in putative mutants. The putative mutant progenies of Bappakai were found to be most tolerant, and the total salt-tolerant progenies selected were 25 for 50 millimolar in Bappakai and 16 for 75 millimolar. In Kurukan, 19 for 50 millimolar and 11 for 75 millimolar, while for Negere it was 21 for 50 millimolar and 12 for 75 millimolar. Finally, the involvement of SOS pathway, antioxidant machinery, and the maintenance of iron homeostasis could be suggested to be responsible for conferring salt tolerance in turpentine. The future line of work to be selected putative mutant with dwarf stature as well as mutants with salt tolerance needs to be maintained and evaluated further. Use of the volatile organic compounds as biochemical marker for validation of putative mutant progeny need further validation in the larger population. Being the first report on transcriptome sequencing of mango under salinity stress, this study will help in understanding the possible molecular mechanism underlying salt tolerance in mango, and the genes identified could prove to be a potential source of development of SSR marker, which can further be used for screening of mango germplasm for salt tolerance. These are some of my publications. I would like to acknowledge Chairman and members of my advisory committee, the Director and HOD Division of Fruit Crops, Chairman PG Education, PG Cell ICAR IHR and PG School ICAR IRI, Professor Division of Fruits and Horticulture Technology, and Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. He was awarded DST Inspired Fellowship for my PhD program and got Best Student Award at IHR for obtaining highest GPA. I was a member of Board of Studies and was the editor of Students Magazine section. I presented my PhD work in several seminars and conferences and received Best Oral and Poster Presentation Award. Thank you.
Switch on your video. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Does you you are audible.
Yes, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yes.
Okay, sir.
So, any variety is expected from this polyembryonic mango?
Yes, sir.
Earlier, there is root stock we have developed using the polyembryonic.
Yes, sir.
Any variety, commercial variety is expected to develop using these polyembryonic genotypes?
Thank you, sir, for your question. Sir, currently for Alfonso, we are using Velai columban, sir, which is very popular in South India, and Velai columban is being used as rootstock for Alfonso, and it is also a dwarfing rootstock, sir. And apart from that, Olur has also been screened for as a rootstock for Himsagar and Langra, and this Nekere, Kurukan, and Bapakai are already established rootstocks, sir. For mango cultivation, but basically these are in the southern part of the country. In northern part of the country, we are still using the nondescript monoembryonic rootstocks, sir. So there is a problem of uniformity in the orchard, and because monoembryonic seedlings are not true to the type, so we do not get like true to the type orchards also. That is a problem with rootstock in case of mango, sir. That's why we went for polyembryonic genotype, because if we want uniform and true to type rootstocks for having a good uniformity in the orchard and higher productivity, we will have to go for the polyembryonic rootstocks also, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Nasrat.
Thank you.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
With this free pre-recorded presentation from PhD students is over. Now we are going to have the physical
Shall I start, sir?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Honorable Chairman of the session, respected jury members, all the dignitaries, and ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon to all. Our ancient Ayurvedic knowledge defines three doshas, that is, Vata, Pitta, and Kapha, that regulate the occurrence of human diseases, among which the Pitta is directly linked to our gastric problem, which are highly influenced by our lifestyle. Due to deterioration in lifestyle quality, at present the whole world is getting disturbed with septic problem, among which the suffering of India is more. International Organization on Inflammatory Bowel Disease has identified India as a new frontier of this disease. As Minister of Ayush repeatedly emphasizes over development of immunity towards a healthy lifestyle that are directly linked to our gut microbiome, a plethora of microbes present in our digestive system. There is a unique relation between this gut microbe with different vital organs of our body that provide the prime factor towards development of this immunity. Therefore, the maintenance and proliferation of this gut microbe is of utmost importance to lead a healthy disease-free lifestyle. The different prebiotic compounds are there that play a key role regarding proliferation of this gut microbe, as this gut microbe utilize these compounds to improve their population, and at the same time they suppress the harmful pathogenic effects in our body that leads to reduction in gut inflammation. Among different prebiotic compounds, fructans or inulin and pectic polysaccharides are of most important ones due to their diverse industrial use. One of the prominent sources of inulin is yam bean tuber. As in India, more than 75% of the edible plant species are still in underutilized zone. Being an underutilized crop, this plant has immense potential to get utilized. Moreover, no foolproof documentation regarding presence of inulin has been reported in this crop till date. And on the other hand, one of the prominent sources of pectic polysaccharide is citrus peel, as each year a large amount of waste material is generated from this sector in the form of peels that are storehouse of various bioactive compounds. Recycling of waste is of utmost importance. Therefore, keeping in center the prebiotic potential aspect, two issues try to be addressed. One is exploration of underutilized crop, and another is recycling of waste. As both these sources provide dietary fibers or prebiotics that can either be utilized for generation of bioethanol, which are in huge demand due to recent government policies, or development of different bioactive formulation. The citrus peel has other bioactive compounds too that can further be valorized, and this entire approach provides thrust towards accomplishing the circular economy. And during this production of bioethanol from citrus peel, a very interesting fact we got that we will discuss in due course. Keeping in mind the entire scenario, the research work was formulated entitled Isolation, Characterization and Valorization of Functional Carbohydrates from tubers of Pachyrhizia caeruleus and peels of Citrus sinensis with the following objectives. Regarding valorization of yam bean tuber, different efficient extraction techniques were used to extract inulin, and their prebiotic activity was assessed. And then the extracted inulin was hydrolyzed enzymatically, and the prebiotic activity of different hydrolyzers were carried out. And further, the inulin was subjected to develop an encapsulated formulation of beta carotene. The inulin was extracted from yam bean tuber following conventional heating method and characterized by infrared as well as X-ray diffraction technique. Regarding efficient extraction method, two techniques, that is ultrasound assisted and microwave assisted extraction, were used. The variables considered for ultrasound extraction were amplitude, time and solvent solid ratio, and variables considered for microwave extraction are power, time and solvent solid ratio. The result showed higher extraction yield for ultrasound as well as microwave assisted extraction compared to conventional method, and is also dependent upon different extraction parameters. Therefore, the extraction parameters were optimized. The extraction parameters were optimized following response surface methodology and genetic algorithm, among which the genetic algorithm is based on artificial intelligence approach, which is a very advanced statistical tool. The respective control plot for ultrasound as well as microwave assisted extraction provided from response surface methodology provided the optimum points for optimization. Similarly, the optimization was carried out following genetic algorithm. The result was further validated under laboratory condition, and it showed that highest extraction yield was obtained from ultrasound assisted extraction method optimized through genetic algorithm. As both this technique require less energy input, the applicability as per green technology per se, the total energy consumption was calculated for both this technique that was almost 2 times lower than compared to conventional method. Therefore, the ultrasound as well as microwave assisted extraction provided almost 22 to 35% higher extraction yield compared to conventional method, and the two-on consumption of almost 2 times lower energy than compared to conventional one. The prebiotic activity was assessed over Lactobacillus fermentum, and from the growth curve of the microbe, we can observe that the microbe entered into the decline phase after 72 hours, and that's why the prebiotic activity was assessed up to this particular time period. The prebiotic activity study clearly showed that the higher effect of inulin over bacterial population than compared to glucose, and further the colony counting method was followed that provided also. काम नहीं कर वो तो टाइम के हिसाब से चलना पड़ेगा ना. The in silico analysis study was carried out to understand the interaction between different oligosaccharides and the targeted enzyme inulinase, and based on docking score, it was observed that oligomer with 3 and 7 monomer unit had highest interaction with the targeted enzyme. Further, the inulin was hydrolyzed enzymatically under laboratory condition, and the desired oligomers were obtained after 120 minutes and 240 minutes of hydrolysis. The prebiotic activity of the prepared oligosaccharides were assessed, and the result showed almost 20% and 14% increase in bacterial growth for bacterial population for the 3 and 7 unit oligomers than compared to whole inulin molecule. Further, the inulin was subjected to develop an encapsulated formulation of beta-carotene through emulsification process. For that, inulin was dissolved in water and beta-carotene was dissolved in pumpkin seed oil. Both the solution were mixed together, homogenized and sonicated that lead to formation of this emulsion. The confocal laser scanning microscopic image confirmed the development of the encapsulated formulation. The antioxidant activity study was carried out that suggested highest activity for this developed emulsion. Further, the in vitro release study of beta-carotene was done under simulated gastric as well as simulated intestinal condition, and the result showed higher release of beta-carotene under simulated gastric condition than compared to simulated intestinal one. The results were further fitted into Korsma-Papers model to understand the release pattern that suggested non-fictan or more specifically anomalous type of diffusion of beta-carotene. That's why, therefore, the prepared nanoemulsion provided highest antioxidant activity that mediated non-fictan type of diffusion of beta-carotene. One research paper was published from this segment in carbohydrate polymers with impact factor 10.72. Regarding valorization of citrus peel, 3 different citrus species, that is Mosambik quinoa and orange peel, were used. The essential oil was extracted through hydrodistillation process, and the extracted oil was valorized by development of nanoemulsion to improve their bioefficacy. And on the other hand, the distillation waste biomass was subjected to fermentation process to produce bioethanol. During this entire process, total utilization of the waste was carried out following a zero waste approach. The extracted oil was characterized through GCMS that suggested the presence of D-limonene as the major constituent. For preparation of nanoemulsion, first the coarse emulsion was prepared from the essential oil, and then the coarse emulsion was subjected to develop nanoemulsion following 3 techniques, that is ultrasonic bath sonication, ultrasonic probe sonication, and high-speed homogenization. Therefore, using 3 different techniques for 3 essential oil, in total 9 nanoemulsions were prepared. It was observed that 35 minutes and 15 minutes of ultrasonication under ultrasonic bath and ultrasonic probe sonication and 25 minutes of homogenization under high-speed homogenizer, it was required to reduce the emulsion droplet size under nano range. The particle size distribution of the prepared nanoemulsion proves the same. The hydrodynamic diameter of all the prepared nanoemulsion was less than 100 nanometer, and zeta potential was between plus and minus 30 millivolt. That was desirable actually. The transmission electron microscopic image clearly suggested the finer sized and evenly distributed droplets of nanoemulsion than compared to coarse emulsion. The stability study of the prepared nanoemulsion was carried out following 3 steps, that is heating and cooling, followed by centrifugation, and then freezing and thawing. And the result was that out of 9 prepared nanoemulsion, 7 passed the stability test. The stable nanoemulsion was further subjected to bioefficacy study against Candida albicans, a potential human pathogenic fungus. The in silico analysis study clearly suggested the major inhibitory effect of the essential oil constituents over the cell wall biosynthesis of this potential pathogenic fungus. Further, the in vitro release study was also conducted that clearly depicted the lower ED50 value of the prepared nanoemulsion than compared to coarse emulsion. Therefore, the 7 out of 9 prepared nanoemulsion that was thermodynamically stable provided almost 3 times higher bioefficacy than compared to coarse emulsion. Now, the dietary fiber or prebiotic compound pectin was extracted from the distillation waste biomass, and highest yield was observed for the orange peel. The prebiotic activity study of the extracted pectin was carried out over Lactobacillus fermentum, and the results suggested almost 55.23% higher effect of over this bacteria for this extracted pectin than compared to glucose. Apart from pectin, other dietary fibers are also evaluated in the residual matrix that altogether act as the potential feedstock for generation of bioethanol. The matrix was saccharified followed by fermented, and the result was very interesting, as I mentioned earlier, that the distilled citrus peel produced higher ethanol than compared to non-distilled material. The reason behind that, removal of limonene that acts as a potential inhibitor of this and also hampers the fermentation process. As during extraction of essential oil, the limonene was removed from the matrix, the distilled peel produced high ethanol than compared to non-distilled material. During this entire process, no extra pretreatment was provided. That is a very common practice to produce bioethanol. So in that aspect, we can say that this adapted approach was very much economically viable and unique than compared to the existing method. 2 research papers were published from this segment, one in Frontiers in Nutrition with impact factor 6.59 and another in Biomass Conversion Biorefinery with impact factor 4.98. In a nutshell, production intensification inulin was carried out. Different oligomers were prepared to improve their prebiotic activity. Essential oil was valorized by development of nanoemulsion, and the residual biomass was subjected to develop bioethanol. 2 innovative methodologies came out from this work. One is extraction of inulin from yam bean tuber, and another is production of second generation bioethanol from citrus peel. The practical utility of the study comes up as commercial production of inulin can be possible from unconventional sources through economically viable manner, and citrus peel can be a viable option to industry as an effective approach for biorefinery. Looking forward, the bioaccessibility as well as biosafety study of the prepared nanoemulsions can be carried out in near future. In addition to different research papers that we got published, one book chapter was also published in American Chemical Society, and the work has been presented in different national and international conferences and received one Best Poster Award. The work has also been selected for Best PhD Student Thesis Award, and I also represented as a member of Board of Studies during my academy. Finally, I would like to acknowledge my chairperson, division of member of advisory committee, division of agricultural chemicals, ICRI, many are and dear ones. There is a saying that Punarvittam, Punarmitram, Punarbharya, Punarmahi, Idat Sarvam, Punarlavyang, Na Sharirang, Puna Puna. Everything in life can be regained except the health. So try to restore it. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Mr. Sirkar. You have made a very good presentation.
Thank you, sir.
But some of the words, terms that you have used, I am not able to understand. It's 2 times lower.
Is that 2 times lower is that the energy consumption we calculated for ultrasound and microwave extraction and compared to conventional methods.
Just go so fast, it is difficult to understand.
Okay, sir. Sorry, sir. So we calculated the energy consumption for ultrasound method.
Tell me in very simple words, but it's 2 times lower.
So 2 times lower means in conventional method we got 90 kilojoule per kg of biomass. 180 kilojoule per kg of biomass. We got the energy consumption for conventional method. But for ultrasound extraction as in microwave, almost 90 kilojoule per kg of biomass we got. It is almost 2 times lower means 2 times less.
And then also you have used, the term coarse emulsion.
Yes, sir.
Is it used in literature?
Yes, sir. Actually, no, actually not such word we found that because we want to differentiate the normal emulsion and nano emulsion. That's why we use the term coarse emulsion, and then coarse emulsion is the normal emulsion. That
you call it coarse emulsion. Coarse emulsion, no one has used the term, as to my knowledge.
Yes, yes, that is just to differentiate the two emulsion.
Why give new symbols and new terminology?
Oh, sir, yes, that is to differentiate the two terminology. They use coarse and nano emulsion.
Yeah, thank you, Rohan. All the best. Next, from agricultural economics, Praveen KV. Praveen KV is going to present his achievement from the Division of Agricultural Economics.
method availability. Well, which we could overcome through technological intervention in agriculture. Among these technologies, fertilizers is a crucial one. While we are achieving food security with fertilizers, we are also polluting the India producer and consumer of fertilizers in the world is not an exemption to this. To identify the research, however, considering the sustainability concern, to identify the researchable issues, we performed a bibliometric analysis of scientific literature published in the last 20 years. We collected the literature from Web of Science, and the results indicated that the research interest on fertilizers has increased over the years. Further, India has contributed significantly to the research on fertilizers. Our study also revealed the contribution of IRI to the Indian fertilizer research. But are we asking the right questions? While the global research priority is primarily focused on the nitrogen and the related environmental aspects, the Indian research priority is on yield. From our analysis, we identified the following researchable issues. The impact of important fertilizer policies are not well studied. The yield response studies available are based on the agronomic field trials. There are limited studies available on the environmental cost of fertilizers, and there are lack of studies on the organic and biofertilizers. Considering against this backdrop, the thesis is titled as Estimating the Effects of Fertilizer Use in Agriculture, Implications for Crop Response and Environmental Sustainability, with the objectives that focused especially on the effects of important fertilizer policies, spatial variation in yield response, the environmental cost of fertilizer use, and the adoption and preference of biofertilizers. To arrive at the, along with primary data, we also use secondary data for our analysis. The primary data was collected from a total of 400 farmers from the Indo-Gangetic plains of India. That is our study area. Moving on to the results, the national, state, and district level trends indicated a rise in fertilizer consumption over the years. This rising trend is propelled by different fertilizer policies that are implemented from time to time. We selected here the retention price scheme, nutrient-based subsidy, decontrol, and the direct benefit transfer to assess the impact on fertilizer consumption. We use interrupted time series analysis to arrive at the results. This interrupted time series analysis gave us the estimates of the immediate as well as the long-term effects of each of these fertilizer policies separately. The results indicated that the retention price scheme, which is intended to support the domestic manufacturers, has in fact increased the fertilizer consumption in India in a long term, whereas the fertilizer consumption reduction effect of the decontrol policy is only effective in the short run. Nutrient-based subsidy is another important policy implemented to manage the soil nutrient balance. The policy, though successfully reduced the nitrogen consumption, also brought down with it the consumption of phosphorus and potash, which is not beneficial to us. Direct benefit transfer is another important policy which is implemented to restrict the diversion of urea for industrial purpose and also to check the subsidy leakages. The policy intends to authenticate the beneficiaries by using the Aadhaar and point of sales. And we performed the difference in difference analysis of this district level data, and the results indicated that in the treated districts, the urea consumption on an average decreased by 7,916 tons. Though nutrient-based subsidy and direct benefit transfer were successful in reducing the nitrogen consumption, at the state level, when we see a diversity or variation in the fertilizer consumption, we try to check that using the spatial variation in yield response. We built a plot level panel data based on the cost of cultivation data that is available from the Ministry of Agriculture. Results indicated that in the states where percentage of farmers overusing nitrogen is more, their response to yield is less. The results was found to be true in the case of rice as well as in the case of wheat. Another issue of excessive use of fertilizers is the nitrogen surplus. We tried to calculate that using the nitrogen budget estimation of Indian agriculture. Among the different nitrogen inputs to the Indian agricultural land, the contribution from nitrogen fertilizers were found to be increasing rapidly, and it has reached a level of 70% in the year 2017. Among the 83 crops considered for analyzing the uptake of nitrogen from the soil, we found that the contribution from rice, wheat, maize, and cotton were the maximum. The trends in nitrogen budget estimates indicated our transition from a nitrogen deficit to nitrogen surplus state, along with a movement from better nitrogen use efficiency to a decline in nitrogen use efficiency. Importantly, after the year 2000, we can note that every single year we are adding more than 1 million tons of nitrogen to the Indian soil. This surplus nitrogen will get emitted ultimately to the atmosphere, and we quantified it to the tune of 57 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalents. Besides this, an additional 57 million tons of CO2 equivalents are emitted by the manufacture of nitrogen fertilizers. Combinedly, these two accounts for 114 million tons of CO2 equivalents in the year 2019. Recognizing this presence of surplus nitrogen in the Indian soil is a prerequisite for moving towards a sustainable future, and because this will help us in accepting more of the alternative kind of fertilizer products. And biofertilizers is one such product which can have a beneficial effect on our agriculture. We tried to of biofertilizers and improving crop yields based on the meta-analysis. The results indicated that we basically selected the studies based on PRISMA guidelines, and 18 studies were included in the analysis, and the results indicated that biofertilizers on an average has the potential to improve the yield in India by 0.05 tons per hectare. However, this value varied with the agroecological inherent soil, the type of biofertilizer, as well as the crop in which it is applied. Yet, the preference for perception of farmers towards biofertilizers is not very positive. The farmers felt that biofertilizers are not much useful to them. They found the cost of biofertilizers to be high. They also wanted subsidies and other kind of support measures if they want to adopt biofertilizers. We analyzed the determinants of biofertilizer adoption because we found that the adoption of biofertilizers is very poor in our study area. So how to promote that? Using the logistic regression analysis, we found that the factors like membership in the farmer organization, subsidies, and training and education are important for improving the adoption of biofertilizers. Finally, we tried to find out the preference of biofertilizers by the Indian farmers using a discrete choice experiment. We basically provided the farmers with choice cards on which different combination of biofertilizer characteristics were provided, and the farmers were asked to rank the combination of these biofertilizer characteristics. We analyzed the choice of the farmers using conditional logic regression, and the results indicated that farmers preferred the biofertilizers which were from government sources, and also the liquid biofertilizers which have longer shelf life have better preference from the farmers. Salient findings from our study: we found that the policies are effective in managing or maneuvering the nitrogen fertilizer consumption in general in the country. So we need to carefully align the policies on the basis of our future requirements. We found that there is a yield variation in yield response based on the level of fertilizer consumption and which has environmental consequences. The nitrogen surplus is steadily increasing in Indian agriculture. Biofertilizers for sure has the potential to improve the yield and contribute to the greener future of Indian agriculture, but we need to promote it and we need to put more efforts in its promotion. Our findings on the perception and preference of the biofertilizer by the farmers can act as a kickoff point. We have some policy suggestions as well. The nutrient-based subsidy scheme, though was successful by reducing the nitrogen consumption in the longer term, we also found that the P and K consumption has also reduced. So we need to take care of that. Possibly the urea may be brought into the realm of nutrient-based subsidy. The DBT pilot scheme was successful in reducing the urea consumption. We recommend a pilot scheme for the next phase of DBT, wherein the farmers will be directly getting their subsidy in their account. There is a possibility to intensify the nitrogen use in states where yield response is high. Measures to ensure demand for biofertilizers is the way forward, for which a portion of the subsidies to the chemical fertilizers can be diverted, and also the farmer groups can be targeted. We are happy to note that the suggestions, the objectives of the recently introduced PM Pranam targets also met with our suggestions. To conclude, we identified an issue, and the issue is that increasing trend in fertilizer consumption. The implication of which is on declining crop response and as well as the environmental cost. So in future, we need to embrace alternative products, and biofertilizers for sure has a potential, but we need to improve its. From our research, we have published 6 research articles, and 2 research articles are accepted, one in Current Science and one in Economic and Political Weekly. 3 data sets that are generated as a part of this work is being registered in Harvard Dataverse and is being used by scientists across the world. I have participated in the International Conference of Agriculture and Applied Economic Association, and also presented a paper in the International Conference of Agricultural Economics. I have presented in 6 national conferences. This work was given the Best PhD Paper Presentation Award of the Indian Society of Agricultural Economics and R.T. Doshi Best Presentation Award of the Agricultural Economics Research Association. Finally, I acknowledge all the people who have contributed in my journey. I end with the quote, "Fertilizers does no good in a heap, but a little spread around works miracles all over." Thank you.
Very good work. A couple of questions. Now, imbalance in fertilizer use is one of the major problems in India, particularly in states in Punjab and Haryana, if you look at. So what kind of policies do you advocate so that that imbalance is corrected?
Basically, the policy efforts from the year 2010 onwards, I think it is implemented to correct this nutrient imbalance. However, since urea is not coming under any of these policies, our farmers continue to consume urea because it is available at much cheaper rate than any of the other fertilizers. So I think basically we may have to do something with urea so that.
What is that something?
Means urea will have to be brought. Basically, as I suggested in one of my slides, that urea is not under nutrient-based subsidy. So possibly the government should take the call to bring urea. At least a pilot effort can be done to see.
In the recent budget, the proportion reduction in the subsidies on P and K, it is much more than in the urea. Okay. Okay. Another thing is that you said that the DBT, that pilot scheme, why, if it is so effective, why government didn't replicate it throughout the country?
Sir, in fact, it is being nationally rolled out now. Earlier, it was started in 17 districts as a pilot scheme. Then in the 2017 September, it is nationally rolled out. But we didn't put up a study on the impact of this national rollout because when our study was planned, only the data was available for this pilot scheme. But we are planning to undertake that study.
What is the major problem in adoption of biofertilizer by the farmers? You have listed a few, but when I was young like you, I also tried. Dr. Singh from Microbiology Division, he was Director of Biofertilizer Development Center. I contacted him and discussed. He said the major problem is the quality. The manufacturers, they don't use the appropriate base. Base, I think it is the charcoal, but they just use the clay for that. It didn't come out from, that is one of the reasons.
Yes, sir. From our
now, is there any trade-off between biofertilizer use and yield? If it is?
Sir, basically, from what you told, we also from our discussion with some of the selected biofertilizer manufacturers and field level evidence from farmers got this, that the quality of biofertilizers available is very poor. Basically, biofertilizer market, most of the manufacturers are like small manufacturers. Those are not bigger companies. So they, in fact, they don't go for the best quality to save the cost. And regarding the trade-off, what we could get is that it has the potential to improve the yield. And basically, we try to analyze the difference between the profits of farmers who are using biofertilizers and the farmers who are not using biofertilizer. And we didn't got any significant difference in the profits, because like cost is there, additional cost is there for biofertilizers, but that does not didn't make any effect on the profits. So that I think since profit is basically from yield and the price that we are getting from the harvest, so there may not be any trade-off.
Dr. Praveen, let me put it. What do you mean by the Indian soil is a surplus of nitrogen?
Sir, basically, we understand that many parts of the country, nitrogen content is very low in the soil. But what I meant with this is that we are adding nitrogen more than what is required for the crops.
No, but when you say surplus of nitrogen, mean that the soil has enough, so we can reduce the nitrogen dose next time.
Surplus
or you mean no? Or because why I'm asking you this, because nitrogen is not retained by the soil. Okay, so either it's leached off or it is evaporated. So there cannot be surplus of nitrogen in soil per se. This is my adding excess is different issue, but it's not surplus of nitrogen.
Thanks, sir. In fact, it is definitely emitted. That's what I told. The surplus nitrogen will then be emitted also.
No, I agree that the efficiency is low, number one,
yes,
for nitrogen fertilizers in general, but it is not retained in the soil, so it cannot be surplus in the soil itself. This is what I'm trying to clarify. Okay,
understood. Thank you, sir.
You made a statement that there is low crop response when there is a high dose of fertilizer. And then what the reason did you give for that? How did you explain that low response?
Sir, basically, this was done based on the plot level cost of cultivation data for farmers. So we tried to find out the optimum level of fertilizer for rice and wheat, for nitrogen to be specific. And then we calculated the percentage of farmers who are overusing nitrogen there. Overusing. And then in those corresponding states, we found that the response to 1 kilogram addition of nitrogen was lower compared to the other states.
See, look, crop response and fertilizer use efficiency.
Yes.
These are two different matters. If you use overdose, you may be wasting. There may be losses in the environment and other. But how do you relate the crop response is poor with that?
So basically, it is calculated.
See, if I give you 20 parties, it is up to you. You pick up 4 or you pick up 6 or you don't take any. But you cannot say that.
So based on this production functions, we get estimates of this by using like what is due to an additional unit of fertilizer applied, what is the additional unit or gain that we get in the crop. So based on that, we have this optimum, economic optimum production level. Yeah, so we are linking that.
What is your definition definition of biofertilizer, that was, how will you define it?
Sir, biofertilizers are products that contain living organisms.
You mean microbials or what?
Yes, sir, microbials.
Only microbials.
Yes, sir, microbials.
Yeah, thank you, Praveen.
Thanks.
Good luck. So here, dear audience and jury members, now we are breaking for tea for 15 minutes. So we'll be reassembling here at 5:05.
Talk of the town. Most of us might have observed a considerable price fluctuation in onion throughout the year. Even though India is the second largest onion producer of the world, there are proper post-harvest handling, hoarding by the traders, and the losses due to the spoilage, etc. The post-harvest losses account for about 40 to 50% or sometime more. To solve this issue, the central government is also taking initiative and recently has organized a grand challenge on the development of technologies for primary processing, storage, and the valorization of onions. Among the post-harvest losses, spoilage due to the microbial activity poses a serious issue, and the major microorganisms responsible for the spoilage are the Aspergillus niger and the Erwinia carotivora. To control the in-storage spoilage of onion, presently these methods are used. However, chemical methods leave residue in the product and has adverse effect on consumers' health. The accessibility to the radiation method is limited and it requires skilled manpower to operate. The biological method is highly substrate specific in nature. Additionally, nowadays the consumer preference is changing towards the chemical-free products. This creates a need to look for an alternative technique that is residue-free and has a broad spectrum antimicrobial effect. Ozone possesses both these requirements. In addition to being a greener technology and also has declared as a GRAS that is generally recognized as a safe by the US FDA. Even though ozone is reported as a good fumigant, but main challenges with is a highly decomposing in nature, that is, it is readily dissociate into oxygen at a room temperature. Thus, assessing the reaction kinetics of ozone through a commodity is important to avoid the failure of the fumigation process. Also, the study of the dynamics of gaseous ozone is required to optimize the fumigation efficacy in storage structure. Keeping this in our study entitled The Dynamics of Ozone in Bulk Storage System for Onion and its effect on the shelf life. In our first objective, we had planned to assess the effect of gaseous ozone treatment on microbial inactivation in onion and optimization of treatment parameters. Then, in our second objective, we have modeled the ozone distribution dynamics for onion bulk storage. The third objective is to design and validate a dispenser for distribution of ozone in onion bulk storage. This is the experimental plan we have followed to fulfill our first objective. Here, the number of exposures indicate giving the same ozone concentration in pulse mode. This is the experimental setup we have used to carry out our first objective.
Hello, check. Hello. Hello. Hello, check. Hello. Hello.
Sound check 1, 2, 3, 4.
Bhagya Vijayan is ready. Yeah, from Agricultural Extension, Bhagya Vijayan. You be here on the stage. Yeah.
Hello.
So now we are going to start again. So now from the Division of Agricultural Extension, Bhagya Vijayan will be making presentation. Yes. Serial number 4. Serial number 4.
Respected Chairman, jury members, scientists, students, I welcome you all to my presentation with the quotes of Sri Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. My only desire is that India should be a good producer and no one should be hungry, shedding tears for food in the country. It was in 2015, United Nations has initiated Sustainable Development Goals with 17 primary goals to be fulfilled by world nations by 2030 for inclusive development. India's efforts, let's have a look. India's efforts in unleashing or attaining these goals were curtailed by 3 impending problems: burgeoning population, climate change, and poverty. Mitigate all these through agriculture development programs. We have plethora of agriculture development programs, but our efforts in ensuring food security, alleviating poverty, mitigating climate change are impeded by certain curtailing factors. So some limitation exists in these plethora of agriculture development programs in India. It can be frequent merging, revamping, retracting of agriculture development programs existing in the agriculture development program, flaws in the standard operating procedures, limited institutional in consideration, my thesis entitled An Analysis of Status, Access and Impact of Selected Agriculture Development Programs was formulated with the following objectives. The first objective was to examine the status of agriculture development programs. The second was to assess the level of awareness and pattern of access of farmers of these agriculture development program and farmers, to assess the knowledge level of department personnel, and finally to delineate the facilitating and hindering factors. 2 major agriculture development programs, National Food Security Mission and Rashtriya Krishi Vikas Yojana, were purposely selected because both these programs were launched in the enhancing food and nutritional security of our country, and also area enhancement and agricultural productivity. As far as Rashtriya, enhancing the agricultural status as economic activity and to incentivize the states. The research was conceptualized based on the theory of Ribeto and Peloso on theory of access. It states that the overall impact of the program depends upon the status of the actors, access of the farmers to the development programs facilitated by certain factors, strategized by the legal situation in the country. The sampling plan is like this. 2 states were purposely selected, Uttar Pradesh and Karnataka, because the NFSM and RKVY components were more in these states during the study period. 2 districts were selected purposely from Uttar Pradesh and Karnataka. Gonda and Lalitpur from Uttar Pradesh, Chikbalapur and Kola from Karnataka were selected, leading to the random selection. 160 beneficiary farmers, 80 non-beneficiary farmers, 80 line department personnel for each program. Development programs. It was operationalized as the bottom-up approach and participatory planning involved, leading to the operational efficiency and program effectiveness. As you can see, when it was analyzed, it was seen that the contribution of the grassroots institution and farmer funds in participatory planning was higher during the post-revamp of the program. In these major 5 areas: project formulation, beneficiary selection, in identification of the priority areas, conducting baseline and evaluation activities. Program effectiveness pre and post analyzed using the effectiveness index developed on four major dimensions. It was seen that significant difference was seen in both the states post NFS due to the aiding factors such as increase in crop demonstration and trainings, initiation of seed hubs in the villages, frequency of problem rectification increase, also increase in raw material availability post NFSM. Operational efficiency pre NFSM revamp, if we analyze, it was seen that significant difference was in Uttar Pradesh, while it was insignificant for Karnataka. The reasons being in revamp of the NFSM and digitalization of the work also increased. While for Karnataka, as opined by the, it was seen that understaffing was reported. Also, the pressure from state agriculture development programs was pivoting. Revamp was when analyzed based on the effectiveness index, it was seen that significant difference was seen in Uttar Pradesh and Karnataka. Basically, in these arenas, enhancements of value chain development, more support was given to agripreneurs, and also to form FPOs, and also support to small and marginal farmers increased tremendously post RKVY. Operational efficiency pre and post RKVY revamp, it was analyzed based on the efficiency effectiveness index. It was seen that significant difference was observed for Uttar Pradesh and Karnataka. The aiding factors were convergence with the other programs like MGNREGS, modified objectives post RKVY, and there was improvement in beneficiary participation. The second objective was to measure the level of awareness of farmers. Was compared with non-beneficiary farmers for both the programs, and significant difference was observed in both the states due to this. The beneficiary farmers are already accessing the program because there is consensus in resource contribution. Frequency of visit to melas, goshtis, etc. are more for beneficiary farmers, and also beneficiary farmers have better contact with department personnel. Also, the level of awareness of beneficiary farmers and program components of NFSM and RKVY were also analyzed. At a majority of the farmers were in fully aware category NFSM in both the states, while in the case of RKVY, they have fallen in partially aware category. The second component of the objective was to develop a scale to measure the access of the farmers to agricultural development programs. And it was seen that this scale was developed in following the standard procedures. It was subjected to dimensionality reduction also, and the final reliability was found to be 0.83, and final scale with 37 items were selected. The scale was used to assess the level of access of beneficiaries, and for both the programs, the farmers, beneficiary farmers were falling in higher access category for NFSM and RKVY. It was comparison of access pattern among beneficiaries of UP and Karnataka was also analyzed, but for RKVY and NFSM farmers higher because as you know, Karnataka has already started the digitalization of land records prior to NFSM and RKVY, and also Karnataka has already gained momentum in convergence with the state agriculture development program. NFSM and RKVY, when compared, was found to be significantly different because just increased sensitization due to seed hub activity, Kisan Melas, demonstration, farm field school of these programs. The objective third was to assess the socio-economic impact of NFSM and RKVY. Before and after the NFSM launch, significant difference was found 7 among the 9 variables defined the socio-economic transformation. in both the states with respect to annual income, occupational status, crop diversification, agricultural productivity, material possession, etc. Similarly, with a significant difference was noticed in annual income, value chain development, entrepreneurial opportunity, occupational status, and material possession, etc. Fourth objective was to assess the knowledge level of department personnel in department personnel. So the knowledge test was developed. The test was developed in such a way following the standard procedures of the knowledge test. The test was subjected to with items having difficulty index 30 to 80, discrimination index more than 0.3, reliability index. The test items for NFSM were found to be 0.81, RKVY were found to be 0.78, and these tests level of knowledge level of department personnel. It was found that most of the department personnel were falling in high knowledge category. The fifth objective was to delineate the facilitating and hindering factors of NFSM and RKVY. With respect to NFSM, it was found that for beneficiary farmers, there was increased sensitization about this program, as it aided in the program smooth run. As far as hindering factors was concerned, the delay was cited as the major problem. Department personnel cited digitalization aiding the program, but involvement in multiple agriculture development, state agriculture development program impeded their performance. With respect to RKVY, provision of hiring centers was aiding was acting as the facilitating factor, major facilitating factor. With respect to beneficiaries, again, subsidy was major problem cited by the beneficiary farmers. With respect to department personnel, this scope of conversion was cited as the aiding factor, while pressure to meet targets was the major hindering factor for the department personnel. The salient findings of my research were 9 department personnel had high knowledge level of standard operating procedures of the program in both the states. Significant differences were observed in annual income, material possession, crop diversification, etc. Beneficiary guidelines need to be strengthened, revamped. There is lacuna in capacity development and trainings, and still untimely the subsidy disbursement is a problem. With respect to policy on incorporating capacity development programs and training for stakeholders in this, absorptive, transitional, and translation research should be incorporated. Convergence should be strengthened. More stress on nutritional and entrepreneurial livelihood security should be ensured. From this research, I have one research article accepted about NAS rating 7 and other 4 articles above 5.5. I have also authored 2 popular articles. I've also attended 2 international conferences, 2 national seminars and trainings. Inspire Award, DST Inspire Award during my PhD program, and I have won a Best Poster Award in the national seminar. My advisory committee, my chairman, Dr. Manjit Singh Neen, director, ICR IRA, director, ICR CSSRI in service. I would like to end the presentation with the words of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji. Farmers are playing a major role in the efforts towards self-reliance. If the farmers are strong, the country will be strong. Thank you.
I think this NFSM and RKVY, they are not, of course, they are development programs, but they are to include a number of components.
Yes.
Now, if you put simply one question, are you aware of NFS, National Food Security Mission, or RKVY? That is not going to serve the purpose. Had you taken the component wise, even for a single program, that would have provided a better interpretation to your results. Another is, of course, on your sampling. It doesn't seem to be a kind of a random sampling, because the sample size of beneficiaries 80 plus 80, 180 plus 180. So this kind of, you are just introducing the sampling bias right from the beginning itself in your results. So when you do any such kind of analysis, then you have to correct for the sampling bias, which of course you could not do in your this one. Another is you have analyzed something on pre and post.
Yes.
Now it all depends, when did you conduct your survey?
So it was after 2015.
No, it is after 2015, no, but NFSM was launched in 2007, as you said.
Yes, sir.
So on recall basis, to what extent your results are credited? No? So you must also look into this kind of, while designing the study, you must be very careful. Once you design the study in a well-prepared manner, with consultation of the statistician about your sampling design and all that. So of course, this kind of studies will be very useful.
Sir, I would like to add, sir, these data about the officials would be line department officials would be having the data of annual income, etc. of the farmers with the they are having the data, sir. So based on triangulation method, I have done this.
Thank you, Aidya. All the best. So next presentation we are going to have from the Division of Agricultural Statistics. That will be made by Sayantani Karmakar from Agricultural Statistics. Serial number 5.
Good evening, everyone. I start with a snippet of our Honorable Prime Minister. Be vocal for local is the thing for attaining Atmanirbhar. India is an agrarian country dominated by small and marginal farmers. Despite the large body of research surrounding agriculture, the farmers are still facing the problem of poor returns due to major challenges like small land holdings and improper use of available resources. So our aim is to increase their income by overcoming these challenges. Now we can't increase land holdings of the farmers, but we can optimize the use of the available resources that will increase their income. India is the global powerhouse of agriculture, and with various agroecological zones, various crops and various fruit crops and field crops are grown all over the country and across various agroecological zones. And but in most of the zones, monocropping system is practiced. So out of the many available crops, if we can select the best combination of crops, it will enable to increase farmers' income. Further, if we can add livestock components along with the crops, it will further enrich the income of the farmers. So, for an integrated system approach, which will ensure their income, employment, livelihood security, and nutritional security of the farmers. IFS has already gained popularity, and ICR has already recognized the importance of IFS. Indian Institute of Farming System Research is already conducting experiments on IFS, and all India coordinated research projects are on IFS is conducted across the country. Now, how to enhance the precision of IFS? Here we need statistical intervention, and that involves experimentation. Experiments are conducted in research stations, and using experimental designs, we find out the best combination of components. Then, after proper validation and testing, they can be recommended to the farmers. Considering the importance of experimental designs in IFS, I have taken up the research entitled Multi-Balanced Experimental Designs for Agricultural Research, with the objectives to obtain T designs and to show their applications, to develop some methods for constructing row column designs, and to construct some series of MPART designs. The sources of variation in integrated farming systems may be locations and farm holding sizes, and these variations can be eliminated using row column design. Now, it may be that multiple components may be available in an integrated farming system, and from this we will be able to obtain multiple combinations which will be far the number of locations or the number of farm holding sizes available. So there we need incomplete row column designs. So this is the incomplete row column design, and there may be a further situation where every farm holding size may not be feasible at every location. So then we go for structurally incomplete row column designs. Now, how to obtain these row column designs? These designs are obtained by amalgamating two T designs. T designs are nothing but incomplete block designs where each of the T tuples occur exactly equal number of times. Here, if we consider T is equal to 3, then each of the three triplets will occur exactly once. Here, in this example, it is a 3 design with 8 treatments arranged in 17 blocks with block size 4 and each of the triplets occurring exactly once. Now, if this is not the situation, then we go for partially balanced T designs where the triplets occur differently. Partially balanced T designs act as a resource saving alternative compared to the balanced T designs. So I have developed 4 series of partially balanced T designs using 4 different methods of construction. The parameters like the number of treatments, the number of blocks, the number of replications are generalized, and the matrix containing the information of treatments after eliminating the block effect has been derived. And here the first series proves to be the best in terms of efficiency, and the fourth series proves to be the best in terms of resources. And all the 4 series combined together cover a wide range of parametric combinations. An example for each of the methods is shown here. The first method uses balanced incomplete block designs, and this yields a partially balanced T design with the following parameters. The second series is obtained by using the method where we go for circular development of initial block. And the third method uses triangular design. And the fourth method uses triangular association scheme. This yields partially balanced T design. Our catalog of design has been prepared, and a suitable design can be selected based on the availability of resources. An R package has been developed for easy generation of these designs, and it is published in CRAN. Then using the T designs obtained under objective 1, I have developed some row column designs under objective 2. The model used for this design is given here. Here, Yijk is the yield or the equivalent yield corresponding to the ith treatment in jth location and having the kth farm holding size. Using this model, I have also derived the information matrix pertaining to the treatment effects after eliminating the jth location effect and kth farm holding size effect. An algorithm is also proposed for easy generation of these designs. The algorithm uses 2 T designs D1 and D2 as inputs after satisfying the following conditions. Then the incidence matrix or the concurrence matrix of treatments versus blocks is obtained, where the design 1 is obtained, where the unity positions of the incidence matrix are replaced by the block contents of the design 2 to obtain the matrix A. Then the uniqueness of each of the rows of A is checked with respect to the treatments of the second design D2. If the rows are unique, then they are made unique by a swapping operation. and this gives the incomplete row column design shown here. Then another R package has been developed for easy generation of this design, and it is also published in CRAN. Design has been prepared, and for example, if a design with 12 treatments, then based on efficiency, he can choose this design, and based on resources, he can choose this one. Then I have developed some series of M-part designs. These designs are also developed by amalgamating two T designs, D1 and D2. After amalgamation, we get the two-part row column design, but the thing is that the two designs must satisfy the condition of equality of blocks. The designs are obtained in a way like the B1 blocks of design 1 are each of size K1 are filled by the block contents of D2 in this way, and this gives the first row of the final design. In a similar manner, we obtain the other rows of the design and we get the two-part row column design, such that the condition that needs to be satisfied here is that each row must have each treatment combination exactly one, and each column must have every treatment combination occurring every treatment component occurring equally frequently. SAS codes have been developed for the three types of designs developed, and the canonical efficiency factors are obtained or computed from the SAS codes. Then to summarize, row column designs and two-part designs are suitable for IFS experimentation. Proposed algorithmic construction yields a general solution where the available ones are special cases. Drug testing on cancer trials mooted the generalized class of two-part row column designs for IFS trials. And catalogs and packages serve as ready reckoners to the users. Now, some recommendations based on my study are: ICAR recommended IFS models can be validated through the proposed design. Local millets can be included while diversifying the components of recommended IFS models. An interactive wave solution is preferred for easy implementation of the findings. And the findings can be supplement to address the sustainable development goals of no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, and life on land. My work has been published in some reputed journals like Communication in Statistics, Simulation and Computation, one in Journal of Statistical Planning and Inference, two are accepted, one in Current Science and another one in the Indian Journal of Animal Sciences. Two more are published, one in Journal of Community Mobilization and Sustainable Development, one in Bharatiya Krishi Anusandhan Patrika. Global Conference USAR 2022. I have also presented in several other national and international conferences organized by International Indian Statistical Association and Indian Society of Agricultural Statistics. I was also involved in some extracurricular activities like painting and logo designing competition and sports. I would like to thank my advisory committee, staff TSC, ICAR, ISRI, faculty Agricultural Statistics, PG School IRA, University Grants Commission, my parents and friends. I would like to end my presentation with the quote of John Tukey: an approximate answer to the right problem is worth a good deal more than an exact answer to an approximate problem. Thank you.
So, Satyantani, right? Shanchini, okay. You have proposed certain designs based on the integrated farming systems model, right? What is the current design that they are following and the one that you have proposed?
Sir, as of now, no use for during the experimentation process. So we can incorporate these designs while conducting the experiments and then find out the result.
Is it possible to analyze the data which they are collecting now with your design?
Yes,
so did you try that? Because I don't think the sort of layout that you have shown is possible in the integrated farming system experiments.
Yes, it is possible because first we will recommend this in the experiments, the research stations where the experiments will be conducted, and then after proper validation and testing, then we after proper analysis, then we can recommend it to the farmer.
What is the minimum number of replications you need?
The minimum number of replications, it varies on the. Here I have done with some replications of 3 and 4. I've got that, but
replicating even 3 in the farming system mode is almost impossible, you know. So you have to probably discuss with them and see how you can improve the analysis part that they do have different locations. Yeah, but same size may not be there in many locations. Yeah, but you can discuss with them because they are at so many centers in the country, experiments are being conducted in the farming system, and right also at the farmers level. Thank you.
Karmakar.
Anthony, go to the mic.
Yeah. See, you said that partially balanced design is most suitable for analyzing farming systems.
Structural incomplete robot.
Now, if you take only one locations and multiple activities, is it not that more appropriate for a farming system research?
Sir, as of now, the experiments are conducted across different.
No, that is okay. But if I say only you stick to only one location, and the farming system, you know, it includes not number of activities. There are number of objective, income enhancement, risk reduction, improving resource use efficiency. Now, if you take only one location and these criteria into consideration, is it not that more appropriate than this kind of multi-locational and size of land holdings?
Yes, sir, it will be more appropriate. But we have.
What is that but? Okay, have you validated your results using some data
no,
from
sir, I have not.
Modiprom?
No, sir, I have not validated it till now. We have just found these results, and we thought of recommending it to that ICAR Institute of Farming System. We can recommend this there, and they will perform the experiments, and then we can.
What is the probability of its uptake by our Modiprom Institute?
We have to see that. We have not found out.
Yeah, thank you, Anthony. So good luck. So next presentation we will be having from the Division of Agronomy. This will be made by Rishi Raj. Rishi Raj from Division of Agronomy. Serial number 6.
A very good evening to all of you. Honorable Chairman, jury member, Galaxy of Scientists, student friends. Welcome to my presentation. United Nations has projected that the global population will reach about 8.5 billion by 2030 and 10.4 billion by 2100. This ever-growing population will require enormous amount of food and basic amenities. United Nations also announced 17 Sustainable Development Goals and set target for every nation for implementation of Sustainable Development Agenda by 2030. Most of these Sustainable Development Goals are directly linked with our agricultural production system. Current agriculture is having several emerging challenges like increasing production costs, scarcity of labor, deterioration of soil health, and energy crisis. pest and disease, dynamic global warming and climate change. Conservation agriculture could be a sustainable solution to challenges. Conservation agriculture have been reported to meet our 5 sustainable development goals. It aims to conserve resources, sustain productivity, improve soil health, mitigate to adverse climatic impacts. Rice wheat cropping system occupied about 10.5 million hectares of land, and it provides food for 80% population, and it provides also 60% nutritional demand of Indian population. Shifting from conventional to conservation agriculture have several benefits, like it saves resources, improves soil health, carbon sequestration, and less environmental pollution. But there are some issues cropping system. Weed and nematode induction in CA-based rice wheat cropping system, herbicide tillage, residue induction on soil health and greenhouse gas emission. To address these gaps, a research problem entitled Bee Seed Bank Dynamics and Productivity in a Long-Term Conservation Agriculture-Based Rice Wheat Cropping System was identified, and field and pot culture study were undertaken. These are the following objectives. First objective, to evaluate tillage weed management effect on bee seed bank and nematode and rice wheat cropping system, to assess the productivity and resource use efficiency, to evaluate soil physical, chemical, biological property, and greenhouse gases emission and herbicide residue. To meet out these objectives, 5 conservation agricultural practices involving 3 double zero till system, namely zero till DSR followed by zero till beet with and without residue system, namely zero till DSR followed by zero till beet followed by zero till mung beet, were compared with the conventional tillage system in man plot, and herbicide or beet control treatment involving new herbicide combination pyrazosulfuron, xylophob, bispirate sodium in rice, clodinum, pentazone in beet, were superimposed in man plot and a split plot design with 3 applications. Now come to the results of first objective. We observe a total 14 weed species in rice. Grassy weed, namely Echinoclea colina, Dactyloptenium, Leptochlora chinensis, Illusin indica were dominant in CA-based direct seeded rice, whereas Echinoclea crescigeli were dominant in transplanted rice. In case of the broadleaf weeds, Eclipta alba, Phyllanthus nerudi, and that Parthenium was dominant in CA-based direct seeded rice, whereas the sages, perennial sages like Cyprus esculentus and Cyprus rotundus were dominant in CA-based system. With respect to wheat, I conducted the pot culture study to estimate the seed bank, and for that we collected soil sample from 2 different soil depths from four cropping regions, and we observed that wheat seed was higher under CA system at upper soil layer as compared to the conventional tillage, whereas in conventional tillage system, the weed seed equally distributed all through the soil layer. CA and CT system reduces the weed seed bank by. With respect to herbicide, pyrazosulfuron, xylophob, bispirate sodium in rice, clodinum plus carbendazole reduced the weed seed bank by 72%. I also studied the nematode, and first time in 5 weeks we observed the root knot nematodes, and first time we reported the root knot nematode infestation at a grassy weed in rice. And with regard to our conservation agriculture pesticide, CA-based rice wheat mung bean system reduces the nematode by 81% because green gum in rice wheat system broke the nematode cycle. With respect to herbicide, again herbicide treatment reduces the root knot nematode gall by 74% by reducing the weed density. So we clearly indicate that if we do the better management or weed by in DSR, then nematode may also be controlled. These are the photographs showing root knot. Now come to the objective 2 with respect to yield and system productivity. And rice yield, that is our current transplanted rice yield was system as compared to the CA5. CA5, that is triple zero till system with 3 crop residue, resulted in 15% higher wheat yield and 37% higher system productivity. If we combine with CA5 with the best herbicide treatment combination, we got higher system productivity, better weed control, and improved soil property, and optimum moisture and temperature under this CA5 resulted in higher system productivity. With benefit cost analysis, we found that CA5 again registered 51% system net return as compared to conventional tillage system. And with respect to water productivity, water saving, again CA5 resulted in about 29% saving in irrigation water and rice, and 17% in wheat, 18% in rice wheat cropping system. Due to these saving, about 53% water system productivity was observed under CA5 as compared to our conventional tillage system. I also studied the soil, and we found that CA5% large macro aggregate at upper soil layer as compared to the conventional tillage system. Addition of residue of rice wheat boom bean system and release of organic acid by the root of all these crops resulted in better soil aggregation under this treatment. However, in herbicide treatment, it was 10 to 13% lower macro aggregate as compared to the unweeded control. With respect to the bulk, resulted in 10% lower bulk density at upper soil and 6% lower bulk density at lower soil than conventional tillage system. With respect to penetration resistance, again CA5 resulted in lowest penetration resistance across the soil depth, whereas conventional tillage system was at par with CA5 only at surface soil layer, but registered high at 20 to 25 centimeter depth, indicating surface hardpan. I also studied the total organic carbon and carbon pool, and again our triple zero till system with 3 crop residue resulted in 65% higher total organic carbon as compared to the conventional tillage system, and this mainly due to the addition of the residue, 7 to 8 ton residue of rice wheat moving added in this treatment resulted in higher total organic carbon. With respect to microbiological parameter, again CA5 resulted in 79% higher MBC as compared to the conventional tillage system. I also studied the greenhouse gases and found that conventional tillage emitted highest methane emission due to the transplanted rice. Transplanted rice favored the anaerobic condition, and which increased the methanogenesis process. That's why emission was higher, whereas the nitrous oxide emission was higher. And if we compare with the global warming potential, again CA5 registered 9% lower global warming potential as compared to the conventional tillage system. The lower methane emission, no tillage, and capture of carbon under this CA5 treatment resulted in lower global warming potential. I also studied the herbicide residue in grain stone soil, and we found that all herbicide residue in rice grain stone soil were below detectable level. Level of residue was obtained in upper soil independently, and it clearly showed that rice grain and obtained with these herbicide application would be safe for animal and human consumption. My experiment was visited by so many dignitaries, including DGG NRM, our honorable director. With this, I can conclude that weed seed were concentrated on surface soil layer, and CA herbicide could reduce weed seed by 72%. First time root non-nematode was observed in wheat Denebra Retrophexa, and the CA5, that is triple zero till system, reduces root non-nematode gall in rice by 81%. By herbicide Pyrazosulfuron Cylophop Dispyrivan by 74% through density. So it clearly indicates that if we manage the wheat properly, nematode is also controlled. CA5 provided higher wheat and system productivity and system net return as compared to the conventional tillage system, and lead to significantly improvement in soil physical, biological property, and reduces greenhouse gases emission. Hence, CA-based rice seed booming system with Pyrazosulfuron Cylophop Dispyrivan sodium in rice, Clodinafop plus carbendazole in wheat may be recommended for sustainable production and better soil health. Future line of work may be detailed characterization of I have published four articles and very high impact factor journal, two that is one in environmental technology and innovation, having NAS rating of 13.75. Second in sustainable food system. And I also got the first prize bead contest at Haryana Agriculture University. I have participated in oral and poster presentation of many international and national conferences. I also active member of Indian Society of Bee Science and also participated different extracurricular activity of the institute. Finally, I would like to express my sincere thanks to my chairman, Dr. T.K. Das, and advisory committee, head professor, Division of Agronomy, director, joint director, research, joint director, extension, dean, associate dean, PG School of IRA. Thank you very much.
Dr. Rishi,
yes, sir.
In one of your slides, you have shown that even beyond 30 centimeters, there's a difference in the penetration resistance, right?
Yes, sir.
What is the reason below 30 centimeters? What causes that?
Sir, below 30 centimeter, mostly the penetration resistance was non-significant in all the treatments.
Compared to conventional tillage?
Conventional tillage slightly lower, all the declining trend, but our CS system having lowest because the release of different organic acid or other root exudate that favor some.
That goes beyond 30 centimeters?
Yes, sir.
Just because of root exudates or something else?
Root exudate or residue, we add every year 7 to 8 ton residue of rice with moving.
No, but below, that's why I was specifying below 30 centimeters is the effect.
Yes, sir. It's still in
30 centimeters.
This is a long-term experiment, 10 or 12-year-old experiment.
Which other properties did you study below 30 centimeters? Soil physical or soil chemical properties?
Sir, I studied only that.
Up to what level?
30 centimeters.
30 centimeters. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Risiraj. Good luck. So, another presentation from the Division of Agronomy by Harishankar Nayak. Serial number 7 from the Division of Agronomy. Presenter is Harishankar Nayak.
So good evening, everyone, respected jury member and distinguished scientists and my dear friends. I welcome all to my presentations. I'll start with a quote, what the global think tank body is remained good of now. The good decisions are fundamental for agriculture growth, yet decisions can only be good as the evidence that informs them. So starting with some background issues, I wish to highlight the role of agronomist. Basically is to provide evidence-based decisions for sustainable yield increase. Then why there is a mismatch between agronomists claimed yield and farmers reported yield. It's a big question. So whether the improved practices address farmers' pressing limitations or are we out of new technologies? Then why farmers are not using? Are they not aware or these not suitable for their fields or are these contextually not profitable? Then why this big disconnect? There is no mechanism to translate all these research outputs to contemplate an effective connect in a data-rich country like India. So, scanning reveals a few causal inferences. These are not limited to these. Because most of the recommendations come from top-down approach. We believe science is a falsification theory where we frame some theory, frame some hypothesis, do some manipulative experiments, and then either confirm or reject the hypothesis and do again manipulative experiments. But there exists an alternative approach which relies on thousands of data points to find the pattern in field data and drivers of response And this can help to pick some site-specific targeted cost-effective experiments rather than going by random. And we can get some insights. The other constraints are the farmer faces multiple constraints as well as the landscapes are quite complex. Also, there are multiple genotype, environment, and management interactions which affects farmers' yields. Suppose the 150 kg of nitrogen recommendations which coming from the research stations may be minimum when irrigation is properly given and timely sows and weed and pest are properly controlled. But these are the not cases of the farmer fields. Thus, it's highly obvious to get a variable yield output from top-down recommendations. So then what's the aim? Definitely is the sustainable intensifications. So there may be two scenarios where there is already high yield because of high resource use. We should focus on improvement in resource use efficiency. When there is a low yield because of less and dissimilar resource use, we should focus on improving the resource use sustainably. Then what's the way? So let's try to find out some simple intervention add on to what farmers already have. In simpler words, what the additional thing my neighboring farmer poses for which he is getting high yield, I don't. It may be whether he is managing residue effectively or he is planting timely or he is giving irrigations in optimum conditions. So is the data-driven agronomy the solution to demand at scale for this type of issues? But the problem is that we need a data for complex landscape and a model to describe the yield. So what are the options? The options are definitely empirical models, but it has poor predictive power. Other options is the process-based model, but calibrating and validating model parameter to multiple environment and management interaction is a cumbersome task. So the other approach is machine learning a data-driven model. So let's believe on data and data speaks. This type of approach gained popularity during 2017 and 19, and the largest CGI initiative that Excellence in Agronomy Initiative, which is a decade-long initiative, relies on this type of approach to deliver climate-smart agronomic recommendations. Yet, there is a global divide in data-driven farming, but still, it's a favorite investment of many global institutions like World Bank, which you can see the 50/23 initiative of World Bank, which relies to close the agriculture data gap of 50 nations by 2033. In this backdrop, I have designed my research machine learning evidence-based agronomic practices for high yield and low emission in rice seed systems. The objectives were to find the important, to appropriately model rice and wheat yield using machine learning algorithm, examine pattern of yield gate and resource use efficiency to identify potential trade-off, and more importantly, to document how machine learning and big data analytics can be used to deliver evidence-based climate-smart agronomic recommendations. So coming to objective one, it started with an ODK survey where we collected the geo-referenced agronomic management from 7 districts of Punjab and Haryana, where the farmers reported yield was verified with PropCode data. This constitutes the primary data stack, which was merged with secondary weather and soil data, which was further cleaned, and we have engineered some features, then partitioned into training and test datasets. Then we have compared 10 different machine learning models and find the best one. From the best one, we have eliminated some features which does not contribute in model fitting. Then this model was fine-tuned for hyperparameter for optimum bias variance trade-off. This model, once tested in the test set, was used for model applications. 3 post-op model interpretation technique, those are permutation-based variable impedance and two-way interactions, and global and local interpretation like SAP and partial dependencies plots were used. Now coming to what are the important drivers for rice, we observed that the sharply additive explanation, which is popularly known as SAP values, can be appropriately used to rank the drivers of individual farmers. Then you have used clustered individual conditional expectance plot for the individual drivers. For us, the duration of rice, precipitation, and irrigation number were most important. We observed a negative relationship between precipitation and rice yield, which is aligned with the reduction of the solar radiation under high precipitation zones. Similarly, for the wheat yield, we have observed residue management, nitrogen application, and seed rate were 3 most important management variable, and minimum temperature and cumulative rainfall was most important biophysical variable. In along with direct effect, we have observed the interaction effect of residue management with seed rate, disease, and insects. These are some figures representing the interactions. So coming to second objective, what is the yield gap? The main research question was what is the current yield gap level of rice and wheat in IGP, and what fraction of yield is accounted for resource use, technology, and efficiency of resource use, and what should be done for sustainable intensification. We started with what's the current yield and what's the potential yield of that regions. There may be many limitations like water, nutrient, and other factors. Suppose two farmers are using similar level of input and attaining different level of yield, we call it as efficiency yield gap. And two farmers use different level of input and attaining different level of yield, we call it resource yield gap. And the unexplained plot, which is the highest farmer yield and the potential yield, is called as technology yield gap. We don't have enough technology in farmers field to close these yield gaps. So coming to what are the results for rice, the yield gaps are mostly small in case of rice in northwestern Indo-Gangetic plains, which are in between 20 to 25% of the climatic potential yield. Even in the district of Ludhiana, it was less than 20%. So what are the sustainable intensification options? Featuring two most important inputs like irrigation and nitrogen, we have used 98th quantile regression to show what's the relationship between irrigation and yield. We observed a quadratic and plateau type of response, which indicate beyond certain limit, we are not getting any response for this type of inputs. So further focusing on the nitrogen, here we see the average farmer, lowest farmer, and highest farmer yield, they usually using same amount of nitrogens. Further, we have classified the farmer into low yield, high nitrogen, high yield, high nitrogen, low yield, no nitrogen, and high yield, low nitrogen groups. So we observe that there is a variety specific recommendation should be done because the farmer adopting long duration variety, they are mostly managing the nitrogen efficiently, but the farmer which are using short duration and medium duration variety, they have comparatively less partial factor nitrogen. My second objective was to focus on single indicator of sustainability. I focused on energy use for rice. My key question was where farmers are less efficient in energy use, and to classify the farmer efficient and less efficient by peer-to-peer comparison and determination or identification of management practices. So we have used meta-frontier approach to describe this type of problems. So again, it started with real-time data validations of a subset of farmer for which complete inventory of input and output is there. We have used Mahalanobis distance and box plot to only select some of the farmer for which we can trust this data. Further, we have used bootstrap data involvement analysis combined with meta-frontier approach and right-truncated regression to find the drivers. So focusing on meta-frontier approach, we did not rely on the true frontier because it can be fluctuating by the boundary points. We have relied on the meta-frontier, bootstrap meta-frontier. First, we have fitted a frontier at 7 district level, then we have fitted the district specific frontier. But it suggests within the districts also there is large heterogeneity in terms of energy use efficiency. But suppose in the case of Ambala, it was more heterogeneous because partly we can attribute to the soil conditions. Further, we focused on individual practices. We see further we focused on individual practices, which practices is efficient where or not where. Suppose in case of the fertilizer, we say only the Kapurthala farmers which are most efficient and least efficient, they are using similar amount of the fertilizers, energy and fertilizer. In case of tillage, the Ludhiana and Kapurthala farmer, the most and least efficient farmers use similar amount of energy and tillage. Further, I have extended my analysis to multiple indicators. Here I have used Topsis method. My optimization criteria was maximization of yield, maximization of end use efficiency, minimization of cost of cultivation, and minimization of greenhouse gas emissions. When you focus on the panel B, you can see within a range of yield from 3 to 6 ton, yet we can get a similar amount of greenhouse gas emissions. So my conclusion are random forest can appropriately predict rice yields, and interpretable machine learning can be used for finding context-specific interactions. Biophysical variables in these environments plays a dominant roles. Also, the yield gaps up to 500 kg per hectare can be closed by improving the resource use efficiency and input management. There are, in certain cases, there are biophysical constraints where the only where the sustainable intensification options can be play roles. Comparing multiple indicators is always useful. So these are some important contributions my PhD research work. These innovative methods were used to deliver some climate smart agronomic recommendations. For future implementation, definitely I will focus on not to work in silo, but work in bundling of RCTs. Also determination of optimal operational schedules. Policy intervention should look beyond agroclimatic zones, and how in India we can facilitate quality data access to temporal and spatial adequacy and scaling. So based on the research, I have published my first research paper, Interpretable Machine Learning on field crop research with NAS rating 12.1. Another paper on yield gap and nitrogen use efficiency I published in field crop research with NAS rating 12.1. My third paper was published in energy for energy use efficiency with NAS rating of 14.9. And yet the masterpiece is yet to come in Science of Total Environment, which I am preparing to submit. For this work, I have been awarded a global competitive fellowship of 15 lakh for my PhD research work. My methods have been already published in CGR CMIT websites. I have awarded best oral presentation, edited 2 Sauvigny abstract book. I have already awarded best poster. I am working for developing a dashboard for international particular to dissemination these results. My paper has already been cited by 14 researchers. I have been appointed as postdoctoral associate at Cornell University, New York, USA, where I am involved in teaching some advanced courses in Cornell. I acted as a reviewer in international journals like Science of Total Environment, FCR, and Scientific Reports. I have been invited by ICADA, Morocco, to represent my work in the Excellence in Agronomy annual learning meeting. Recently, I have been invited by FAO of United Nations to work with Ministry of Agriculture of Sri Lanka to develop a mega project for closing rice yield gap of Sri Lanka. These are some snippets of my achievements. With this, I acknowledge and thanks Director and Dean, Ma'am and Professor Sir, and all the advisory committees and scientists helping me and my friends. So the task ahead is indeed difficult, but not insurmountable, provided the pace of scaling innovation is accelerated. With this, I thank you all.
So, Nayak, you have shown the use of latest techniques like machine learning and all that. But what is one of the things you mentioned is that input is important, input management, input use efficiency. But this we already know, despite without the use of machine learning. And that's what is a specific recommendation on any of these techniques or technology, which you could say, okay, this needs to be worked upon.
Yes.
Which is not known otherwise.
Yes.
Or you're just supporting what we already know.
Suppose, sir, I will want to give an example. We want resources improperly managed, but we don't know where nitrogen is limiting and where irrigation is limiting. Suppose now I'm working in a complete rice data set for all over India. So when I'm working in Jharkhand, the phosphorus and sowing is coming as important. And among that also, we need to focus where sowing is more important, where adjustment in sowing and nitrogen fertilizers can give more beneficial. So these are mostly helpful for policy interventions. We can find the hotspot area where one factor is limiting based on this type of studies, which is possible by any other mechanisms available.
What you have given, as I said, they are qualitative statements, right? We all know that solutions for agriculture problems are always location specific,
yes, sir.
right? So, and there are farmers, let me tell you, I don't know, who have achieved on record higher than the potential yield that the breeders have recommended for the varieties.
Yes, sir.
Based on the management only.
Yes, sir.
So have you come across any of such cases?
Yes, sir. So for each individual farmer, I have estimated quantitatively how much yield gain we can obtain by changing certain management practices, which is lacking for that farmers. So then it was extrapolated at special scales for target interventions. Maybe, sir, I may have missed.
No. Good work, Mr. Naik, Dr. Naik. A few questions. You said that yield gaps in both rice and wheat, they are very small. You know, will the farmers will harness that yield gap, will try to bridge that yield gap? The reason is simple, because the additional benefits may not be more than the additional cost in harnessing that one. Yes. Input costs particularly. So this is one thing which you must look into. Will this be harnessed? I doubt it. If that yield gap is just 10%, the farmers will not invest in any kind of input, because the additional benefits he will receive, they will be less. Another is, of course, you said that policy interventions should look beyond agroclimatic zones. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, the same thing, sir. Suppose I am working in a global data set, suppose for Bihar and Uttar Pradesh. Part of these come in same agroclimatic zones. Within these agroclimatic zones, there are heterogeneous patches. In one patches, I should be focusing more on irrigations. And I should be, in another patches, I should be focused on reducing of the nitrogen or increasing of the nitrogen fertilizers, where these interact with other
situation. Your statement is not correct.
Okay.
You know, within agroclimatic zone, you must look it, not beyond that.
Yeah. So, and suppose the same patches of two different agroclimatic zones can be clogged also. That's the idea for going beyond. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Harishankar. So all the best. So next presentation we are going to have from the Division of Entomology. The presenter is Mogili Ramaya. From the Division of Entomology, the PhD student is Mogili Ramaya. Serial number 8, Entomology.
Hello, I'm audible. Hello. There is a quote by Charles Elton. The progress in taxonomy will indicate the progress in the other branch of sciences. A very good evening to all the dignitaries, respected teachers, eminent scientists, and my dear friends. I welcome you all to my presentation. I am Mogili Ramaya from Division of Entomology. So before going to the topic, I would like to explain briefly about the bamboos. Bamboos are a special group of plants from the beginning of human civilization. So these bamboos become an integral part of our livelihood. So during World War II, the bamboo dome was covered with the bamboo scaffoldings for protection, and there are many significance and importance which show the bamboo importance. And what are these bamboos? So as we know, bamboos, India has blessed with a diversity of more than 148 species under 29 genera, occupying 16 million hectares and standing the second position after the China. So if you see in India, it is majorly in the central part of as well as northeast. Sir, actually, not moving. Please, sir. No. We're here. Wait, sir. Sir. Sir, sorry, sir. It is not moving, ma'am. No, ma'am. Here, it is not going, sir. With this, also same. Time to slowly this comes.
Okay. Hearing. Yes. I'm starting. Sir. Like I will tell you. Yes. I'm clicking, ma'am, but it is taking scene. Wait करो आपने बहुत सारे टाइप करो sir, it is not coming. Okay, sir.
Moguli, you rectify your slides if you can, so we can have your presentation later on.
Okay.
Let's switch over to the next presentation. So we'll be having this from entomology later on. So now we are going to have the presentation from environmental science.
Check.
Environmental science. GK Dinesh. Hi, yes, he's there on the stage. Ready?
Respected dignitaries and my dear friends, good evening to you all. I am GK Dinesh from the Division of Environmental Science, and I am warmly welcoming you all for my merit medal presentation. Nature is a hidden spot in economics, and we are in an era where the whole world is shifting from social capital to natural capital. It's not moving. No, very slowly it is moving. It's not moving. Yes. Sir, actually, system is, I think, not taking that much load, sir. Whenever we are clicking, it is jumping more slides. Even they are operating also, it will jump only, sir, I think. There is no problem in pointer. It is heavy load, it is, I think.
Don't press it hard. Touch it slowly.
Slow only,
Just
sir,
wait
actually.
for it.
Okay. 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 Thank you. Okay. Okay. I'm clicking, ma'am. It is not at all moving. I clicked one time. It is not moving.
Next.
Okay. Sir, is there any possibility to change that operating system? It is taking not that much load, sir. That's why it is moving very much slow. And even I didn't put that much animation, so it is only 20 MB file. Sir, pointer, it is not a problem. So it is not that problem in pointer, it is problem in CPU. RAM is not that much actually. If I am clicking, it is taking so much time to move to next slide. That's why, sir. Even morning also they had same problem. They are stuck in between and they are doing it. It was working perfectly. It was working perfectly. Yes, sir.
Sixteen GB. Processor.
Sir, क्या problem? Why it is taking? You click, sir. You click now. You click once. After clicking, how much time it is taking? If it is going in this much slow, how we will track it? No, I didn't put any automation. Okay.
Let's have another one.
Sure.
जैसे पोस्ट सीरियली अगर जाए तो पोस्ट सर्विस मैनेजमेंट आएगा. Next from post harvest management, Chandar Bhani is here. Yeah, Chandar Bhani is here. इसके बाद जेनेटिक्स बोल लेते हैं अगर चल रहे हैं. So we are sorry for some technical glitch. So we can have a break for tea now. So meanwhile, this system will be hopefully rectified and we can continue the presentations.
Hello, 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 hello. आ गया ना एक बार जब खुली ठीक से आ जाए तो बोलने में तो दिक्कत नहीं है लेकिन वही इट इज ओके राहुल
In the meantime, you can present. What is the name of this, Dinesh? Come. We have to save on time. Dinesh.
पावर दे रखा हाँ जी check. Just next.
So, on behalf of all, my sincere apologies for the technical glitch that had happened for a few minutes. So we are again resuming, and now we have the presentation by Mowgli Ramaiah from entomology. Presentation number 8. Okay, Mowgli, go ahead. 1 minute.
Green.
I have already announced.
There is a quote by Charles Elton: "The progress in taxonomy will indicate the progress in other branch of sciences." A very good evening to all the dignitaries, respected teachers, and my dear friends. I welcome you all to my presentation. I am Ramaiah from Division of Entomology, and before going to the introduction, so I would like to explain briefly about the bamboos. As we know, the bamboo is the integral part of our livelihood. So during the World War II, the bamboo Taj Mahal dome was covered with the bamboo scaffoldings. So there are many publications, articles which are related to showing the significance and importance of the bamboos. So what are these bamboos? So bamboo is a special group of plants from the beginning of human civilization. If you see in India, India has blessed with more than 148 species under 29 genera, occupying 60 million hectares and standing the second largest country after China. And if you see in India, the central part and northeastern part is the major. So applications of bamboo, there are many, and majorly paper and pulp industry. And these bamboos are threatened by many biotic and abiotic stresses. So within that, the insect pest of bamboo is the major. So starting from the defoliators to up to root feeders. So if you see the diversity of bamboo insect pest, so here the more than 600 species of the Hemiptera is there. So
So within the Hemiptera, there is a tiny beautiful creatures created by the god called as leafhopper. So what are these leafhopper? So as we know, insects are the most abundant organisms on the earth. And within the insects, there is the Hemiptera having 11%. And within the Hemiptera, there is a largest superfamily called as Membrocoidea. And Membrocoidea is having the 6 families. And within that, Cicadellae is one of the largest family, having more than 30,000 species. So why it is important? Why what is the need to study about these leafhoppers in relation to the bamboo? So as we know, our agriculture food plants as well as bamboo belong to the Poaceae family. There is a chance of force shifting in the future because of the global climate change as well as the extensive cultivation. And Leechen in 1919 reported that there is a specific tribe called as Mucarini, which is exclusively feeding on the bamboo. And also here Mucala splendida, which is belong to the Mucarini tribe, which is vector for the phytoplasma. So in relation to the leafhoppers, with respect to bamboo, so what is the research gap from India? So there is no systematic assessment of the leafhopper from India and limited taxonomic studies. Only line diagrams are available. There is no colorful for easy identification, and the diversity is unexplored. No data available with respect to the molecular characterization. To overcome this lacuna, we frame the title that is Biosystematic Studies on the Leafhopper Species associated with the bamboo from India, with the objectives of exploration, morphological characterization, identification of the leafhopper species associated with the bamboo, and to prepare the necessary checklist and diagnostic key to the genera and species of bamboo leafhopper, and to study the phylogeny of the leafhopper species associated with the bamboo. So if you see the first objective, a diversity has conducted to explore the bamboo diversity from India. There are 35 locations of 12 states we covered. So these leafhopper samples we have collected with help of the sweep net, aspirator, and light trap. And finally, the processing was done by established procedures and photographs taken with the stereozoom auto montage. And after that, male and female genitalia we dissected, and that male and genitalia parts we transferred to the genital capsule for preservation. So what morphological characteristics we use for the taxonomic studies? So these are the habitats. So that are whatever vertex, face. So like that, the pronotum, face, male genitalia, female genitalia, we will describe. And in the case of when you are describing the new genus, so we will see the leg and wing characters. So in the case of the leafhopper, male genitalia is very important for the species description. So which is having the microphone, subgental plates, connective, wall, styly, eriagal dorsal, and eriagal lateral. So species description as follows, and finally holotypes, paratypes were designated and deposited in the National Pusa collections. So this is the overview of the leafhopper fauna associated with the bamboo from my work, that we redescribe the 43 species under 30 genera, having the 5 subfamilies and 12 tribes. So within that, as I told, Mucarini, which is exclusively feeding on bamboo, which is the major pest. So here the Mucarini showing the highest number of the percentage of the pest. So these are some of the illustrations of the bamboo leafhopper we described, excluding the new species, new taxa. So these are some of the female leafhopper illustrations. So new taxa we discovered from my study, that is the 4 new genera, 10 new species, and 2 genera which are new to India. So if you see the 4 new genera, that is bamboo faga from Andhra Pradesh, Niranjana from Assam, Shanaya from Uttarakhand, and 1 genova we didn't keep the name, so it is from Meghalaya. So these are the 2 genera, that is Bambusia mucaria and Mahonia. Previously we reported from the China, and previously it is reported from China. Now from my work it is reported. And this is the overview of the 10 leafhopper new species from my study. Along with the leafhopper study, I also collected the Hemiptera diversity during my study. Second objective is to prepare the annotated checklist diagnostic key to the genera and species of bamboo feeding leafhopper. A total of 91 species and 35 species. So we prepared the checklist by isolated publications and zoological records, CABI, and the different leafhopper websites as well as the Google Scholar. So from these, we collected compiled the data and make into a checklist. So the checklist including the subfamily, tribe, genus, species, synonym, type locality, type deposited, and distribution. So diagnostic key prepared for easy identification, for rapid identification. So here from the subfamily level to up to species level, we develop a diagnostic key for the easy identification of the leafhopper. So third objective is to study the phylogeny of the leafhopper associated with the bamboo. For authentic identification, as well as if you want to see the evolutionary relationship, so it should be morphotaxonomy integrated with the molecular taxonomy. In molecular phylogeny, the DNA extraction PCR amplification is the first step. So here DNA was extracted from the leg or whole specimen, and DNA is amplified by PCR with the different primers, and sequencing we sent for the outsourcing and we submitted to the NCB. These are the different primers used during the study, and these are the more than 60 sequences submitted to the NCBI. If you see, the phylogenetic analysis was conducted with the available sequences as well as the own sequences. So here the histone 28S sequence were aligned with the help of the muzzle application in Mega software, and unlike genes were integrated into one data set using the Mega software. And finally, the maximum likelihood analysis was done. So this phylogenetic analysis suggested that whatever the most of the new genera we described, so it is according to the morphological characters. So here during my study, the collections from the different states. So I also observed the maximum color pattern diversity in the population of the Mucarius splendida. So here, if you see, there are 10 color morphs from each sex. So each color morph we described as a type 1, type 2, and so on. Likewise, the females also we described. And when we dissected the genitalia, so the genitalia was same. So these morphological character we integrated with the molecular taxa. So finally confirming that morphologically all specimens of Mucarius splendida differ in their habitat coloration, but whereas genitalia and genetic composition of all the specimens, irrespective of the color, is similar. Similarly, we have also reported a distinct morphological variant in the Mucariella viratmati, which is recently published in the Zoo taxa. This type of integrative approaches helps in resolving the complexity identification. So because to avoid misidentification, misinterpretation by the immature taxonomist, so this type of integrative approaches are helpful. So from my study, I also reported bamboo as the alternate for the mango hoppers. So in a nutshell, a total of 43 species, out of which 10 were the new species, which I described from my study. So with this, I would like to mention my salient research findings. So we recorded a total of 53 species of leafhopper associated with the bamboo from India, and discovered the 4 new genera and 10 new species, and 2 genera which are new to India. And I told the Mucari tribe, which is exclusively feeding on bamboo. So for that tribe from my study, I added 26% which are new to science, and provided the complete annotated checklist as well as the diagnostic key for rapid identification of the species. And more than 40 sequences first time deposited to the NCBI, and molecular phylogeny was worked out, and provided the integrative approaches to resolve the complexity identification of the species, and bamboo reported as the alternate host for the mango hoppers. So future prospects need to study the vector status of all these leafhoppers, and information on biology of these leafhoppers is not lacking, and the host association and different bamboo species yet to be studied. And as we know, the invasive pest regularly reporting. So careful monitoring and timely reporting of pesticides is very necessary to avoid any future outbreak. And new species we registered even to Zoo Bank for unique ID. From my work, I have published 3 research papers, 2 in Zoo taxa having the NOS rating of 7.09, and 1 in insects having a NOS rating of 9.14. I attended the conferences and got the 2 best, received the 2 best posters. 1 is at international and 1 is at national level. And I attended the trainings and workshops conducted by the NAHEP and DST. And I am also an associate member and reviewer for the magazines and journals. And even I elected as a fellow of the prestigious Entomological Society of India. And I attended the webinar conducted by the JSI, NIPHM, NBIR. So with this, I heartfully acknowledge my chairperson and members of advisory committee, and head and professor, my esteemed teachers, Division of Entomology, Director ICRIRI, and Dean PG School, and UGC for fellowship, and NPC lab mates, seniors, friends, and juniors. Finally, I would like to end my presentation with the quote by father of taxonomy called Linnaeus, that is, if you do not know the names of the things, the knowledge of them is lost too. Thank you.
Yeah, Dr. Mr. Ramaya, just two questions mainly.
Yes, sir.
You have used 60 taxa,
Total 43, sir.
43.
Checklist prepared for 91 species. sir.
How many sections do they belong to?
Section, like 5 subfamilies, sir, and 12 types, sir.
How complete is the extent of sampling within a subfamily? How complete is the sampling process for the variants within a subfamily? What I mean is, all the species within a group have been taken, or
No, sir,
a taxonomic strata or hierarchy? Did you sample all the variants? See, you are talking about, why I am asking you is because you are talking about phylogeny reconstruction, right? The authenticity of the phylogeny that you construct depends on how much complete the sampling
Sir.
is.
Sir.
Yeah.
Actually, during my collection, I didn't get like, because of the resources as well as the COVID period, I didn't went for the large number of collections, sir. So whatever I got, like new species, I got only 4 or 3. So from that, if I do the molecular work, we have to deposit the holotypes in the museum, sir. So like that, so I tried my best level to take the DNA from the leg, sir. So how extent it came, and I done, sir. And I faced the problem.
You didn't use any sequences deposited already in NCBI?
Which one, sir?
For the COI sequences for
Yes,
your
sir.
target group, there might have been some
Sir,
sequences.
like, when I searched, no, sir. So Mediana constricta and particularly their studies also doing, sir.
Okay,
So for that species,
it's okay. Now, the next question is, you have used only MEGA for analysis. Why not more specific phylogeny reconstruction softwares like ENIC, POP, that type of programs, which give you better flexibility in positioning the taxa?
I will continue my work, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Where
Recently,
that
I have
is
been
right.
selected for ICI.
And also there is a software known as Mesquite that helps you in evaluating the phylogeny or the clades, their positioning. That also later on you should use.
I will do it.
Okay, and then you are not part of the Bangalore Institute's DNA barcode program?
No, sir.
National agriculturally important insects Bureau. Now it is probably institute that
National Bureau of Agricultural Insect Resources.
Yeah,
sir.
yeah. You're not part of that.
No, sir.
See, unless you have that internal collaboration, the work is not complete. That's the same thing even in plants. Okay, that's just my suggestion.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Mogili.
Yes, sir.
So, good luck. So now we are going to have the presentation from Environmental Science, GK Dinesh. So GK Dinesh is here from Environmental Science. It's serial number 9.
Check. Respected dignitaries and my dear friends, good evening to all. I am G. Ganesh from the Division of Environmental Science IRI, and I am warmly welcoming you all for my merit medal presentation. Nature is a blind spot in economics. We are in an era where the social capital is moving towards natural capital. So the natural capital should be always in the forefront of the research, and by utilizing natural capitals, we can able to generate ecosystem services and benefits by which we can able to generate revenues, and through which we can able to improve the livelihoods of the farmers. And this current study is ignited based on this Japanese proverb, everything has a value when it is valued. So let us dive deep into the ocean of natural capital and explore the real hidden value of conservation agriculture. Before going into my data, I would like to brief about ecosystem services. Ecosystem services are the benefits that are obtained from the nature and the ecosystem, and they are majorly classified under 4 categories: provisioning services, regulating services, supporting services, and cultural services. Decline in soil organic carbon is a significant problem in Indo-Gangetic Plain. To tackle this issue, conservation agriculture could be a best option. By adopting conservation agriculture, we can able to double the farmers' income, achieve the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and also maintain the ecosystem sustainability. Conservation agriculture has 4 major pillars, that is no tillage, residue retention, crop diversification, and appropriate nutrient management. By adopting conservation agriculture, we can able to save the soil from degradation, and we can also improve the agriculture sustainability and food security. The whole world is shifting towards maize-based cropping system. In Indo-Gangetic Plain, maize-based cropping system could be a best alternative to rice wheat cropping system. Earlier, conservation agriculture was introduced as a erosion control method, but it now considered to deliver multiple ecosystem services. From the previous works, I came to know that by adopting conservation agriculture, we can able to increase the soil organic carbon, increase the nutrient uptake, by which we can able to increase the biomass, and it will ultimately reflect in the higher net returns. And from the wild literature survey, I came to know that studies related to crop yield and soil health are already available, but the flow of various ecosystem and their valuation is few and lacking. To fulfill this research gap, I fixed my aim of the study to quantify the selected ecosystem services from conservation agriculture, and I have formulated my thesis title on quantification of ecosystem services in conservation agriculture under maize wheat mung bean cropping system under the guidance of Professor Dr. Dinesh Kumar Sharma, Division of Environmental Science. And I worked on these 3 objectives. Objective 1 is to study the physical, chemical, and biological properties of soil. Objective 2 is estimation of greenhouse gas emissions. The crop yields. And to show the spatial variability of total organic carbon, I have used ArcGIS software, and more amount of total organic carbon was found in residue retained plots. And carbon pools are the earlier changes, earlier indicator of soil changes. From the carbon pool analysis, I found that there is increase in 24% in passive pools and increase in 26% in active pools. From the Spearman correlation analysis, I came to know that carbon pools are positively influencing the crop yields. And from the principal component analysis, I came to know that passive carbon is towards positive dispersion, and they are positively influencing the crop yields. And more amount of carbon was accumulated in residue return plots. According to Lal et al. 1998, it is mainly due to the residue retention. Over the period of time, those residue retention will decompose and add up to the soil organic carbon. And from the principal component analysis, I came to know that carbon stock are towards positive dispersion, and they are positively influencing the crop yields. And the same results was found in Pearson correlation analysis as well. The more amount of available macronutrients was found in residue return plots, and the same results was reflected in micronutrients as well. And from the bubble plot analysis, I have studied the relationship between earthworm and soil properties. The bulk density and penetration resistance are negatively influencing the soil earthworm population, and soil earthworm population are positively influenced by soil organic carbon. I studied the relationship between earthworm and its soil properties through cluster analysis. From the cluster analysis, I came to know that maize and wheat yield are positively influenced by earthworm, and they are clustered together. The more amount of ecosystem services value of earthworm was found in residue return plots. And let us move on to the objective 2, estimation of greenhouse gas emissions and carbon budgeting. For estimating GHG emissions, I have used InfoCrop version 2.1. The more amount of N2O emissions was found in 70% basal nitrogen plots, and it is mainly due to the more amount of application of nitrogenous fertilizer at basal dose itself. And more amount of carbon dioxide was found in residue retention plots, and it is mainly due to the residue retention. Over the period of time, those residues decompose and it will add up to the carbon dioxide emissions. The same results was found in wheat crop field as well. And agriculture provides lot of ecosystem services, but it also provides ecosystem disservices. One best example for ecosystem disservices is GHG emissions. So the more amount of GHG emissions contribute to the more amount of ecosystem disservices. From the study, I came to know that more amount of ecosystem services was found in residue return plots, as it is emitting more GHGs. And the more amount of carbon efficiency was found in 50% nitrogen treatment, and more amount of carbon footprint was found in 70% nitrogen treatment, and it is mainly due to the more amount of GHG emissions. The carbon sustainability index was higher in maize, followed by wheat, followed by mung bean, and the carbon output was statistically non-significant. From the 2 years of the study in long-term conservation agriculture, I came to know that residue return plots are having more yields in maize, wheat, and mung bean. Among the subplot treatments, 50% basal nitrogen treatment outperformed well in maize and mung bean, but it is statistically non-significant in wheat crop. And let us move on to the objective 3, quantification of ecosystem services. The more amount of provisioning services was found in stock yield and grain yield. For quantifying provisioning services, I have used grain yield and stock yield. And for quantifying regulating services, I have used GHG emission and carbon stock. The more amount of regulating services was found in 50% basal nitrogen treatment and residue return plots. And for evaluating supporting services, I have used macronutrients and along with the earthworm population. The more amount of supporting services was found in 50% nitrogen treatment in residue return plots. And from the 2 years of study, I came to know that by adopting residue retention plot technique, we can able to generate about 6.1 lakh worth of ecosystem services from conservation agriculture. And if you are adopting 50% basal nitrogen treatment along with zero tillage, we can able to generate 32,000 rupees more ecosystem services. And these are my outcomes and salient findings. Under provisioning services, about 3.8 lakh. Under regulating services, about 1.3 lakh. Under supporting services, about 88,000 worth of ecosystem services can be generated from residue return plots. And we know that conservation agriculture provides lot of ecosystem services, and these are really helpful to achieve UN sustainable goals, especially goal number 1, no poverty, goal number 2, zero hunger, and goal number 13, climate action. By formulating payment for ecosystem services, we can able to generate revenue, and we can provide those revenue as an incentive to the farmers who are practicing conservation agriculture. And I would like to conclude my presentation by the following findings. About 5.4 lakh worth of ecosystem services can be generated from zero tillage without residue plots, and about 6.1 lakh worth of ecosystem services can be generated from zero tillage with residue plots. So by adopting zero tillage with residue retention, we can able to generate 61,000 additional benefit from the conservation agriculture in 1 hectare area. So zero tillage with residue retention is recommended as a sustainable agriculture practice to improve the soil health and ecosystem services. By adopting all those things as a policy, we can able to double the farmers' income, and it will also help to achieve the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and it can be included in G20 summit as well. As India is leader of G20 summit in the upcoming days, the main focus theme was food, agriculture and food security. So by including payment for ecosystem services, we can able to be the real leader in G20. And these are the possible way forward. First, we need to identify the thrust areas in conservation agriculture, and by which we can formulate the payment for ecosystem services as like in other countries. And we should also ensure that it should be with less uncertainties and overestimation. By including all those things in policy making, we can able to generate the market and mechanism for ecosystem services trading. I have communicated 5 research paper, and 1 got published and 1 got accepted, and 2 are under second review. And I have co-authored so many publications in the PhD tenure, and I have written 3 book chapters in the PhD tenure. I received IRI PhD Fellowship Award and UGC JRF Fellowship, and I have presented my PhD work at various national and international conferences, and I was received Best Oral Presentation Award from the University of Pisa, Italy. And I would like to thank my chairperson, advisory committee members, and Dean UGC, Director IRI, PG School IRI for providing the fellowship. And I would like to end up my presentation by saying that we all reach space but not soil. But there is a need for technology to develop in an economical viable way, ecologically sound and socially acceptable by all. Thank you for your attention.
So Dr. Dinesh, so you have attempted to quantify valuation of the ecosystem services.
Yes, sir.
From the results that you have shown, probably farmer will get more income than growing the crop
Yes, sir.
from ecosystem services?
Yes, sir. Actually, crop yield under it will be coming under provisioning services, sir.
out
By as
what
those
is the
crop
percent-
yields are directly marketable,
Yeah.
we can able to
What is
generate
the
it.
percentage of provisioning versus the rest of the ecosystem services?
Sir, provisioning services was near to 45 to 50%, and regulating services was about 20 to 30%, and supporting services was remaining 30%.
So almost equal for regulatory and supporting services, right?
Yes, sir.
As
Regulating
far-
services and supporting services are almost equal with provisioning
To the
services.
provision. You have missed one cultural aspect of ecosystem services.
Yes, sir. Sir, actually, as I was unable to go for a survey and the conservation agriculture not having agro-tourism concept in India, I cannot able to proceed with the cultural services.
No, but for example, rice is used in many of the our festivals, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Rice, yeah.
Yes.
So you're not taking that part.
Yes, sir. But economically evaluating it is
Yeah,
it will be tough,
yeah,
sir.
yeah,
So only
I
I'm
know.
not able
That's
to
what
do
you
that.
asked, because you've done for the rest. And the other thing is, you have talked about methane, you've not talked about the nitrogen footprint.
Yes.
Because that is also one of the reasons why we are having the GHG emission, right? Because of the imbalanced use of nitrogen. Can that be factored in?
Sir, actually, I studied GHG emissions through infocrop modeling, sir. From the studies, I have analyzed N2O, N emissions and carbon dioxide emissions, and I have worked out carbon footprint, but I didn't work on nitrous oxide footprint, sir. Thank you for your question, sir.
Dinesh, good presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Only one, in quantifying the ecosystem services, particularly regulating and sporting services. No, there is a market for provisioning services, so it's very easy to
Marketable.
put a value to
Yes,
those services. So what price you have taken for the other kind of services which are intangible and difficult to quantify? From where did you get the price?
Sir, for marketable goods, I have used MSP.
Non-marketing. Non-marketing.
Non-marketable goods, for earthworm, I have used methodology from Porter et al, sir. From that, I have taken the value for earthworm valuation. For GHG valuation, I have used damage cost method, and I have taken the data from one Nature article written by Ricky et al, and it having the social cost of carbon. From that, I have taken for the carbon emissions, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Dinesh.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Now from post-harvest management, Chandrabhan is here. Yes, Chandrabhan is from post-harvest management.
Respected Chairman, jury members, distinguished scientists, and friends. Very good evening to all of you. I'm going to present my seminar with the quote, "Fighting hunger by saving perishables." Bird population is rising day by day, and it's very difficult to meet the food demand for all. So therefore, there is urgent need to increase the production, improving the distribution, and reducing the post-harvest losses. Around 40% of food is wasted from harvest to sale, which can be utilized to feed more than 800 million hungry people. Reducing the post-harvest losses is also an important target for the sustainable development goal. India is the second largest producer of the fruits and vegetables. Around more than 300 million metric ton of produce of the total horticulture crops. Among these, around 10 to 15% are losses due to the post-harvest losses. Due to the poor post-harvest management practice, and poor infrastructure for the storage of the fruits. Commercially, the synthetic fungicide are used to prevent the post-harvest diseases. Some research has been conducted with the eco-friendly approaches like hot water treatment, anazine, treatment, essential oil, and coating. Among these, coating have application of coating along with the bioagent and plant action found to be best to better substitute for the indiscriminate use of chemical fungicide. Application of coating not only safe, easy to apply, eco-friendly, suppress the growth of microorganisms, extend the shelf life, preserve the quality parameters. It is cheap, reduce the risk of chemical residue, and increase the marketability of the fruits. In the citrus, green mold, blue mold, sour rot are the major post-harvest pathogens, and widely for controlling these pathogens, chemical fungicide are used at an indiscriminate manner. Nowadays, increasing the awareness among the consumers regarding the eco-friendly and environmental issue, there is a need to develop a eco-friendly approach to addressing these gaps. We have planned this study with the title post-harvest disease management and shelf-life extension of queen mandarin fruits under the chairmanship of Dr. Ramasre. Introduction. Citrus is third most important fruit crop of India after banana and mango. Among the citrus, queen mandarin fruits are more realized by consumers due to its attractive color, pleasant flavor, and juicy and high nutritional value. However, it is more susceptible to post-harvest losses due to its glut of produce coming the market within a short harvesting period from December to February. That is more prone to post-harvest losses due to improper handling and poor storage infrastructure. Keeping these in mind, we have conducted this study with three objectives: bioefficacy of bioagent and plant extract against major post-harvest pathogen of queen mandarin under in vitro condition, influence of composite coating on shelf life and quality of queen mandarin fruits, and third one, influence of bioagent, plant extract, and composite coating alone and in combination on post-harvest decay and shelf life of queen mandarin. In the first objective, we have conducted two experiments. In the first experiment, we assessed the bioefficacy of various bioagents against the three major pathogens of queen mandarin under in vitro condition. As the result revealed that among the various bioagents, the bioagent Rotula minuta variety minuta is highly effective to suppress the growth of Penicillium digitatum by 86.44%, Penicillium italicum by 88.31%, and Geotrichum candidum by 84.99%. It is the picture of this trial. Conclusion: the competition for nutrient space was the most efficient mechanism of action against to inhibition these tested pathogens. Over the control, Rotula minuta variety minuta was significantly effective to reduce the mycelial growth of these tested pathogens. In the second experiment, we assessed the antibacterial activity of various plant extract against these three pathogens again under in vitro condition by using food poisoning technique. As a result, among the various treatment, the chemical fungicide is highly effective to control these diseases. However, among the plant extract, the mixed plant extract with the concentration of 4,000 ppm are highly effective to control this disease. 55.44% against Penicillium digitatum, 54.012% against Penicillium italicum, and 52% against Geotrichum candidum. Among the various plant extract, ethanolic mixed plant extract displayed maximum inhibition of pathogens with ranging from 52 to 55% with the concentration of 4,000 ppm. In the objective, the influence of composite coating on the shelf life and the quality of queen mandarin fruit. In this trial, I have assessed the various composite coating treatments based on chitosan and guargum enriched with either jackfruit seed starch and tamarind seed starch, and fruit were stored at ambient condition. And jackfruit seed starch extracted through aqueous method and tamarind seed starch extracted through aqueous method. For this, these are the various coating solutions which were applied on the fruits. For this trial, I have collected the fruits from agriculture research station. It's a research station under SKRU Bikaner, located at Sri Gangana district of Rajasthan. In the laboratory, after properly cleaning and washing and grading, I have applied coatings and stored these fruits under ambient condition. To assess the chemical and structural interaction among the various molecules of the coating solution, we also obtained the FTI spectra. The influence of composite coating on the various quality parameters like PLW among the various coating, the Guargum-based composite coating enriched with tamarind starch are highly effective to spray the PLW 3.2 fold, decay incidence 44 fold, firmness maintain the firmness 2.6 fold, reduce respiration 1.59 fold, reduce the PMAT activity 34%, retain the TSS 14.5% lesser, retain titer velocity 1.28 fold higher, ascorbic acid 1.4 fold higher, total phenolic content 1.74 fold higher, and total antioxidant activity 1.62 fold higher, and 1.89 fold higher overall sensory score of the mineral foods. To visualize the film forming pictures of various coating solutions, we also obtain the SEM images. Through this, we can see that in the control there is a open stomata which were responsible for higher moisture loss and higher metabolic activity, which leads to spoilage of food very sharply. Conclusion: among the various coating, Guargum-based composite coating enriched with the tamarind seed starch are significantly effective to space the to extend the shelf life of mineral foods up to 25 days without losing their quality traits at ambient storage. However, in the control, it was only 10 days. In the third objective, I assessed the influence of bioagent, plant extract, and composite coating alone and in combination on post decay and shelf life of mineral foods. In this trial, I assessed the best bioagent, best plant extract, and best composite coating of previous experiment alone and in their combination. These are the various solutions which were applied as a bioactive coating on the food, and food were stored at ambient condition. Before conducting this trial, I also evaluated the compatibility of this composite coating with the bioagent Rotula minuta variety minuta, and the result found that these coating material are not only compatible with the bioagent but also promote the growth of these bioagent. The influence of bioactive coating on the quality parameters like PLW, the layer by layer application of bioactive coating based on Guargum enriched with the tamarind seed starch coating and mixed plant extract and bioagent significantly effective to reduce the PLW 3.76 fold, reduce decay incidence 40 fold, maintain firmness 1.44 fold, reduce respiration rate 1.8 fold, reduce PMA activity 44%, retain the TSS 16% lesser, maintain titerable acidity 1.79 fold higher, ascorbic acid 2.39 fold higher, and total phenol 2.55 fold higher, total antioxidant activity 2.46 fold higher, and overall acceptability of the mineral food based on the sensory evaluation 1.96 fold higher over the control. In the conclusion, the layer by layer application of bioactive coating based on tamarind seed starch enriched with the tamarind seed starch followed by mixed plant extract and bioagent coating not only extend the shelf life of mineral foods up to 30 days under ambient condition, but also preserve the quality trait also. Silent finding: the bioagent Rotula minuta variety minuta was the most promising bioagent among the others. The plant extract, ethylene mixed plant extract, had better antimicrobial efficacy over the others. The composite coating, Guargum-based composite coating enriched with tamarind seed starch are significantly effective to extend the shelf life of mineral foods up to 25 days. It is compatible with the bioagent Rotula minuta variety minuta and bioactive coating. Finally, the layer by layer application of bioactive coating based on Guargum enriched with tamarind seed starch followed by mixed plant extract and bioagent coating treatment not only effective to extend the shelf life of mineral foods up to 30 days, but also preserve the quality traits also. Future ahead: for the study on the impact of bioagent and plant extract treatment on mineral peel, oil, and peel pectin quality and recovery need to be elucidated at micro level. Coating enriched with bioagent and plant extracts may be suggested for further validation and upscaling. I have published one research paper in International Journal of Biological Macromolecules having NAS rated 14.02. I have communicated one more research paper in International Journal of Food Mycology. It is under process. I have published my research in the various conference. I'm thankful to let Dr. R.S. Sharma. He initially guided me, technically support me to frame this study, but unfortunately we lost him due to the COVID. So I'm thankful to Dr. R.S. Sharma. I'm also thankful to my chairman, my advisory committee, all my teachers, IRA PG school, my parent university SKRU Bikaner, my family, my seniors and friends. At the end, I would like to stop my speech with the quote: eco-friendly post-harvest solutions protect not just the fresh produce but also the humankind. Thank you.
Dr. Chandrabhan, any pre-harvest management that can help to increase the post-harvest life in these crops? Because pre-harvest management is as important as what we are doing in post-harvest. Okay, so any parameters which we have to take into consideration as a pre-harvest management?
Sir, if we are using proper cultivation practice and we are maintaining all the packages, then we can easily maintain the quality of the fruits, which will helpful to extend the shelf life and the quality of the fruits after harvesting also. And some treatment like potassium silicate or some hormonal treatment also helpful to extend the shelf life after harvest also. Like spraying of calcium carbonate, potassium carbonate also, potassium nitrate also helpful to extend the shelf life.
Any is that is associated, it is coming from field itself and it is harming when you are putting in storage. So any disease is there, particularly in this mandarin, which we have to be very careful during harvest. This is basically storage disease. This is basically storage disease. But one disease, if you sometimes in mandarin, if it is at peduncle where it is juncture in the peduncle, so if it when you are going by that any mandarin, if you push that peduncle where juncture is there, if it is very soft, then 100% there is one disease, and that is harming almost this post-harvest life of these mandarin. So how that's things we have to manage the pre-harvest management. Otherwise, whole lots, if one fruit is impacted by that, so whole lot will be rotten.
Yeah, thank you,
Thank
Chandrabhan.
you.
Good luck. So let's proceed for the next presentation. That will be made by Rahul Kumar from the Division of Genetics and Plant Breeding. Rahul Kumar from the Division of Genetics and Plant Breeding. Serial number 13.
Respected Chairman, jury member of the session, distinguished scientists, and my dear friends, a very good evening to all. I am Rahul Kumar, PhD scholar representing discipline of genetics. Welcome you all to my presentation. So as we know, soybean is the most important oilseed crop in the world, and it contributes about 25% of the global edible oil and about 2/3 of the world's protein concentrate for the livestock feeding. And if we see the global scenario of soybean production, then Brazil, USA, Argentina, China, and India are the top 5 producers of soybean, and the global productivity of soybean is around 2.2 tons per hectare. But the production of soybean has been stagnant over years in India, and the contribution of India in the world soybean area is 10%, but the contribution to total world soybean grain is only 4% because of the lower productivity of soybean in India. Therefore, seed size, shape, and seed coat color are the important parameters of soybean, which determine its overall yield and consumer acceptability among the in India. Therefore, it's important to understand the genetics of seed traits like inheritance of seed coat color, mapping of QTLs for seed size and shape in different genetic backgrounds, and also to identify candidate genes for seed size, and shape in soybean. So with this background and information, my thesis title was formulated as Inheritance and Molecular Mapping of Seed Traits in Soybean. And the objectives of the study were to study the inheritance of seed coat color and other seed related traits, and to map the genomic regions and identification of candidate genes regulating seed size and shape in soybean, and to validate the link markers for seed traits in soybean germplasm. So for the first objective, 4 different crosses were attempted to understand the inheritance of seed coat. And in the first cross, AGS 457 was crossed with SKF 148, and we found brown seed in F1. In F2, we had green seed, and in F2-F3, we had green, yellow, and brown seed in the ratio of 9:3:4, which was further confirmed by the chi-square test. So based on the segregation pattern, we proposed the genotype. Here you can see F1 was brown due to the maternal genotype. F2 was green due to the presence of both dominant alleles of the gene. And in F2-F3, we had green, yellow, and brown seed coat in the ratio of 9:3:4. So we infer that seed coat color is governed by 2 genes with supplementary interaction. Here you can see when the brown seed coat was crossed with yellow, we found the brown seed in F1. In F2, we had green seed. And in F3, we had green, yellow, and brown seed. In F4, green seed segregated in green, yellow, and brown. Yellow segregated in yellow and brown. And there was no segregation for the brown seed coat. Here also you can see the segregation of seed coat, yellow, green, and brown family-wise. Coming to its reciprocal cross, SKF 148 was crossed with AGS 457. And here we found yellow seed in F1. In F2, we had green seed. And in F2-F3, we had green, yellow, and brown seed in the ratio of 9:3:4. So based on this, we proposed the genotypes. And here F1 was yellow, F2 was green. And in F2-F3, we had green, yellow, and brown in the ratio of 9:3:4. So here we found the reciprocal difference in F1, and segregation happened in F2-F3 generation, which indicates the maternal effect on the seed coat color, and seed coat is governed by 2 genes with supplementary interaction. Coming to the next cross, AGS 346 was crossed with SKF 148. We had green seed in F1. In F2, we had green seed. In F2-F3, we had green and yellow seed in the ratio of 3:1. So based on the segregation, we proposed the genotype. And here we found that F2 was green, and in F2-F3, we had green and yellow in the ratio of 3:1. So we proposed that seed coat is governed by 2 genes, but here 3:1 ratio is obtained because there is segregation for only 1 gene, and that is gene B. Coming to its reciprocal cross, SKF 148 was crossed with AGS 346. Here we found yellow seed in F1. In F2, we had green seed, and in F2-F3, we had green and yellow seed in the ratio of 3:1. So based on this, we propose the genotype. Here the F1 is yellow, F2 is green, and the segregation is F2-F3 in the 3:1 ratio. So here also we found the reciprocal difference in F1 and segregation in F2-F3, which again confirms the maternal effect on the seed coat color. And here also seed coat is governed by the 2 genes, and 3:1 ratio is obtained because there is a segregation for only 1 gene, that is gene B. So the salient findings from this first objective is that seed coat is color governed by 2 genes which act in a supplementary manner, and green color is produced when both the dominant alleles of the genes are present. And we also propose the genotype for our parents, AGS 457, SKF 148, and AGS 346. My second objective was to map the genomic regions and identification of candidate genes regulating seed size and shape in soybean. For this purpose, AGS 457 was crossed with SKF 148. These 2 parents have the contrasting characters for various seed-related traits. We also developed a software SeedFig for taking the phenotypic data of seed-related traits. So first of all, mapping was performed using the F2 population. We developed a total 237 F2 plants, and we selected 638 SSR markers for the parental polymorphism survey, out of which 123 markers were found polymorphic between the parents. So using these polymorphic markers, we performed the genotyping of our F2 population. And here you can see the descriptive statistics of the F2 population and F2-F3 population. And there was a huge difference for the seed length, seed width, seed volume, and 100 seed weight among the between the parents and among the population. So using the F2 population, we mapped a total of 17 seed-related QTLs. 9 were the major QTLs and 8 were the minor QTLs. Then using the F2-F3 population, we mapped 25 seed-related QTLs. 16 were the major QTLs and 9 were the minor QTLs. Here you can see the mapping positions of various seed-related QTLs, and the maximum number of seed-related QTLs were found on chromosome 4, 6, 10, and 11. And we also identified 2 QTL hotspot regions on chromosome 4 and 10. We identified 7 consistent QTLs which were common across these 2 generations, and a total of 7 consistent QTLs were reported in our study. Then we identified the possible candidate genes within these 7 stable QTL regions based on the Panchar analysis, gene annotation, and available literature, and a total of 66 possible candidate genes regulating seed size and shape in soybean were identified within 7 stable QTL regions. And most of the genes belong to the ubiquitin protein ligase class, oxygenase class, non-receptor serine protein kinase class, and it also belongs to the ATP binding cassette transporters and columidlin related. These protein class has been reported to play a very important role in the seed formation by the previous researchers. So my third objective was validation of these mapped QTLs. For this purpose, the link markers were selected and a set of soybean germplasm, including 17 vegetable soybean genotype and 7 grain type soybean genotype were included, and using this genotype, a total of 6 seed-related QTLs were validated. So the salient findings from these 2 objectives were seed coat color governed by the 2 genes which act in a supplementary interaction, seed size and shape are controlled by polygenes, and we mapped 18 QTLs in F2 and 25 QTLs in F2-FC population for the 10 seed related traits, out of which 16 were the novel QTLs, and we also identified 6 consistent QTLs which were common across these 2 generations. Then we identified 66 possible candidate genes within the 7 stable QTL regions, and genome of both the genotypes were sequenced and deposited to NCBI. We also developed a software SeedFig to take the phenotypic data of seed-related traits, and 6 seed-related QTLs were validated in soybean germplasm. We have also come out with some good publications. My first paper is published in Frontiers in Plant Science with NAS rating 11.75. My second paper is accepted for publication in the Indian Journal of Genetics and Plant Breeding with NAS rating 6.51. And my third paper is published in the Pharma Innovation Journal with a NAS rating 5.23. Then the computer software SeedWeek has been developed for measure the seed shapes. Genomic sequences has been developed and deposited to NCBI. I have presented my research work in various national and international conferences. I have been awarded several awards for my research work, including 2 Best Poster Award, 1 Best Presentation Award, Young Plant Breeder Award, and Young Researcher Award. I have also been the President, Postgraduate School Student Union, and successfully presented academic matters and student issues to the higher authorities. So the path ahead of this study are QTL into environment interactions for the seed-related traits can be studied. Then the expression of few predicted candidate genes between these 2 contrasting parents can be checked for the confirmation, and functional markers based on the sequence variation in QTL hotspot region can be developed for the seed-related traits. I sincerely acknowledge the efforts of my advisory committee members. I am thankful to the Division of Genetics IRA New Delhi. I am also thankful to Director Sir IRA New Delhi for this constant guidance and support during my research work, and Presidency PGSSU. I am thankful to the National Phytoton Facility and my family and friends. Thank you, everyone.
Mr. Rahul Kumar, just 2 questions. Yes. The first one is seed color.
Yes.
What happens if when you cross to diverse G into G, that's green to green and yellow into yellow?
Sorry, sir, can you repeat question,
Is there
sir?
any complementation if you cross yellow with the yellow, very diverse types, diverse green into green?
Okay, sir, actually for this, sir, we will have to plan, sir. I mean, because in our study, we have not planned the process like this, but then to check the, confirmation of the genes which we have identified, whether it is the previous one or the new one, we will have to cross in a definite fashion for the test of allelism.
You have that 9:3:4 ratio.
Yes, sir.
Coming. So that's just a clue for you. Okay, the next one is validation of your QTLs,
yes,
putative QTLs that you have designated. There's quite a big variation from 18 in F2 population to F23, you had 25.
Yes, sir, 25.
Can you revalidate them through sequences?
Sir, actually in
Any
F2,
procedure?
sir, maybe, I mean, our population is still on the field and we are advancing it. So maybe in the advanced generation, maybe in the real, sir, again, we can confirm it, whether
You
we,
heard of BSA-seq or QTL-seq?
yes, sir, I have heard it.
Why don't you try it? Just 2 samples,
Okay, sir.
contrasting ones. Try it.
Yes,
That
sir,
will
we
give you straight away resolve several problems that you have of so-called quantitative traits.
Yes.
And the multiple genes that are in. These are the main 2 questions. And you said you had deposited genomic sequences. That pertains to which
So that
whole
is,
genome or any specific?
no, sir, whole genome I have submitted.
For 2.
Yeah, so for my genotypes, which I have used in the crossing, sir.
Because you have such good quality SNP maps and then the sequences in soybean available.
Yes, sir.
So this type of fine tuning of your data and the results is possible, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Rahul Kumar. Good luck. Next, Nishant S. from microbiology. So he's Nishant from the division of microbiology.
Good evening, all. Feed the soil, not the plant. This signifies the importance of microbes in the field of agriculture. Technically, microbes are considered to be the first farmers on this planet Earth. The influence of microbes starts right from seed germination, plant growth, development, and seed setting. Therefore, it completes the seed to seed cycle. Among microbes, cyanobacteria are considered to be the ancient organism, and they are the progenitor of great oxygenic event. Cyanobacteria are also the richest source and produces a wide range of metabolites such as phenolics, fatty acid, terpenoids, which have been extensively used in various fields such as food and pharmaceutical industry. In agriculture, cyanobacteria play a key role in nitrogen fixation, nutrient cycling, and plant growth promotion. Research also showed that the use of cyanobacteria and anabina-based formulation has improved the biometric and yield attributing parameters along with 25 to 40% savings of nitrogen in several crops besides rice. Keeping in mind the global challenge on hidden hunger, my main objective is to use of cyanobacterial formulations on improving the iron and zinc fortification in maize. There are certain research gaps like a characterization of this inter-kingdom laboratory developed cyanobacterial biofilms at molecular and metabolic level, and the interaction of these microbial inoculations are poorly understood, and also these cyanobacterial maize interactions can be improved by micronutrient mobilization and translocation. There are also poor data on the expression of the genes which are involved in iron and zinc mobilization as influenced by the application of cyanobacterial treatment. Hence, my research topic was been proposed on prospecting the potential of cyanobacterial biofilms as option for iron and zinc mobilization in maize. To achieve my goal, 3 objectives have been proposed. Number 1, to characterize this cyanobacterial based biofilms by using Chain-Co study and metabolite profiling. And number 2, to evaluate the potential of these cyanobacterial biofilms and their associated factor in improving the iron and zinc uptake mechanism in both pot and field experiments. These are some of the plant, soil, and yield attributes which I have taken during the course of study. And my third objective is to identify the differentially expressed gene as influenced by the cyanobacterial biofilms which are involved in iron and zinc mobilization in maize genotypes by real-time qPCR technique. And these are the cultures I have used. Primarily, I have used 2 cyanobacterial biofilms, which is ANTR and ANPW5, which have been developed using Anabina tuberosa, which is an agriculturally important cyanobacterium, used as a matrix to produce this biofilm formulations. Trichoderma and Providentia acts as a partner. To understand the cyanobacterial biofilms better, we have compared the various growth and biochemical parameters, wherein the 2 biofilms, ANTR and ANPW5, showed the highest value, the superiority and the performances in several biochemical factors. And a metabolic profiling of each and every culture have been carried out using untargeted GCMS technique. The results showed that there is a significant changes in the major chemical groups in the different cultures, especially the sugars and amino acid content, which is shown here. And the identified metabolites have been found in sugar, amino acids, and fatty acid metabolisms. Heat map and cluster analysis showed that the inoculation of Trichoderma viride actually increases in certain sugars such as xylose, xylopyranose, maltose, etc. And the addition of providential species in Anabenna tuberosa partner actually increases in certain amino acids such as serine, ornithine, and leucine. And a very strong network analysis has been found in cyanobacterial biofilms compared to the individual partners. These are some of the altered metabolism which are found in the cultures I have used, and the data generated using GCMS have been submitted public domain of metabolite repository. Coming up to the summary of my objective 1, the ANTR biofilm showed the increase in sugars such as maltose, lactose, and mannitol by 2.5 to 5-fold, whereas it decreased the amino acid content by 1 to 4-fold. Coming on to the ANPW5 biofilm, both sugars and amino acids have been increased. So to the best of my knowledge, this is the first report that have been characterized with the metabolic profiling of inter-kingdom cyanobacterial based biofilms. So this lays the foundation for the development of functional based formulations. In order to evaluate the cultures in the field condition, I have conducted cotton field conditions in the first year using Pusa Vivek UPM9 improved hybrid, which is the first multi-nutrient rich hybrid along with its parents. These are some of the treatments I have used, and you can see here the treatment which are containing the Anabenna tuberosa as their treatment. We have restricted 25% of the N, where it fixes the atmospheric nitrogen. And I have applied this cultural formation cultures as formulations, and formulation has been applied as seed treatment. There was a significant increase in leaf pigments have been found in both ANTR and ANPW5 biofilms. And coming on to the soil biological attributes, there were a higher content was found in soil chlorophyll ANTR biofilm, whereas the soil polysaccharide, which is an important parameter, helps in the colonization of cyanobacterium, are found to be higher in ANPW5 biofilm. And the similar results are found in at the pre-flowering stages of the crop. And the ANTR biofilm also showed the highest value in nitrogenous activity, which is the index for nitrogen fixation. And a significant increase in soil nutrient availability, including soil iron, as found to be higher in ANTR and ANPW5 with 25% N, which is equivalent to savings of 2 bags of urea with increase in yield. And one of the most important question of my research work is, could this microbial inoculants increases kernel iron and zinc? Yes, of course. Here you can see there were 1.5 to 2-fold increase in kernel iron content and 1 to 1.5-fold increase in kernel zinc content have been found in microbial inoculants compared to their controls. And it is interesting that I have observed very strong high correlation between various plant and soil parameters as influenced by the addition of this cyanobacterial biofilms. Further validation has been conducted in field experiment in 2 different locations, Delhi and Karnal, with the best treatments obtained from the first year field experiment data. Similar to the first year field experiment data, ANTR biofilm performed the best in plant biometric parameters, and among the genotypes, hybrid performed the best. And I have also analyzed certain enzyme activities. One is like plant carbonic anhydrase and plant carboxylase. These are the 2 carbon assimilating enzymes. And in carbonic anhydrase, zinc acts as a cofactor. And perichelate reductase, which is an important enzyme which converts the unavailable form of iron from the soil to the available form of iron and being transported from soil to plant root and to the leaf. So the activities such as carbonic anhydrase, carboxylase, and perichelate reductase activities have been found to be higher in ANTR and ANPW5 biofilms. And I also done the correlation study between zinc containing enzyme, that is carbonic anhydrase, with the zinc content in soil, root, leaf, and kernels. Here I have observed the high correlation between these attributes. Similarly, I have also high correlation was found between the iron content in leaf, root, and kernel with the perichylate reductase activity. And the highest kernel iron and zinc content was found in ANTR biofilm, as you can see here. And ANTR biofilm also increased the yield by 7 to 8%. And among genotypes, Pusa Vivek UPM9 improved recorded the highest yield. Based on the 2-year and 2-location pot and field experiment data, several parameters like soil biological, soil nutrient, plant enzyme, plant ionome, yield, and kernel micronutrient are found to be increased in cyanobacterial treatments. Hence, my third objective is to identify the differentially expressed gene as elicited by these cyanobacterial biofilms in zinc and iron mobilization. These are some of the genes, the 9 genes I have used in this study, starting from ZIP1 to ZIP8 and IRT1. Here I have found relatively higher expression of genes, especially ZIP6 and ZIP8 in the microbial treatments compared to their controls. And a very high correlation was found between the ANTR and ANPW5 biofilms with all the genes which I have used in this study. And most interesting is like I want to study the relative expression, whether this relative expression of zinc and the iron containing genes have been influenced by the addition of the partner. And interestingly, I have seen the addition of Trichodoma viridi has specifically influenced the ZIP5 gene, and the addition of Providentia species with Anabina torlosa actually influences the ZIP4 gene. And the overall correlation has been carried out with all the iron and zinc parameters, starting from soil, leaf, root, and kernel, with all the other genes which have been analyzed, wherein ZIP1 and ZIP8 genes were significantly and positively correlated with the soil iron. And I have proposed a model based on the results which I have obtained through my 3 objectives, where we have observed the higher content of soil polysaccharide, which helps in colonization of cyanobacterial biofilms on the root, and the increased activity of perichylate reductase and carbonic anhydrase actually increases the iron and zinc mobilization from soil to root and root to plants. The leaf carbonic anhydrase showed that the higher content of zinc in the leaves. And increased activity of phosphoenol pyruvate also showed that the carbon assimilatory mechanism is also stimulated apart from increasing the iron and zinc mobilization. And my future perspective is like the expression of the other genes which are involved in iron and zinc mobilization in various parts of the maize plant need to be investigated to understand the better significance of this cyanobacterial and maize interaction. And furthermore, this cyanobacterial waste formulation has to be tested in multi-location trials so that we can commercialize these formulations. And I have published my paper and my research work in 2 papers, one in Rhizosphere having an R score of 9.13, and the novel work of metabolite have been produced in the New Journal of Plant Research in Microbial Sciences. And I also having two papers under review. And I have been actively participated in my laboratory research, which resulted in 3 co-authored publications and 3 book chapters. And I also presented my research work in 2 posters at 2 international conferences. To enhance my knowledge, I have attended various trainings and workshops, and I'm more interested in teaching. So I have my own website for blogging, and I also have my own YouTube where I have posted the basic concepts of microbiology and molecular techniques. And I would like to acknowledge the chairman, Dr. Radha Prasanna ma'am, and the advisory members, director, dean, associate dean, postgraduate school, head and professor, division of microbiology, and all the persons who are helped in my study. And I also grateful to the DST Inspire for the fellowship and NAHAPcast for partial funding for the gene expression studies. Thank you.
I think no questions. So thank you, Nissan.
Thank you.
Good luck. So let's move to the another presentation. Suhas Gorakhe Karkute. Suhas Gorak Karkute from Molecular Biology and Biotechnology.
Shall I start? Respected Chairman, jury members, and everyone present in the hall, I welcome you all for my presentation. So, rice is truly called as life because it feeds more than half of the world's population. The production of rice worldwide is more than 510 million tons, and India ranks second in this production. The last year we produced almost 128 million tons of rice in the area of 43.5 million hectares, and it is a source of livelihood for millions of the farmers and stakeholders. It is also an economically important crop for our country. So if you see this picture, the population of India is expected to reach 1.6 billion by 2050. So we have to produce almost 170 million tons of rice for feeding this huge population. But there are several challenges like decrease in area and rice and labor availability, then changing climatic factors and rapid change in pest and pathogen composition. So among the various diseases, rice blast disease is one of the most devastating disease, and it causes losses of up to 50%. But in case of panicle blast, which is the most severe form of blast, the losses may reach up to 80%. Therefore, this is the major threat for global food security. Usually, this disease is managed by various agronomic practices and the use of fungicide, but both the methods are less effective and also enhances the production cost. Therefore, the best approach is the use of host plant resistance mechanism. This host plant resistance mechanism is governed by resistant genes as well as the defense regulatory genes. And so far, more than 100 genes have been identified for blast resistance in rice. Out of those, only one gene and 2 QTLs have been identified for panicle blast. So we have to focus more on panicle blast because it is more severe among the blasts. So in our lab, previously people have used TTEP cultivar, which is the broad spectrum blast disease resistance cultivar. And 2 genes have been already identified like PI54 and PITP. So earlier we carried out the transcriptome analysis of TTEP and susceptible cultivar in the panicle tissues at different time points of the infection. And from this data, we identified 2 novel genes having one Willebrand factor type A domain, which showed very high upregulation in the TTEP cultivar compared to the susceptible one. Now, what these VWA genes are? In case of humans, these genes are very well characterized because of their role in hemostasis. But they are playing role in hemostasis by forming the multimeric complex at the site of injury and preventing the blood loss. But in case of plants, there is very scarce information available, and only 2 members of this VWA family, BON1 and BON3, they have been characterized to some extent, where they are playing negative regulatory role in disease response. However, our proteins which we identified in our transcriptome data, they are completely different from these 2 proteins. So based on this data, we propose the hypothesis that these 2 proteins may act as a physical barrier to restrict the spread of fungal mycelium at the site of infection by recruiting other proteins and form the multimeric complex. They may also play a role in disease response signaling by interacting with other disease signaling components. So with this, my thesis title was proposed as cloning and characterization of Magnaporthi urasi responsive VWA domain containing genes in rice with the following objectives: identification and responsiveness study of VWA family genes against the Magnaporthi urasi infection in rice, then molecular characterization of selected VWA proteins, and finally functional validation of blast-inducible VWA gene using the transgenic approach. My advisory committee included Dr. Amal Kumar Solanki as the chairperson and other distinguished faculty from the IRI. So first we started with characterization of VWA gene family. In case of rice, we identified 40 VWA genes which are located on different rice chromosomes, and the VW36 and VW37 which we identified in our transcriptome data, they are located on chromosome 11, where already PI54 and other blast resistor genes have been identified. So besides VWA domain, these proteins of VWA family, they also contain several other domains like C2, ring finger, and RPT, defining their diverse functions. So further, the phylogenetic analysis of these 40 members showed that they were forming 2 major clades and 6 subgroups, showing their evolutionary relationship patterns. The further SNP analysis was also carried out, and it showed that VW genes, they were having large number of SNPs compared to the susceptible cultivars. So to identify the members of this VW family, which are expressed in response to biotic and abiotic stresses, we studied the gene investigator and the rice metastasis database, which was developed in our own lab for carrying out this analysis. And we identified the VW36 and 37 genes. They are also expressed in response to Magnapurti variety as well as other biotic stresses. Besides several other members of this family, they express in response to one or the other stresses. So further, this rice panicles of the TTEP, which is resistant, and HP2216, which is susceptible, used for QRT-PCR analysis, and for this we selected 22 VW genes. Besides VW36 and VW37, we identified 2 more genes which are expressed in response to blast disease. Now, by combining the QRT-PCR data as well as the in silico data, we identified the VW family members which are expressed in response to 3 major economically important diseases of rice: blast, sheath blight, and the bacterial blight. So here, VW6 and VW8, these 2 are important proteins which are upregulated in all the 3 diseases. So further, we selected VW36 gene for identification of probable mechanism of blast resistance. So we looked at the structural variation in VW36 protein between the resistant and the susceptible alleles, where we identified that the resistant and susceptible alleles, they were differed at 12 amino acids. And in secondary structure also, they were varied at 5 different positions. Among those 5 different positions, 3 were in the VW domain, which is involved in the protein-protein interaction with other proteins. So all these 5 variations were also reflected in 3D structures, and these variations could lead to the interference in the interaction with other proteins. So to identify the interacting partners, we searched the string and rice friend database, and we identified 5 proteins, including PI21, which is a major resistant gene for blast disease, and other proteins like SPL2, VW37, and receptor-like kinase. They were having some role in disease response signaling. So further, to carry out the in silico interaction study, we generated the high quality structure of these proteins, and they were used in protein-protein docking studies using the HDoc server. So all these interactions with VW36 showed very high docking score, and these are the amino acids which are interacting with each other. And the circled one amino acids are present in the region of variation where resistant and susceptible alleles are differed. So now in silico and the expression data shows that this gene VW36 is having some role in the blast resistance, but whether actually it is showing the resistance. So for this we characterize this gene at the functional level by transgenic approach. So for this we cloned cDNA of 2 kb in Picamia 1300 vector along with constitutive and the native promoter. This gene was also tagged with GFP for subcellular localization studies. And we developed the transgenic plants in TP309 line, which is susceptible for blast disease by using the agrobacterium mediator transcription protocol. So these are the stages of the generation of the transgenic plants, and all the plants were grown in transgenic glasshouse at the control condition. So all these plants were confirmed at the molecular level by PCR with 2 different sets of the primers. The southern hybridization was also carried out, which showed 3 different events. And all these transgenes showed very high expression of VW36 gene as analyzed by QRT-PCR data. And the subcellular localization study showed that VW36 protein is localized in the cytoplasm, where it can interact with other proteins and play a significant role in disease response. So further, we studied the phenotypic analysis by using the MONI 0 to 5 strain, which is the most virulent strain available in pathology division. We got it from pathology division. And the transgenic plant showed very minute symptoms of less than 1.5 mm size, but the wild type plants, they showed the very prominent lesions of up to 7 mm size. Then the phenotyping was also carried out by using the seedling spray inoculation assay, where you can see hardly any symptom was observed in transgenic plants, but a prominent lesion was observed in the wild type plants. Finally, the detached leaf assay was also carried out, and here we found our results very significantly, because in transgenic plants there were only symptoms of hypersensitive response or the injury mark, but in case of wild type the typical diamond-shaped large-size ledgers were observed. So this confirms that this VW36 gene is playing a very important role in the blast disease resistance. So these are the salient findings. For the first time, we have characterized this VW family in any plant species, and in rice there are 40 members. Along with the rice blast, VW36 and VW37, they are involved in resistance to striga, which is weed, and a gall midge, which is insects. So this shows that these genes may play some important role in broad spectrum resistance. The structural differences observed in resistant and susceptible allele, they shows that the interference in the interaction with other proteins could be the responsible factor for differential resistance response in the susceptible and TTF cultivar. Then VW36 shows in silico interaction with PI21, which is a broad spectrum blast resistance gene, and receptor like kinase and SPL2 transcription factors. And it is localized in the cytoplasm where it can function in resist signal transduction. So finally, the transgenic rice plants overexpressing VW36 shows a strong resistance to leaf as well as panicle blast. So further, as this is the first time we have characterized gene and it is novel gene, so in-depth study of this VW36 gene is required. It can be carried out by a CRISPR-Cas mediated knockout in the TTF cultivar, and introduction of this gene in elite cultivars may help to reduce the losses up to 50% by for the farmers. So from this study, we have published 3 research articles in a very high impact journal, submitted to 2 sequences in the NCBI, and we have also filed the patent application in the Indian Patent Office for DNA construct containing this gene. I have been awarded with the Best Poster Award in International Symposium and Best Oral Presentation Award, and this research was funded by NIHEP. And besides this, I have also published 1 more research article by contributing in lab work and 2 book chapters. I want to acknowledge IRI, ICR, IRI, then NIPB, IIVR and NIHEP for financial as well as other support. Director, PG School IRI, and Director, Professor, Scientist of the NIPB, Chairman, members of my advisory committee, and all those who are involved in completing my PhD research work successfully. So thank you all, and thank you for listening to my presentation.
Dr. Suhas, just 2 questions. First is it's a good work, a bit comprehensive also. Maybe some more are required. Did you do any bioinformatic analysis of how it has evolved from the lower plants to animal kingdom, how they have diversified?
Actually, sir, only this VW domain is conserved, but the rest of the sequence is variable. The gene is present in all the kingdoms like microbes, humans, and plants. Also.
Exactly same without any variation.
No, in VW domain also there is little bit variation, but the major part of that domain is conserved.
Yeah, maybe some basic bioinformatic analysis on how it changes the protein and those things may be useful to
that we can
interpretations. And then another is there any other effector or signaling molecules involved in rice in relation to Magnaporthe infection?
So we identified only receptor like kinase and the major R gene PI21, which is associated with our protein. So R gene is involved in the mediating the susceptibility through the effector molecule of the Magnaporthe variety. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Suhas. Good luck to you. So next presentation from the Division of Nematology. Chaitra Ganapati Bhat. Chaitra Ganapati Bhat from the Division of Nematology, is serial number 16.
Hello. Sir, may I start? Honorable Chairman of the session, respected jury members, distinguished scientists, and my dear friends, a very good evening and welcome to the world of nematodes. When I say nematodes, Majority of you might be thinking of plant parasitic nematodes which cause plant diseases, or the animal parasitic nematodes which pose a serious threat to the health of humans and veterinary animals. The question is, are all parasitic nematodes harmful? Answer is no. Entomopathogenic nematodes or specialized insect parasitic nematodes such as Heterorhabditis and Steinernema, they are considered beneficial and are used as biocontrol agents of agriculturally important insect pests. Speciality of these EPNs is that they live in symbiotic association with insect pathogenic bacteria. For example, Heterorhabditis nematode lives in monospecific symbiotic association with Photorhabdus bacteria. Nematode provides safe harbor for the bacteria and act as a vehicle to enter into the insect host. Along with their bacteria partner, they can kill insect host within 24 to 48 hours of infection. These nematodes have active host-seeking abilities, can go in search of insect host in deeper layer of soil. EPNs are considered environmental friendly alternative to chemical insecticides. Additionally, they are excellent genetically tractable models to study various biological phenomena such as mutualism and parasitism. Despite all these advantages as biocontrol agents, their application in agriculture is very limited. Where is the bottleneck? Important biocontrol traits such as virulence, fitness, and mass production of these nematodes depends on their symbiotic bacteria. From the bacterial side, we know the molecular factors playing role in symbiosis. However, information on nematode factors involved in modulating symbiosis is very limited. Additionally, genomic information of EPNs is scant in the public domain, which restricts further genetic improvement attempts. Considering these knowledge gaps and to address these issues, the present study, a molecular investigation of Heterorhabditis nematode factors involved in symbiosis with Photorhabdus bacteria, was formulated along with the following objectives. First objective was whole genome sequencing of nematode Heterorhabditis indica. H. indica was first reported from India, and it is very prevalent in tropical and warmer climatic regions of the world, and it is the most commonly used EPN species in the biological insect pest management program. An inbred line of H. indica was developed by inbreeding for 20 generations. 3 different genomic libraries were prepared and whole genome was sequenced using Illumina platform. A total of 160 million raw reads were generated. Further quality filtering yielded a total of 155 million high quality reads, which are further subjected to a stringent assembly and annotation pipeline. The final draft genome assembly of H. indica is 91.26 MB in size, and a total of 10,494 protein coding genes are predicted in its genome. The genome assembly completeness assessment using BUSCO showed that the assembly is more than 90% complete. Additionally, mitochondrial genome of H. indica was assembled, which is 17,393 base pair in size. Now, including H. indica genome that is published out of this work, 2 genome assemblies are available for Heterorhabditis nematode in the public domain. Comparative analysis with the model nematode C. elegans and 3 other EPNs identified 8,641 orthogroups in H. indica genome. Zinc finger, WD40 repeat, and EGF beta domain containing proteins were the most enriched protein domains in the predicted proteome. Genome information was further characterized to identify the candidate genes that underpins the parasitic biology. Pathogen host interaction analysis identified a total of 2,139 H. indica proteins likely to be involved in this kind of biotic interactions. Interestingly, 143 genes matched with the pathogen proteins interacting with insects. Nematode olfactory receptors such as G protein coupled receptors are implicated in chemoreception of insect odors, thereby facilitate host seeking. Based on length-based filtering and domain analysis, a total of 56 GPCRs belonging to 4 different classes were identified. Further, nematode secreted proteins act as effector molecules and facilitate successful parasitic interaction with insects. They also influence host range and host specificity of these EPNs. Based on stringent characterization of H. indica secretome was characterized based on genome information, and a total of 370 putative secreted proteins were identified. Among them, 38 were peptidases, 31 were peptidase inhibitors, and 2 fatty acid retinol binding proteins encoding genes were also identified. Peptidases, peptidase inhibitors are class of nematode secreted proteins that are known to facilitate host invasion, killing, and degradation of insect tissues. Nematode FAR proteins are known to combat lipid-based defense mechanism of insects, thereby facilitate successful parasitism. Further, horizontal gene transfer analysis identified 21 likely cases of horizontally acquired genes from soil bacteria and from fungi like Beauveria, interestingly, which is also an entomopathogenic fungus. Additionally, 2,954 microsatellite markers, which are very useful in phylogenomic studies, 631 non-coding RNAs, and 1,548 transposable elements, which are very useful in understanding regulatory elements and epigenetic mechanism, were also identified. In a nutshell, the created genomic resource facilitated comparative and functional genomics in heterorhabditis. Earlier, I mentioned heterorhabditis, photorhabdous symbiosis is highly specific and developmentally controlled. So, in order to decipher these symbiotic factors, the second objective, elucidation of genes involved in nematode bacterium symbiosis by transcriptome sequencing of heterorhabditis at biofilm formation stage of symbiosis, was undertaken. When nematode is at early adult stage, these photorhabdous symbionts attach and form biofilm in the posterior intestinal cells of nematode, which is very important for maternal transmission of symbionts to the next generation progeny. So this symbiotic early adult stage was targeted for comparative transcriptomics, and the corresponding axonic early adults were used as control. Differential gene expression analysis identified a total of 754 transcripts. Among them, 207 were upregulated, 547 were downregulated. Interestingly, a total of 12,151 transcripts, which are uniquely expressed in symbiotic nematodes, were also identified, and it might be due to its association with symbiotic bacteria. RNA sequence expression pattern was validated by quantitative real-time PCR. Expression of 24 out of 27 selected genes could be validated. Further, a total of 167 genes involved in various responses to bacteria, defense and immune responses were identified based on gene ontology and pathway analysis. This contained genes encoding carbohydrate binding proteins, lipid binding proteins, and mucose-associated proteins, which are involved in immune surveillance or bacterial recognition, and genes of various immune signaling pathways, and an array of genes encoding antimicrobial proteins, lysozymes, and of processes such as autophagy and apoptosis, which are known to regulate bacterial numbers. So a model was proposed based on RNA sequence data to represent symbiotic events and transcriptional response of early adult nematode in response to photorhabdous bacteria. The model suggests that nematode immunity plays a critical role in maintenance of symbiosis with photorhabdous bacteria. Nematode responds to the presence of bacteria by expressing various transcripts involved in multi-layered immune system, which might represent non-systemic evolved localized response to maintain mutualistic bacteria at non-threatening level and to achieve successful symbiosis. So now we have genome data, transcriptome data. What next? Optimized molecular tools are required to translate genomic resource for functional studies, and RNAi is one such tool. We have observed some difficulties in induction of RNA in heterorhabditis nematode using embryo stage. So other developmental stages were screened for dsRNA uptake using fluorosin isothiocyanate as marker of uptake. In comparison to developmentally arrested IJ stage, post-IJ recovery stage are the most amenable stage for dsRNA delivery through soaking in heterorhabditis nematode. Further, post-IJ recovered worms treated with dsRNA of dumpy genes and CCT genes showed reduced body length, reduced gonad development, and reduced expression of target gene. This provides a proof of concept for successful RNA in heterorhabditis nematode using post-IJ recovered worms for soaking in dsRNA solution. In a nutshell, this study generated a high-quality genome sequence for the entomopathogenic nematode heterorhabditis indica and transcriptomic data of symbiosis-relevant early adult stage, and a model to explain potent nematode factors involved in symbiosis with photorhabdous bacteria. Additionally, a standardized method for RNA-based gene function validation in heterorhabditis nematodes. Genomic data combined with genetic interrogation techniques such as RNAi are very useful in exploring EPN biology, and they lay the groundwork for to improve the biocontrol traits of EPNs. They facilitate study of gene-trait relationship and also facilitate genomics-assisted breeding for desirable traits. The created resource can also facilitate research on evolution and functional specialization of EPNs, and to use them as a model system to understand ubiquitous animal microbe symbiosis. So in addition to being an IRA scholar, I was also a Fulbright visiting scholar at University of California, Riverside, where I got an opportunity to work on single worm RNA sequencing technology and host parasite interaction using Drosophila and Steinernema model. Parts of my research works are already published in peer-reviewed journals such as BMC Genomics, Journal of Nematology and Symbiosis, and one is accepted for publication in Indian Journal of Nematology. I have presented my research work at various national and international meetings, and I am a recipient of one international and one national travel grant award, 2 best oral presentation awards, and 1 best poster award. I was also a member of Board of Studies as a student representative and regularly participated in literary events organized at institute level and won many prizes. Now I take this time to acknowledge my PhD Research Advisory Committee funding supports all the guiding minds and helping hands. Finally, I'd like to conclude my presentation with a quote of Edward Teller, that is, the science of today is the technology of tomorrow. Thank you.
Chitra, just two questions. One is very basic. How much complete is your genome assembled?
Sir, it is 90% complete.
What are the gaps?
Sir, there are 10% gaps.
Got single molecule, pseudo molecule?
Sir, it's actually
Scaffold level it
it's
is.
a scaffold level.
Okay. How does it compare or diverse it is in comparison to what is there in NCBI?
Sir, when I started my PhD work, genome sequences are available for only one Heterorhabditis, that is for H. bacteriophora, and it's a very fragmented genome. That's why, because of it's a fragmented genome, so we decided to create a genomic resource for Heterorhabditis nematode, and it is the actually 90% complete genome available for Heterorhabditis nematode as of now.
Do you plan to complete the gaps? No.
Yes, sir, using long read sequencing.
Okay, how do you said path ahead, tools for marker assisted selection. Can you join these to your nematode sequence or genomic resources and the crops requirement? How you can join these two information
Sir,
for marker assisted selection?
marker assisted selection of this nematode strains itself, because they are used as biocontrol agent. So we can like understand what are the virulence traits are governed by which genes, and so that we can use in the selection procedure.
Selection of the nematode,
Virulence strains of ETNs,
not the host, you mean?
not the host. Sir. We can select the virulence strains of ETNs and use them for management of insect pests.
Any technique that you plan to use for validating any of those virulent genes?
Yes, sir, we
So
can
far.
take that validation in the future. Because the functional molecular RNA technique was not standardized, so we couldn't do the functional validations. So I standardized the method during my thesis work. So now the technique is available. The further the validation work can be taken.
So
Functional
it's still
validation.
the RNA-seq information and the function is to be still connected.
Yes.
Good luck.
Did you try to silence by RNA?
Sir, by RNA, we can see which are the traits governed by which particular gene function we can understand. So mainly we can use for virulence characters and virulence characters as well as the persistence character, like how their adaptability to different environmental conditions and their storage stability characters also, that we can study.
Yeah, thank you, Chaitra.
Sir.
Good luck. So now I invite Rahul Kumar Tiwari from the Division of Plant Pathology. So Rahul Kumar Tiwari will be presenting his research findings. He belongs to the Division of Plant Pathology.
Potato is a humble vegetable, but it has the power to change the world. To begin with these words, respected chairperson, distinguished jury members, all the esteemed scientists and my dear friends, I welcome you all to this presentation. A very good evening. Potato ranks first as non-cereal food crop in terms of global consumption. The consistent rise in potato production in developing nations signifies its importance as a stable source of income, employment, and food. Potato is a carbohydrate-rich but low-fat food crop having diverse strata of vitamins and minerals. But being a vegetatively propagated underground vegetable crop, the crop is under consistent threat of diseases which cause up to 22% direct or indirect yield losses to this crop. The tuber which is growing underground is under the consistent threat of galls, blemishes, rots during harvesting, transportation, as well as storage. Earlier, these rots were considered as minor, inevitable, unavoidable, but with changing consumer preferences and huge demand from processing industries of rot-free potatoes, these are now critical concern in potato production system. One such rot disease known as potato dry rot has emerged as a crucial concern in potato cultivation. The disease not only causes severe necrotic lesions, internal rotting, mummification of the tubers, but at the same time, the toxin released by the pathogen raises several consumer health concerns. Worldwide, as per the literature, 16 Fusarium species has been reported to be associated with this particular disease, and the losses are in the range of 25 to 60%, then 88% of total post-harvest losses in terms of potato storage, then monetary losses in terms of $250 million in diverse regions of the world. Report from ICAR CPRI Shimla indicates a disease incidence of 13 to 41% in 3 major potato growing states. Based on this information, the research gaps were identified that there is a limited knowledge about the occurrence of Fusarium species associated with dry rot in India. Then the level of tolerance in Indian potato varieties is not very much understood. The impact of Fusarium infection on pathophysiology is not very much known, and definitely there is a lack of suitable sustainable management strategy. Based on this information and background, the thesis title was proposed as Identification, Pathophysiology and Management of Potato Dry Rot Caused by Fusarium Species, with following 4 objectives: molecular and morphological and molecular identification of Fusarium species associated with potato dry rot, to evaluate the tolerance and susceptibility of potato varieties against Fusarium species at different temperature regimes, to decipher the pathophysiology and nutritional profile of tubers infected with dry rot, and management of dry rot using phytoprotectants. Under the first objective, 106 samples were collected from 10 major potato growing regions of the country, and it was observed that disease incidence was in the range of 11.4% to 55.1%. Pure culture of the pathogen was established, and morphological identification was based on classical Fusarium laboratory manual, and it was observed that Fusarium sambucinum, Fusarium oxysporum, Fusarium solani were identified morphologically, but there were several isolates which we were not able to identify using morphological method. So supplemented it with molecular studies using multi-locus sequence analysis, using 3 different primer sets: translocation elongation factor alpha, ITS region, as well as RPB2 gene. Molecular identification, we generated total 121 genomic sequences, and the phylogenetic analysis revealed that 6 different Fusarium species are mainly associated with potato dry rot disease development in Indian condition. The major findings can be summed up in first objective, that Fusarium proliferatum and Fusarium falciparum has been reported for the first time in India to be associated with potato dry rot disease. Parallelly, it was observed that frequency of Fusarium sambucinum was highest, followed by Fusarium oxysporum and Fusarium solani. Under the objective 2, freshly harvested uniform size potato tubers were evaluated for 21 different varieties. 3 different Fusarium species were used, and 2 different storage temperature were used for disease assessment using an internationally acclaimed scale. The results revealed that none of the varieties were found tolerant to Fusarium sambucinum, but they were in the range of moderately susceptible or highly susceptible group. But definitely there was a significant difference at 2 different storage temperature in terms of lesion development. But interestingly, against Fusarium solani, 3 species were found to be tolerant, which are Kufri Chipsona series, and rest were in the range of moderately susceptible or highly susceptible group. There was a significant difference at 2 different storage temperature among the cultivars. Likewise, in Fusarium oxysporum also, 2 different cultivars, Kufri Chipsona and Kufri 2 and 3, were found tolerant to this particular disease. So within this objective, it was identified that the cultivars were categorized in the form of tolerant, moderately susceptible or highly susceptible group. So the result were carried over to the second objective. 2 contrasting cultivars were evaluated as glycemic load as a result of Fusarium infection, individual as well as combined species. And it was observed that over the period of 2 months, there was consistent increase in the rot volume, and the combined infection was found more deteriorating, damaging as compared to individual infection. Also, the level of rot was higher in Kufri Pukhraj as compared to Kufri Chipsona 3. Interestingly, the starch content was highly reduced in case of infection as compared to control, and combined infection was found more deteriorating. But contrary to that, the sucrose content, soluble sugars were found elevated as a result of infection. The inference can be drawn that the combined infection is more damaging in terms of elevation of sucrose content in the infected tubers. Parallelly, the glycemic index and glycemic load of the tubers were also found to be elevated as a result of infection, but at the same time, the resistant starch content was found to be deteriorated as a result of infection. It was also observed that antioxidant metabolites were significantly hampered, reduced as a result of Fusarium infection over the period of 2 months. So it was this, the findings can be summed up in such a way that Fusarium infection is causing severe deterioration in the starch nutrition quality parameters and increment in the glycemic index and glycemic load value of the tubers. But when the disease is causing such a level of loss, the main idea was to manage it under storage conditions. So we come up with several strategies to manage this particular disease under in vitro as well as in vivo conditions. And it was identified that out of 5 inorganic salts, sodium metabisulfite was found highly effective at 0.3 molar concentration in mitigation of this disease under in vitro as well as in vivo conditions. Parallelly, a protocol was standardized using Chitomium globosum as a bioagent, and silver nanoparticles were synthesized and characterized using transmission electron microscopy. And it was observed that these nanoparticles were highly effective in pathogen mitigation under the in vitro condition as well as mitigation of the disease in terms of lesion reduction in the tuber. Parallelly, melatonin, which is emerging as multifunctional phytoprotectant, has also been evaluated under in vitro and in vivo condition, and it was observed that melatonin suppressed the disease development in a concentration dependent manner, and at 50 millimolar concentration, melatonin was highly effective in disease mitigation. We tested this chemical on 3 commercial varieties, that is Kufri Jyoti, Bahar and Kufri Pukhraj, and it was found highly effective in disease mitigation under other storage conditions. So main findings were that melatonin was highly effective in managing the disease under the commercial potato cultivars. To sum up all the findings of my study, for the first time we reported Fusarium proliferatum and falciparum to be associated with this particular disease in India. Then 6 species has been found to be associated with the disease. The Fusarium infection is responsible for significant reduction in starch nutrition quality parameter, antioxidants, as well as the infection is also resulting in a high value of glycemic index and glycemic load. And parallelly, we came up with a management strategy in the form of melatonin. In future, it will be interesting to develop species-specific diagnostic tool for timely detection and management of this particular pathogen. Then large-scale trials of identified phytoprotectants will be, and the cost incurred in these practices will be very much beneficial. Then exploration of signaling pathways during melatonin-mediated disease separation will also be required. Some of the outcomes of the study. My first publication is in Post-Harvest Biology and Technology, NAS 12.6, and it has received 22 citations in the Google Scholar. Second publication was in German Society of Plant Pathology Journal, Journal of Plant Disease and Protection, Springer Journal. Third was in 3 Biotech Springer Journal, having NAS rating 8.8, and fourth is at minor revision stage in Journal of Fungi, having NAS rating 11.5. I have also published some of the compendium book chapter as well as popular articles. Then the protocol which I have standardized for silver nanoparticle synthesis, it has received Best Poster Presentation Award by Honorable DDG Horticulture. Then Best Oral Presentation Award, and one more in Best Poster Presentation Award in an international conference. Then I have attended international workshop and delivered a talk on salinity stress and its salt-induced stress in Fusarium. Then I have also received Young Plant Pathologist Award from a professional society. I have documented 123 GenBank accessions of Fusarium species to the NCBI database. Parallelly, our team has won second prize at Inter-University Youth Festival at NDRE Karnal. And finally, I would like to acknowledge Director ICRIR New Delhi, PG School, my advisory committee, Division of Plant Pathology, classmates, lab mates, family member, and collaborative efforts of CPRI Shimla. At last, I thank one and all for kind attention.
Just one small question. Is there any intraspecific level variation reported in this organism?
Yes, sir, definitely. In case of
How many distinct isolates are there in this?
Sir, as such, means if we talk about one particular species like Fusarium sambucinum, now it has been assigned as Fusarium sambucinum species complex, but that intraspecific variation is differing based on the species level.
Is that not a significant aspect when you talk about disease management vis-a-vis the varieties?
Actually, thank you so much, sir. Rather than being a question, it's a suggestion because we should definitely go for the variation within the species so that we can identify the resistant genes.
Because
or-
when you say that this particular Kufri Chipsona is comparatively more tolerant,
Yes.
against which isolate? That's also important, right?
Yes, sir. Kufri Chipsona, basically in this particular experiment, we found it tolerant to Fusarium sambucinum, which has been found more aggressive in case of potato storage disease, sir.
So it's just a random isolate that you have tried, right?
No, sir, not random isolate. Yes.
You have not characterized isolates. That's what I was just trying to point out.
Sir, main purpose was to
It's okay, it's a
categorize-
good word. Yeah, don't worry.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Okay. Thank you so much, sir. Actually, main idea was presently we are using boric acid for the management of storage rot disease. So main idea was to come up with any kind of supplementation to manage this disease under the storage condition. And it has been found that recently melatonin has emerged as a major multifunctional phytoprotectant against various storage rot diseases. Yes, sir. It was based on literature. Yes, sir. No, sir. In other diseases, like in tomato post-harvest diseases, melatonin has been found very effective in managing Botrytis diplodia disease. So main idea was why not to come up with this solution and use in case of Fusarium dry rot disease. Parallelly, it has been also been identified that late blight disease of potato is mitigated using melatonin. So that was the motivation. Thank you so much, sir.
Yes, thank you, Rahul. Good luck. So next I invite Milan Kumar Lal from the Division of Plant Physiology. Milan Kumar Lal. He is representing the Division of Plant Physiology.
Hello. Shall I start, sir? Respected jury, professors, head of division, and my dear colleagues, a very good evening to all of you. My name is Milan Kumar Lal. I am here to present the topic on new emerging topic of glycemic index. So, before coming to the topic of glycemic index, what is the importance of glycemic index and how this role of plant physiology, food science, and it affect the glycemic index, and the different factors and the attributes which control the glycemic index, and ultimately at the end of this presentation, you will have the deeper understanding about the glycemic index and different factors. So, according to WHO, around 422 million people are affected with diabetes, and you know the type 2 diabetes is much more prevalent in the society. And presently, China is in the top of the list of the diabetes, and it is estimated that by the mid of this century, India will overtake China in terms of diabetes, and with the help of healthy food pattern and the dietary pattern, it will help to manage this chronic disease. So coming to potato, especially potato, why? Because it is a starchy crop, and it is very much essential to understand that it is highly enriched with the primary and secondary metabolites, and we can see the unpeeled potato is much more nutritious than the peeled potato. So with all these information that gathered on the potato, the International Year was celebrated in 2008. And before jumping into the topic, let me introduce about the word glycemic index and its importance. So glycemic index is the increase in the postprandial increase in the blood sugar level, and it is calculated by the area under the curve of the test food by area under the curve of the reference food. And as we can see here, glycemic index is categorized in 3 groups. That is low, which is less than 55, medium, which is 56 to 69, and high, which is more than 70. And this component of resistant starch, which is present in the starchy staples, it regulates the glycemic index. So there are various factors which affect the glycemic index, and I will be focusing on the intrinsic factors such as starch, amylose, amylopectin, and other component which is present in the starchy staple such as potato, and I will be dealing with all these components. So with this, we postulated the thesis of our research work, that is analysis of glycemic index and associated attributes in potato tubers. And I was having two objectives. The first objective was phenotyping of potato tubers in different genotypes for variability in starch nutritional profile, and second objective was the analysis of physicochemical attributes having the contrasting glycemic index attributes. So in the first objective, we have collected around 73 genotypes from the potato grown in the hilly region, and we stored that in the 12-degree chamber with the spraying of CIPC for which act as the anti-spot suppressant. And I have screened different carbon profiles such as amylopectin content with the help of Juliana protocol, and starch content, total reducing sugar content, sucrose content, and glucose content with the Ragon protocol. So coming to the variation in the different carbohydrate profile, we have seen that there was wider variation in the carbohydrate profile, and we can see the importance of all these components because it is a component of starch as well as the sugar which regulate the glycemic response of the potato. So we performed scatter plot, and we found that the positive correlation was found between the amylose content, reducing sugar, and glucose content. And similarly, the negative correlation was found in the amylopectin content, starch content, and glucose content. And we validated this thing with the biplot and PC analysis, and we have selected around 40 genotypes for measurement of glycemic response factors. So for estimation of in vitro glycemic index, because the glycemic index we measure using the human system, but there is so much necessity to develop the protocol for the in vitro system, and we use the in vitro system where we mimic the human intestine, oral phase, gastric phase, and we use different enzymes and mimic that thing, and we have developed this protocol specifically for the potato, and we have published this thing in 2020. And we have screened these 40 genotypes of potato, and we found that there was also wider variation, but all the genotypes were in the higher category. As you can see, the mean value is 77.5, and this 77.5 reflects that it has had the high glycemic index. So there is ample of scope to reduce this glycemic index to medium or low GI category. So when we observed the Pearson correlation analysis, we found that there was negative correlation between the glycemic index and resistant starch. Also, the resistant starch was negatively correlated with the glycemic load and also starch analysis index. Similarly, the positive correlation was reported in the resistant starch and amylose content. So all these factors are responsible for the glycemic response and will be utilized for the screening large number of genotypes. And we validated this thing using the principal component analysis. And we have screened around 12 genotypes for our next objective on the basis of rheological analysis. And the second objective we have planned, and we found that the intrinsic property it affects the starch quality as well as the starch profile, and we have extracted the starch from the potato tuber, and we have estimated all these parameters like peak viscosity, peak time, testing temperature, all are these the rheological parameter, and these are the amylograph of the contrasting genotypes on the basis of glycemic index, and we found that for understanding the response of this glycemic index as well as the rheological property, we did Pearson correlation analysis, and we found that the peak viscosity is positively correlated with the amylopectin content, and the setback viscosity is positively correlated with the amylose content. And similarly, we can see here the resistant starch is negatively correlated with the peak viscosity. So all these rheological parameters is used to study the intrinsic property of potato tuber as well as the glycemic response in the starchy staples. So with this, we selected around 4 genotypes for our research paper 1 and research paper 2, which I'll be dealing in detail. And in the research paper 1, we were curious to know that the food combination of potato pulse combination, how it affects the glycemic index and resistant starch. and how the process of retrogradation or cooling it affect the glycemic index and resistance charge. And we have selected around 8 pulses, and when we seen the potato edible oil combination, we have selected around 7 oils. So when we seen this, we have taken Kupri Jyoti and Kupri Sunatri for our experiment in the first paper, and we have seen that the higher reduction was observed in the pigeon pea and also in the kidney bean. And when the sample was cooked and it followed by cooling or retrogradation, there was also decrease in the available carbohydrate. Actually, available carbohydrate is that the amount of carbohydrate what we consume and what it is available to the digestive enzyme. And the other parameter like glycemic index and glycemic load was also reduced significantly by addition of the pigeon pea and horse gram, and also the glycemic load which was also reduced significantly around 20%. And also we can see here the process of retrogradation has shown the reduction in both the parameters. Similarly, when we see the resistant starch content, there was enhancement in the resistant starch content by addition of all these pulses, and the significant result was found in the pigeon pea and horse gram. There might be some kind of interaction between the polysaccharide which is present in the pulses and also the potato. So there was enhancement in the resistant starch content. And in our second experiment, we have seen different kinds of oil, how it affects the glycemic response, and we found that the ghee and olive oil it showed the higher lowering of the available carbohydrate, and also we can see the this available carbohydrate and starch healthiness index was also reduced upon retrogradation. And we can see the impact of this retrogradation and addition of oil on glycemic index as well as glycemic load, and we can see there was significant reduction in the glycemic index as well as glycemic load in terms of addition of oil and also after cooling. And there was an enhancement in the resistant starch content by addition of this ghee and olive oil. So I would like to conclude this that the addition of ghee and olive oil, if you use in our day-to-day life, then it is very much essential for lowering of glycemic index. And in the second paper, we took different vegetable and condiments, and we found that this fenugreek leaf and cauliflower it showed a high reduction in the glycemic index, starch healthiness index, and all the parameters that we have taken in the experiment. So in conclusion, that pulses, cooking oil, vegetable condiments, if it is stored for 4 degrees for 48 hours, there is lowering of the glycemic index and glycemic response factors, which might be beneficial for the diabetic person. And we studied the gene expression pattern of potato at different days interval, and we found that the stage 2, which is 60 days after planting, we found that all the gene expression was higher in this pattern. And if we can target this thing, then we can have then we can target the low GI lines. So in conclusion, I would like to say that in vitro protocol which is developed will be helpful for screening large number of genotypes, and with different combination of food will be helpful for the diabetic person. Also, the stage specific expression of the gene will be helpful for targeting the quality starch. So we have published the article in NAS rating 18.56, 8.74, 13.51, and 8.43. I have also received R.D. Asana Gold Medal Award and the Best Thesis Award, Young Scientist Award from the various societies. I have also received the Best Poster Award, Best Oral Award from different conferences. I have also participated in more than 20 conferences during my PhD tenure. And I was also the boss member of our division and secretary of PPSA. And I would like to thank the facility which is available at Plant Physiology and also at CPRI Shimla. I would like to acknowledge my advisory committee and Director IRI, Director CPRI for this study. I would like to thank everyone who is present and have patience hearing for this presentation. Thank you.
So you have mentioned that we have used the 10 different 10 types of oil.
7 types of oil.
7 types of.
Yes.
So if we are using this potato without oil, okay?
Yes.
Only we have cooked and then we can use it just, we are using it just peeling and then we can use. What is the glycemic index of that potato? Whether it is better as compared to when we are mixing oil or?
No, sir. When we are eating boiling without any combination, as you can see in the graph that in the control we have taken the boiled potato, the glycemic index was higher. Like in Khupri Chipsunathi, it was around 83, and Khupri Bahar it was around 74. So with oil, it is very much good because the oil it form the complex or the emulsion with amylose, and it prevents the hydrolysis of this starch, and just it passes the small intestine, and this is the starch in the large intestine. So the amount of blood sugar that spike in the blood, it helps to lower that spike.
So it means this fried potato is better as compared to non-fried.
On the aspect of glycemic index, not on the aspect of fat, because fat is other part of
For
the-
sugar patients, we are generally saying that don't use the fried chips and fried potato like that. So
as such means we cannot say that don't use the potato, but if we are taking combination, that spike, because the main response is the spike of the blood sugar level. That for example, the spike comes in the 90 minutes, so we have to delay that spike, or we have to lower the curve so that the amount of blood sugar in the human body should be lowered after eating the potato or any food combination.
you have used the fresh tubers or some storage. Suppose potato is generally we are eating after storing 5 months, 6 months, even 2 months, 3 months. So this is all your studies in the fresh tubers or after storing.
After storing means after within 1 month of the means harvesting, within 1 month, because sir, you said that that is also the part of my study. After 6 months, what will happen? After 1 year, what will happen? That is other story. But I will use all the sample within 1 month after harvest.
Okay.
Yes.
So your recommendation is potato chips are better than boiled potatoes.
No, sir.
Okay, what was the main question is, what is the range of this GI that you had in when you screened these 70 varieties of potato?
It varies, sir, from 71.5 to 84 around.
No, is it statistically significant?
It was actually, as I said in my slide, that the categorization of glycemic index, if it is less than 55, it is low. 56 to 69, it is medium category, and more than 70, it is high category.
You didn't have interest in going for some other germplasm of
We are screening, sir,
potato.
but in the short span of time, this means taking the 73 genotypes was a big task for potato, because you know the size of tuber, and also first I have to screen out the available cultivars which are available already in the public domain. Then on the second aspect, we are also screening the advanced hybrid, which is the colored potato and other purple potato. And the
no significant difference in color potatoes.
In this Khupri red was there, Khupri Sinduri was there. So the glycemic index, actually we are peeling. We are peeling the potato. That's what I said in my slide, that the unpeeled potato is much more nutritious. And we have also communicated one publication that with peel how much glycemic index is there. That I have not shown here. But by means if you are using the peeled potato, then obviously the anthocyanin content or the pigment content in the potato, it will help to lower the glycemic index.
Okay, just one basic stupid question. All these 500 years since potato was introduced by Portuguese, this GA had no significance. Why all of a sudden?
Sir, this is a very much interesting question, and I would like to deliver the house that the present that what I said in the present condition and the century lifestyle, like we are sitting since morning around 8 to 10 hours we are sitting. So without any work, without anything, we are just eating the tea, taking the tea, and we are eating that samosa vagara. So that obviously it will help, means no work, no gain. That's what we say, and this will ultimately will lead to the generation of this lifestyle disease like diabetes and other.
Since you said caffeine has a better protection. Equal the horse brand that is traditionally used with some of the events. So the stability also is, but maybe it has better effect. Just priced. Yes, thanks.
Milan, just a quick question. One thing that you didn't say that it is the retrogression of starch which is important, the cooling at 4 degrees. So if you have fried chips or potatoes, finger chips, then they have to be cooled at 4 degrees, then the glycemic index goes down. If you take freshly fried ones, and then it will not have effect. Now, my question is that if you have to study the glycemic index of a food matrix,
Yes.
will you prefer to have in vivo model, you will prefer to have diabetic person or non-diabetic persons?
Sir, your question is very much valid, and if means condition and ethical things approved, then we'll take the sample both in diabetes and as well as non-diabetic person, because and also it depends on the age of the person.
The question is to study the glycemic potential of a food,
Yes.
whether diabetic people will be a better subject or non-diabetic. Because in non-diabetics, even if you take 10 gulab jamun, your glucose will never go beyond 120.
Yes,
It
sir.
will remain 120 if you're not diabetic. Only if you are diabetic, you will have a sudden spike in the blood sugar. So the response would be better in the diabetic people.
Person.
And they should be taken up same as. That's what I feel. That's what I have.
Yes, sir. We are taking diabetic mice for that aspect. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Milan Kumar Lal. So, best of luck. And 2 more presentations are remaining now. So now we are going to the penultimate presentation of the day. So here, Hira Singh from the Division of Vegetable Science. So serial number 19.